Good morning, everyone. This is Best Spy live trading. Today is December 4th, 2025. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the wind direction, trend direction. Time is 9:27. Let's start it off with a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial advisor. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy any securities or investments. This
other
video is for
people do.
information and
My
educational
worry
purposes
is
only.
that in a downturn,
Everybody.
it could be very
News we have
pro-cyclical.
overnight.
That because it is financed by investors, if there
layoff
was
announcements top
some kind
1.1
of
million for
financial
this year.
instability,
Stock futures
if there was a
are
downturn
little
in
change. It
the
says
economy,
we have a pop
Treasury
on
through
Meta,
the regulators
market,
and the Fed,
bullish
we
news
can give window guidance to the
from
regulators through some lending.
644
the
to
restrictions, the Fed
686.
can ease monetary conditions, maybe go to the balance sheet. My worry is that private credit becomes very pro-cyclical, that when you have investors, in the investment business for 35
previous day
or
4
40
p.m.
years,
close and the 9:30 open on QQQ and SPY is important
when
level
you
to
have
mark today.
Investors as opposed to a government entity, they will always panic at the bottom.
For more on private credit risks and private wealth investments, we're going to bring in Sean Connor, President and CEO of Global Private Wealth at Blue Owl Capital. What do you make of what the Treasury Secretary said?
Well, firstly, thanks for having me, Andrew and Joe. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, private credit, of course, has been a topic of discussion really throughout the year.
$1 up or $2 up from
a little bit
where we closed off
candidly. I'd say first and foremost,
you're in the private credit business.
We're in the private credit business, so
right.
Obviously we see it differently. We have about half of our AUM, about 300 billion of AUM, about
NVIDIA
50% of that, or 150 billion, is in the private credit space. I think firstly,
Meta flew,
both can coexist.
well.
Right? The banking markets need to be healthy for our business to work as well.
Up $3 or $4 from yesterday's
an important and a very
Good morning, everyone.
And so, particularly around stabilization, what we've observed, particularly over the last
market
5
opening
years,
in 1 minute.
Private credit has been a stabilizing factor. I think the fact that investors are allocating to private credit in vehicles
hello, Jonathan, Scott, Red Don, Zach, Harry, George,
up for a very long
Antonio,
time, very lowly levered.
Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Lewis, Lovely, Said, Chris, B. Turner, Shakima, Kevin, Donna, Harry, Vinny, Harry,
less reliable.
Drew,
So think back
and Edison,
Silicon Valley Bank going
Lovely,
under. Think back
everybody else.
COVID.
Good morning, Constantine.
We were able to be there and provide
Market is
capital
pushing
to our
lower,
clients
trying
in the
at
public
market
markets.
open.
When you hear him say the pro-cyclical nature of these things, what do you think would happen in a downturn?
Well, I think in a downturn we have seen in these kind of shocks to the systems, the investors have been there.
Meta taking profit at market
because
open.
most of our clients
NVIDIA taking
in the
profit
wealth
at market
space and
open.
in the institutional space view these strategies
675
as
to
all weather.
671.
They are not looking at
181
private credit
to
as a
180.
trade. They're looking at private credit as a significant allocation to their overall portfolio. And they view these typically in 5, 10, 20-year timeframes, and that's the way they behave.
All right, IWM trying to go up. Good morning, everybody. Meta and NVIDIA taking profit at market open. Let's see what happens. Time is 9:30. We are opening above the 4 p.m. close of yesterday. We are gapped up on the Qs
and by the way, Blue
SPY.
Owl's involved with this with Meta, for example.
Yep.
Trying to gap
you're
fill
seeing a lot of the
immediately at
hyperscalers
market
try
open.
to
Time is
offload some
9:30.
of the risk
That might
of
be
some
a
of these
gap
big data
fill.
centers
Let's see.
and the like, using and leveraging private credit, and how we should think about that. Because interestingly, he basically said, "We're making a bet here. Like this is a big bet.
Holding.
We think it's going to work out this way, but you know, there's sort of like a lot of possibilities here, and it could go another way. Obviously, everything could always go another way, but the possibilities he seemed to suggest
IWM flying
more
up
than
north
in lots of other
market open
kind of scenarios."
Yeah. So I was able to
SPY
catch that interview, and it was very
gap
fascinating.
Up. QQQ is
I
near
like
the
the way
gap.
he framed it, which was he broke it into two components. There was the technology piece, which seems like there's
9:35 is here.
consensus that the
2
technology,
minutes.
the general
Let's
secular
how
trend,
the wind direction forms.
there's consensus around that. The question is around the economics, right? And then it comes back to your point, which is the risk reward and how do you want to play this secular trend. And so
whether it's faking
we
out
have taken the very deliberate
it's
approach
showing
where
bearish
we
with
want to be,
QQQ,
and this is really
slightly
all
going lower. This
does
could be
is
bear trapped.
we want to be on the safer part of these
Gap
secular
has filled on
trends. We wanna
IWM.
not take the riskier and go for the higher reward. We want to take the
Tesla
less
pushing
risky
lower
and deliver a
from
more stable
above
return.
trend
And
line.
so, for
Meta took
example,
profit
in
at
things we
market
do
open. Nvidia
with a
took
company
profit
like
at market
Meta,
open.
some of the other
Citing
hyperscalers, we're building the
SPX
infrastructure to support that
gapped
secular
up
trend.
open.
And then
We are
we're
above
sort
the
of guaranteeing
6852
ourselves
gap that we
the
filled
opportunity
yesterday.
for a base return based on the credit quality of the hyperscalers, who are some of the biggest, best credits out there through 15, 20-year leases.
When
And that's the
direction
way we're
is
playing it. So
trying to be south
we don't
into
want to be in the
935,
riskier part of the world. That's not our business model. We
but
want to be in the more income
IWM
rails
is
infrastructure
scary.
part of the world in the data center space.
Gap
And we
filled
really
though,
do
so
that through
maybe
these 15,
gap
20-year
filled and
contracts with the
no confirmation,
single A,
nothing
AA,
right now is
AAA
all I'm
credits.
saying.
And we think that'll help.
Explain this,
Nvidia
actually, this will be
bouncing,
helpful for the audience.
Tesla
For example,
trying.
the deal you've done with Meta, which is down in Louisiana,
Meta holding.
is I think a 16-year deal, something on that order.
All right, bulls and
But
bears are now fighting.
technically,
This is 930
they can,
algo
the
range
lease,
created
they can
at morning
walk
open
from the
on
lease
SPY.
after 4 years.
930
right?
algo range.
And so then the question is, but
Created
they
on
are still
QQQ.
guaranteeing or making some
Creating
kind of
a morning
payments
cycle.
for the next 12 after that.
Decide
But are
what
they
to
giving
do.
you the full amount that they would be giving you otherwise?
This
I mean,
done. This shit done with. Let's see. QQQ. One direction south. SPY, not yet. It's not the best to look at. QQQ and do SPY for me, so I'm going to relax. One direction is trying to go south. Only thing holding is IWM. Okay, wind direction is south now. QQQ going lower. South wind is. I'm not going in, but I mean I could go in for a minute or two, but I'm not going. Wind direction is south here. Time is 9:35. They could trap off this 9:35 low. Just because they're going now does not mean, you know, they're gonna go into 9:36 now, 9:37. But I mean wind direction is south. Let's see. On QQQ, SPY, IWM faked out, gap filled, didn't fake out, but I mean the play has been played, the gap has filled. We're going lower. On SP, holy shit. Wind direction is south now, right? Gap is filling below. Gap fill is coming, 99% chance. Alright, gap fill is already here, gap is filled. Gap is filled. 99% chance we gap fill and we just filled gap. On SPX, let's see what happens. Bears are crazy right now, taking profit on Meta, taking profit on Nvidia, rejecting on Tesla. Right, the bears are heavy right now. 2, I have no idea. This thing could bear trap at morning open. I have no idea if this is going to roll into 9:36. It did now, or 9:37. 9:36 is coming in 50 seconds. 9:36, 9:37 is still 9:35. 9:37 is the first minute of the 9:40 candle. So if they bounce here at 9:35, that's a cycle bouncing at 9:35 to confirm to do something. If they reject into 9:37 or 9:40, that means it's still south and the bulls are going to get hurt and there's going to be a floor at maybe at 9:40. And I don't know. There's no cycle confirmation, nothing right now. It's trying at best right now to create 9:35 floor. This is only safe bears are from 9:30 to 9:35 in my eyes now. 9:30, 9:31, 9:32 into 9:35. Any bears since 9:35 is now getting trapped at the morning cycle floor. 2, bull trap and bear trap, and then to decide what to do unless it's so bearish on other things that it goes south. All things are fucking trolling. Look at that troll on Tesla and Nvidia. And now there's a bear trap at 9:35. Nobody knows how the market could create the morning cycles, but it is creating it. Right. Best not to speculate on the next 1 minute candle in morning cycle, just to let them create cycles and then confirmation at the most. Cycle confirmation or something at the most. Tesla now bear trapping off of 9:35. Let's see where this shit goes. Trying. Meta. Nvidia. Bear trapping off of 9:35 as well, trying. Alright, Nvidia, Tesla, same thing. IWM holding up there. Bulls are still here. Bears are still here. All they did was gap fill. So now that the gap has been filled, I don't even want to say the Bulls are stuck or the Bears are stuck because that would be being biased. They're both stuck and they're about to cycle and decide what to do. Not it might not even happen right now, you know what I mean? But I mean, it might happen right now, super fast, lower, or they might cycle, bear trap, and then bull trap, bear trap, bull trap, and then and then fast as fuck into morning, and then yeah, trap. But let's see. Time is 9:40. See 9:35 rejection, 9:35 bounce. So there's an algo range here being played at 685.27 and 683.64. Morning rejection confirmation 9:30, 9:35 into 9:35, 9:35 bounce to 9:35, 9:35 rejecting into 9:40. That's a fucking triple algo range. Triple algo range. It would be hoping and speculating at best to think there's going to be a bounce or a rejection here. The market is creating a cycle to allow the deductors to deduct together and to basically get the most highest probability question deduction right together. That's all it is. Look at that 180 Nvidia, right? They were showing, oh, bull trap and then now bear trapping. So scary as shit. It's best to be most patient. Why? I'll tell you why. The gap above filled yesterday. We are in the 3/3. We're playing in the 3/3, wilding out, going super high, super low, and then bouncing. This is no directioning in the 3/3. People are hoping like crazy that we're going to run. People are hoping like crazy we're going to reject. The market's just doing both, and then it's going to decide what to do when it does. This is the 3/3. Let's see how the 3/3 plays out. The 3/3 could what? Go higher. Or the 3/3 could trap everybody and go lower. We have no idea. It is pure speculation at best too. Go off candles and be like, oh, this is bullish or bearish. There are bigger things at play. And now the bears are being stuck off of 935 floor. MACD is trying to curl up, but that does not mean this is full on bullish. This just means they're fighting like crazy in the algo range. 935, 935, 935, triple algo range. They broke out of the algo range into 940. Let's see if this is a real breakout or a fake out breakout. You know this by looking at the MACD and looking at the 5 and 15 minute, the higher time frame candles, and seeing what they do in the next 5 or 10 minutes. This is a very, very important moment for the bulls right here. Very, very scary moment for the bears that are stuck at 935 right here. IWM coming in with a nuclear candle. Tesla as well. I'm hoping Tesla rejects like crazy today. Today, not tomorrow. But it is showing more bullishness than not. I'll tell you straight up. More bullishness than not at 450 above. So IWM flying with the 1 minute gap up. Alright. Look at that fucking rejection. Scary as shit things happening. This is morning cycles happening. Bears are trying. This does not mean it's bearish either. This just means bulls and bears are fighting like crazy. They're going to trap it all, everybody in 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is, in an hour. And then when things are fucking they're bearish. When things are prepared, I really want to say bearish, but like, when things are prepared, things are not bearish because Nvidia's up top, Tesla's up top, This is terrifying. Playing with 625, 620 open, and we're at the middle, so this is literally at the middle. Playing with its life. Bears are here. Bear control right now. Short term, morning cycle, bearish. This is fucking crazy, right? This is the ultimate LOD test. LOD test, LOD hoping right now. The candle's fucking humongous. I'm in 2K SPX puts right now. I'm hoping right now. I'm going. I'm in 0 DT. LOD test, LOD hoping. I'm in 6845. And Tesla's squeezing high. Tesla squeezing high. Fucking dump it. IWM gap filled. Man, they're trapping bulls and bears. If they bounce it here, it would turn into a nasty ass fucking 40 minutes burning bull and bear cycle. If they drop it here, it could be a little quick morning cycle bearishness in the 3/3. This is the 3/3 cycle. If it does go low and break 935 support here, it could be a fake out or it could waterfall a little bit. Candles are coming in lightning. Lightning to bounce or lightning to drop? I have no fucking clue. This is literally scary as shit. POC just shifted down. It's not the best, the candle hovering here like this forever. But it could be tempting bulls as well to get in before they fucking dump it, so. Tesla flying. It's crazy. The ultimate floor testing, floor hoping right now for the last 4 or 5 minutes. There's one spike red, I'm out. I don't give a shit about no free fall. If they spike LOD, I'm out. Just need 1 or 2 nice candles below. I'm gonna leave in the second red candle below LOD. Because if they flip this shit, contracts are gonna spike a little bit. I'm at 3K. There we go. The next minute, they might fucking reverse in the next 2 minutes, right? This is LOD break, wind direction is south, 3/3 bearishness. Wow. I'm out. I don't give a shit. I'm out. $2,722. I'm out. I'm in Tesla. This shit fucking going higher and higher. But I'm into next Friday on this bitch, but like pretty big. It's squeezing higher and higher. Market fucking going lower. This shit's stupid as hell. This is the second red candle. I could have gotten out on that, but I don't give a shit. I am happy they broke LOD. Contracts started spiking on that LOD break. They could revert it here. This is 940. This is the 3/3 bearishness. Candles are going lower. Everyone's going to get happy. More and more bears are going to come in, but they could revert it and kill everybody in here. LOD broke. Divergence is here on SPY. Wind direction was south from 930 to 950. Let's see how 950 does here. That was fucking crazy nice. LOD broke. Another extension red candle. I thought they were going to revert it. I was scared as shit, but they spiked it again and I left. And now 950 is creating a cycle at the floor in QQQ, and it did not break the floor in QQQ yet. So what is fucking trapping right? The gap filled on IWM at 932 and they're pushing lower at 950. They're about to break the floor in IWM and the bears are about to come in more, I think. That could be a speculation. Tesla and Nvidia going higher. Something fucking weird. I don't know how this shit going higher and higher and Tesla. I don't know how Tesla and Nvidia going higher and higher. And everything else is doing this. This is basically how it was acting in the pre-market. It was just going fucking low, and then right when this shit news came out, Meta, QQQ and SPY was going low before this news, and it just popped like crazy. It's like 9, I don't even know, somewhere here. Somewhere 9, yeah. Just changed everything. Time is 9:50 right now. 9:50 deciding what to do at the floor. Man. Will this shit come back into the 440s? Like, holy shit. I don't know. Tesla up another 1.6%. Man. This shit is fucking me. I'm scared. It needs to roll the fuck down to Friday next week. But yeah, what the shit. It is going higher and higher. 438s, 453s. Like, this shit is fucking Tesla. Tesla. Nvidia bouncing. QQQ is not breaking the floor. QQQ is actually bouncing from the floor. There's some sort of weird ass cycle happening here. Man, that is weird. IWM is going super low now. LOD broke on IWM. Please trap, man. Tesla. Please trap QQQ, man. Shit. I really, really want QQQ to pull lower here, but it is fucking hovering. Break the LOD. Come on. Wow. Fuck Tesla, dude. Oh my god. Wind direction is... Wow. South on SPY for sure. Look at that shit. SPX is at 6,842 now. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 kicking in. This is bearish. Until who knows where. This is bearish though. until at least right now. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. We were at 6,867, and now we are at 6,842. So it is bearish. I just need this shit to fucking trap and go. I need this shit to fucking pull back and go 180, 180, but like, man, I need fucking Tesla to go. SPY is going. QQQ is not going. It's so weird. It's still best to be patient here, but I mean the wind direction is now south on SPY, or it was for 5-10 minutes. It's not on QQQ still. This is dangerous shit. Dangerous. Meta strong, still hovering at the midpoint of the little pump up. Nvidia. Tesla at the top. Bruh. I'm getting Elon Musk. I need Dr. Barry to come on CNBC and be like, hello, my name is Dr. Barry. And just fucking start talking for 2 hours and get the fuck off and call it a day. Wind is south. They're about to dump Tesla. Tesla dump. I'm kidding. Fucking cunt. That's Tesla dumping. Tesla dumping. Fucking go dump. Go dump. Please go dump. Where dump? Like 138, please. Fuck, please, man. Oh my god, I'm getting squeezed up on Tesla. The gap filled. Alright, there's no fucking gap anymore. Fuck. That spike. This shit is like fucking pound tier bullish, dude. Who knows where the top is, but it's squeezing higher and higher. Oh, hell nah, dude. Okay, okay, that's a bear trap trying. Alright, there's so many bears down here. This is possible. Man. Pretty oversold going back. The thing is, though, they could spike this thing, bring the RSI back, and that means the calls are only safe for literally this cycle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, maybe. And then they play inside that cycle and then decide what to do. So. IWM spike. That shit fucking not dumping. Tesla not dumping. I'm hoping Tesla. Tesla is not dumping. I don't know. It's creating something. Meta is holding. Nvidia is holding. IWM is cycling. Vinny says, man, can we see IWM go down today, please? Is that what you want, guys? Shit. Everybody type in chat what you are personally hoping or wanting right now. Alright, everybody type in chat personally what you hoping or what you wanting That's IWM going lower, QQQ going higher, SPY flying or SPY going lower. Everybody just type in chat. Meta going lower, Meta going higher, whatever. Everybody type in chat so we can see everyone's hope factor. Hope calculations. Hope percentage calculations right now. Come on, man. Let's hit the thumbs up, folks, for morning algo as well. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for being here. Wind direction is south trying. The market is. Bulls got bounced from 5 minutes and they're getting dumped on again. People are saying I want a bloodbath. Really? Flan said IWM to Hades, really? Amit says Tesla lower. Okay. Alright. Alright. Where's SPX going? Let's find out. Let's find out. Man. Divergence is cleared into 10 a.m. Divergence is cleared into 10 a.m. Wind direction was south for 30 minutes. Let's see what happens at this floor. I will send the SPX put to call ratio in a minute. Just give me 1 minute. Gotta draw the wind direction. LOD and HOD. Tesla actually dumping. Nvidia actually dumping. I like this. Divergence has cleared though. Setup has played out. No volume here on QQQ. Do it. Do it, man. The fucking ultimate. Now we lost about $3 on SPY right now. We lost about $4 on QQQ since market open. High of the day. 9:30 open at 6:19. Let's see if that reaches. Okay, small cycle. I don't want to say trying bullish. There's no volume. Let's see. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio. Let's wait a minute or two. Candle's just trying right now. Right. SPX put to call ratio is being sent right now. The chart is filled to the fucking wall with puts and calls. You need to look at the chart. There's a lot of calls that are under. There's a lot of fucking puts that are still out of the money as well. Like the whole entire wall is just filled to the wall with puts and calls is what I'm just trying to say. So you go look at the SPX put to call ratio, you make your own decision, make your own analysis. There you go. SPX put to call ratio is posted at 10:01. It looks like they're going lower in the 330. I really wanted a little bigger bounce so I could short again, but like, I don't want to short right now, and the MACD RSI is oversold. There's going to be a spike candle maybe, and things are going to get so oversold, and then it might do something. But yeah, I don't want to chase this shit. They're going south again where it looks like, but yeah. It's a little finicky with this being down there, the volume being like that. There's a lot of hoping going on the volume right now. Oh, what a pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump. And people were making fun of the fact that, you know, oh, they're going to kill all the zero DTs yesterday and they're going to do this shit today, right? It's not a fucking joke. Like, literally, look at the fucking day after. It's crazy. Not a joke. They destroy all the zero DT puts intraday in one day, and then once it expires, and then the next day, everything reset, just fucking go. Once the entire move has been played out to the entirety. To the fucking max entirety. Not even from here reject, not even from here reject, but like the max fucking max. Until 3:45, like, oh my god. That was the sickest shit ever yesterday. Fucking held it until 3:45, and then in 15 minutes pulled back like $1.50, and then started the little push lower, and then they pumped it up into pre-market, and then they used that little push lower to go down a tiny bit. A tiny bit. We literally went from 6,853 somewhere to 60 points to, actually, it's not, depends on when you got in, I guess, right? From up top, that was a decent amount. From maybe here, it was like a little bit. From, you know, really depends on which part of the setup and cycle they got in at. Yeah, but yeah. 950 LOD, 930 HOD. On IWM as well. A little 1 minute gap is coming in. On IWM. Let's see what happens with this as well. The 1 minute gap. Yeah, look at that fucking bait trap chase candle, and then the MACD slowly doing its thing. It's not even the best momentous movements here. It's just candle moving, candle doing shit, and MACD slowly catching up, honestly. No cycle confirmation has been formed. It's just the candles are. Actually, maybe, but finicky. Algo range created at the floor, and they're doing this shit, so it's finicky as hell. I actually want to show. I'm not gonna say it until they show full on anything. Cycle being created. The market's so dangerous, right? It's very, very, like, there's a fine line from being patient and waiting and deducting. There's a fine line from being impatient and literally being speculative 15 seconds before the movement comes. So best thing is to literally be patient. Let the moment come. Let the deductible momentous movement come. Let the setup form. And once the setup has formed and it's playing out, is the best, but it's very hard to tell when that is, right? Because it's literally, trying to get people to think, oh, this is the setup, this is not, and then you just got to do. And there might be a setup here now that the MACD and the RSI has been bought back to actually go lower. But I mean, I don't want to take another chance in the 3/3. I actually did want to take a bounce lower, but I mean, I honestly have a big stake in Tesla right now. That's why I don't really give a shit. I want Tesla to fucking go break yesterday's low, and then I'll be happy. And I don't care about nothing else. Somewhere in the gray box is what I really want. But at this point, I don't want to add to Tesla. I'm literally in for fucking 12 or 11K or 10K. SPX is going, but this is a little money. I don't want to play with big money in the 3/3. I'm hoping the market goes lower. That's all I was saying. I want Tesla to fucking dump here. I want Tesla to go to somewhere here. 442 is the most craziest shit ever, saying that shit from 454. So we'll see, dude. Look at the fucking Tesla dump. Right? I literally said Tesla dumping at 954, and it really didn't look like it was dumping. It actually looked like it was gonna fucking pump. And then Tesla dumped at 954 after. Post 954, it lost literally $10. So fucking crazy, but that's the market. The market literally hovers and waits, and then it fucking catches up. Sometimes with IWM, SPX, QQQ, sometimes with big name stocks like this, they catch up to the indexes. Do you only buy puts? No, I don't just buy random shit in setup though. Well, I mean, once I miss the move, I'm not gonna sit there and chase on it. Like that IWM shit moving up like 7 point something percent. Like, I missed it on Monday. I'm not gonna fucking chase that shit into Thursday, Wednesday, Friday. Like, I have certain rules. I don't play in the 3/3, but people don't even know or realize what setup sort the 3/3 is. So that's the most dangerous shit. But yeah, it's the most, like, this shit has a higher probability once it's going. Once the move is done and they're cycling and channeling, the risk gets 3 or 4 or 6 times even riskier and riskier and riskier, because this is literally 3/3 cycle creating, blah blah blah, pivot point trading. But people can't do all that calculation. They just go off on candles and say, oh, why aren't we longing? Oh, it looks like we're at the floor. Why aren't we doing? And it's just like, bro, they have no understanding of pivot point trading, where the floor is, where the roof is, what we are doing, how we're doing what, and it's just, yeah. There's no way I'm playing long here. Why? This is the fucking 3/3. We're chopping. Maybe the only time I could have played long was maybe here on this breakout to here. That shit sounds crazy, but I mean, it is what it is. Or maybe here, this to here. But I didn't. Why? Because the risk is fucking crazy. Risk is absolute crazy. No volume. Could dump at any moment. We're pumping to wherever. Long to where? Next week? Long to where? I mean, every single person that's been longing since last week got crushed. Every single person that's been shorting since last week into this week or next week got crushed. So people are bearish. People are bullish. I don't careish. I am cyclish. People call me perma bear. People call me perma bull. I don't give a fuck. I care about the green in my account and the gold in my account. So at the end of the day, as long as I can make money and I leave in profit and I can take the money out at some point when I'm up, at the end of the day, then I'm up. I ain't down. So yeah, gotta love what you gotta do. That's all I'm saying. Whether you are someone that is only looking to go long, only looking to go short, I'm just saying you're gonna get fucked at one point. But all I am saying is you need to have a deep understanding of what you are understanding, whether that's towards anything, and then not be biased, whether that's bearish or biased or bullish or biased, and then actually call setups for what it is, right? Whether that's weekly or daily or intraday, and then do good. right? There's a lot of YouTubers out there that are like, oh, bullish, oh, we're bullish, 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 and then the market drops, and they're like, oh, now we're sideways, oh, now we're bearish, and then when it's when they say that, it fucking bounces like crazy. So all I'm saying is, you check and you do your own analysis and make sure you are a part of the early and the, you know, the innovators, right, and the adapters and the early adapters instead of the laggards and instead of the retail noobs and instead of the late chasers, whether that's bulls or bears. Because at some point or another, whether the prices may go higher or higher or higher, and it gets you really, really happy on the bull side, or the prices go lower and lower and lower, and it gets you really, really happy on the bear side, at some point or another, it's going to flip into 3/3 and it's going to completely fuck you up. And the mentality, if you don't have that awareness and the mentality, you're not going to be able to catch that and you're going to get fucked completely on, especially 1, 2, 3, 0 DTEs, because that is the game now. So, you know what I'm saying? The market like in one day, one wrong mistake, people 95% port their whole entire account on one fucking day and then they get fucked. You know what I'm saying? That is literally what the market is looking for, wanting, and it's doing. So, if you are doing that on purpose, you know what I mean, at a certain degree, you got to understand it's dangerous as shit, and that's what everybody doing. But I mean, dude, that's not what fucking institutional hedge funds are doing. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care about no Furu Guru Furuji bullshit, right? No scam bullshit online, right? You don't put in 100 fucking contracts or 1,000 fucking or $1 million or whatever the fuck it is at every single goddamn point of the moment, whether that's long or short, and do the same fucking thing and then see if the shit sticks at the wall. That's the most brain dead shit ever, because at some point or another, you gonna get fucking clapped, clapped, and that fucking 90K is gonna get chopped down to 35K in 15 minutes or less. So yeah, it's literally what it is. But I mean, some people really believe in that bullshit and then say, oh yeah, that's true, oh yeah, blah blah blah. But dude, if the guy has a 15%, 50% probability of winning and you're doing that on every single trade, that's fucking paper. You're not gonna make it out anywhere. That's fucking paper trading at best. Paper trading at best, son. These old ass people that are 20, 20 years older than me, 30 years older than me, all believe in that fake ass shit. So, I mean, truly crazy. But I mean, it's been like this since December, right? People just come. There's many new people that believe in shit that they don't even really test or do themselves. But it's just literally based on what they hear, what they see, what the guy's telling them, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I was in this and you didn't catch it, so, But dude, it's just none of that. Whether you can see the chart live and you deduct it before it happens, or you are not able to see the chart, you don't see what happens, and you just say, oh, the candle is bullish, or the candle is bearish, or the candle is bullish, and the candle is bearish, and the candle is bullish, and the candle is bearish, and the candle is bullish, and the candle is bearish. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about none of that scam shit, bro. Oh my god! I'm fucking energized today. Let's drop Tesla to the floor today. I'm fucking feeling it. I'm rocking it. IWM is flying it. Look at this crazy ass shit. IWM is flying it, and the market is dropping it because Nvidia is dropping it, Tesla is dropping it, Meta is pooping it, doing nothing. IWM is flying right now. Make this shit make sense, right? How hard is the market? How dangerous is the market? It does different things at different times. If people don't even have algo ranges marked, if people don't even look at IWM, Tesla at different times, different things, how are you going to say you're looking at the market? You're not. They're just looking at candles. That's all it is. You call that a candle trader, bro. That's all it is. Be real with yourself, man. No fucking hate bullshit. This is literally reality. Whether people hate it or not, it doesn't matter. It's reality. Candle trading. Over there. Alright. SPX put to call ratio is being set right now. Let's have a full awareness of what's going on. There's a divergence at the floor. Not gonna lie, these candles are looking atrocious because 1 minute ago it did not look bullish and now it's looking bullish off this candle. So all the puts are under, all the 0DT puts that were printing earlier are under. I'm sending the SPX put call right now. That is what it's showing in this one single candle move. All right, all calls have literally left. 50% of them in 20 minutes since 10:01 to 10:17. All right, a little bit of bullishness coming, yeah. All calls literally left from 10 to 10:17. And now on this candle, maybe coming back in, but yeah, this is not the best. It is slightly. It looks like a almost castle pattern, bro. Wow. HOD broke on IWM into 1020. Dude, the best scalper in the world has a setup of 1K, 2K, and 3K. Nobody in the world, no retail trader is fucking trading 100K, 200K every single place, every single different setup, every single different cycle of the market, and fucking making out with that, dude. Nobody. Nobody is doing that. That's real. I don't know who needs to hear that, but I mean that's the reality. Oh my god. Why the fuck does the best trader in the world, Fabian Adrian or Adrian Fabian, he's not even the best trader. He's just calling himself the best trader in the world on YouTube. And a lot of people are making videos with him, but like he literally has a setup of 1K, 2K, and 3K. And his account is 250,000 or something dollars. Like he has a lot of money. Why the fuck would he do 1K, 2K, and 3K and he does futures, bro? Like, what a fucking joke. Like people, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck do you mean you gonna throw in like, bro, what? One wrong move, you lose fucking 50,000, 35,000 real US dollars, and you talking about you gonna scam fucking 35 more people in 2 months' time, get that shit back, and shut the fuck up, bro, brain dead. Oh my god. It's like literally scamming people and then hoping to God they can make one good play with that and then put, like, I don't know. Oh my god. Now I'm like this too because, dude, I know the hard pain. I know the hard fucking pain of growing an actual account. Like,
we have all.
I don't understand how anyone thinks that fake hedge fund shit is cool.
When an emergency strikes.
Let's get the opening bell on the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. The big board, it's New America Acquisition Corp, celebrating an IPO at the NASDAQ. The Save HIV funding campaign marking World AIDS Day. As Jim will settle in here in the mid-6800s. We didn't mention jobless claims. Who knows if it's a holiday week kind of quirk,
but I just continue to think that you're on a course for multiple rate cuts, and in the end, when you have multiple rate cuts, you don't necessarily have to go to tech. You can go to all sorts of other industries. That's one of the reasons why I like the drugs, because people think you need multiple rate cuts because the economy's weak, so you buy drugs. I like the transports because people think we're going to get rate cuts, with transports accelerating that. I like
look at how crazy they flip it though. Like, look at this shit, bro. 950, when was 950? 950 was down here, and IWM went up crazy since 950. Broke yesterday's high, like in bear trapping. Like, what the shit? Oh my god, it's a complete 180. Complete 180 IWM, trying bullish.
2%. Let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, we are almost through the first week of December. Broad strokes, what's your take across markets?
Yeah, I would say obviously we had a really strong day yesterday. If you're looking at the broadening out trade, technology definitely was the laggard, but this market is really not seeing a rotation out of equities and going into cash. It's really kind of that last dash for the end of the year for a lot of institutional traders. So when technology is lagging or communication services is lagging, they're looking at other areas of the market. Energy performed really well yesterday. If you're looking even at the healthcare space with the insurance companies,
I don't know where it's going to, but IWM is literally.
And once again, I mean, this is kind of that rotation trade, but what I will say, Diane, and I hate dampening this type of move that we had yesterday, we're still actually in a range that we've been developing for the last 4 or 5 trading sessions here, and that range for the S&P 500 right now sits at around 67.90 to the downside and around 68.50 to the upside here. So if you're a bull, you really want to kind of move a little bit more aggressively to the upside, try to recapture that 68.75-ish area. That's going to break that lower high type of scenario that we have for this particular pullback. That's
literally what the market wants you to do. Look at that. They want you to go bull and bear. Like, it's literally fucking everyone's getting killed. Bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bear. Like, why would you only have to go long?
Gives you a little bit more confidence that the market can move a little bit higher here. And I think the broadening out trade, as we do have this rotation, does actually help that for a little bit here. At least
look how fucking dangerous. Like, anybody that went long here, hoping on anything, 1DT, 2DT, and it was reasonable to hope on anything, got killed. Anyone that hoped on going lower, 1DT, 2DT, 1 weekly, got killed.
Like, now volatility is also coming in a little bit, sitting at around 16, so you're implying about a 1% move to the market to the upside or downside. Keep your eye on volatility this morning. I think if you do see a market where volatility is up and equities are up, that probably will signal the fact that maybe we start seeing a little bit more protection or hedging being placed in the market. You can see that with the options flows today. So overall, it was a great day. I like to see that rotation trade still in effect here, but once again, you don't want to stall out here too much because we could be looking for a pullback here, especially with that Fed meeting coming up, where we could have a hawkish cut, and that could actually pull markets to the downside.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about the lay of the land when it comes to President Trump's cabinet and beyond, essentially. So we've been across this Bloomberg report where Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's name is now being floated for another. He's going to have a couple jobs. There was a push for President Trump, or President Trump was urging, it seemed like before, the Treasury Secretary to take the job at the top of the Fed, but he doesn't want that job. So what's your take when you look across this one?
Yeah, so you are seeing the reports coming out from Bloomberg that we could potentially see Scott Bessent taking up the National Economic Council director role here if Kevin Hassett actually does get picked for the Fed. Now, this is not outside of the norm when it comes to this administration. There are multiple people that actually are the head of multiple different departments or roles within the administration here, so not outside of the norm. This also allows the cohesiveness when it comes to the economic policy for the Trump administration. Look, the market is already pricing in that Hassett's going to be the person that's going to be picked for the Fed. It seems like there's probably going to be enough support within the Senate to confirm him here, and you're just looking for these readjustments elsewhere in the administration here. Now, the National Economic Council director position does not actually have to be affirmed by Congress, so he could put whoever he would like there. But once again, it does appear that he does like the production and the role that Scott Bessent is doing right now, and it seems like if he's not going to take on the Fed, he's going to take on more roles within the administration, and rightfully so. It seems like the market is okay with that, at least for now.
That went to 3.4K.
Okay, let's get into some of the earnings that you're across. Snowflake, those shares under pressure in the free market, and the take that I'm seeing that, listen, there was a high bar going into this. What are some of your takeaways here?
High bar going into this, and then also you are seeing their guidance moving forward. Margins on a non-GAAP basis are decelerating, or at least in the near term, and I think that's also a concern for the market here. The company did actually beat the top line revenue mark, coming in at $1.21 billion. Street was looking for $1.18 billion. And the adjusted earnings per share came in at 35 cents. Street was looking for 31 cents. Product revenue also grew by 29% on a year-over-year basis. Their guidance moving forward, once again, both top bottom line above the Street's expectations, but the margin is a little bit of a big concern there. And you wanted to see maybe a little bit more of an aggressive guide on the revenue front in order to compensate for the cut in margins that they are guiding for moving forward. That just was not the case. So you are seeing the shares moving back here a tad bit. bit. Now, Snowflake has actually had a phenomenal job, done a phenomenal job this year when you're looking at price appreciation. So a pullback is not outside of the norm here. Once again, getting some of that froth out of the market. But I think that's really where the market is kind of focusing on or analyzing right now. It's the fact that you are seeing maybe a deceleration in that non-GAAP operating margins number that they did guide for. And rightfully so, you are seeing the market kind of pull back here a tad bit when it comes to this name to try to readjust for those fundamentals.
Okay, let's get into as well Salesforce. Now, Salesforce, I wonder if the bar was lower going into this, or is it just that we're finally starting to see, because shares moving a little bit higher in the pre-market here, finally trying to see some kind of payoff for patient investors in this one.
Yeah, you are seeing the shares up about 1.4%. Wow. Now, this was a very low bar coming into this report, but I think the guidance is really what's kind of putting this over the top, at least for now. The company has been known to guide at a single high-digit revenue growth on a year-over-year basis. Now their guidance is for low double-digit growth, which is really where the market wants to start seeing this company kind of move towards. Revenue came in at $10.26 billion, slightly below the street's expectations of $10.27 billion, but once again, at the end of the day, not that big of a miss here. The adjusted earnings per share did also beat. They also completed $3.8 billion worth of buybacks within the quarter as well, which is also going to synthetically improve the stock's performance. Now, their guidance moving forward, looking for fiscal year 2026, revenue guidance between $41.45 billion and $41.55 billion. That is actually higher than what they previously reported here. They are seeing an uptick when it comes to agent force adoption. The ARR nearly hit around $1.4 billion there, and then also an increase of 114% on a year-over-year basis. So they are seeing an uptick when it comes to the product adoption. This is a company that also has expanded their portfolio in an inorganic manner. A lot of acquisitions. That has also been a cause of concern for a lot of investors, but they are starting to make some meaningful adjustments and some meaningful commentary when it comes to those acquisitions, and then also looking for efficiencies in-house in order to backstop margins here. So overall, it's actually a pretty decent report. I'm actually surprised that you're not seeing the stock a little bit more, higher. We did see an initial reaction up to $260. It has pulled back here a tad bit. But let's see how the market actually reacts as the equity market opens here, and if some buyers really do kind of step in. It's really a stock that's been trading under its 200-day moving average for almost a year now.
I don't even care. I didn't leave at that big red down there, bro. I'm so fucking happy.
Getting a little bit more enthusiastic around this name.
I left at the candle was
being a bit prophetic, because as you speak, it's starting to tick higher, so it's a little bit more than 2% higher right now. I want to circle back to your S&P 500 levels. You kind of indicated, I think, what you're looking for, especially what bulls want to see, because you mentioned the range that we've been in. So let's talk about the levels that you're looking for today. What are you looking for to the upside and downside today?
Yeah, to the upside, 68.85. To the downside, 6,800 still going to be the main area of support that's been able to hold here. Buyers have stepped in. So let's see how this market kind of pans out here. You know, it kind of just depends on how you want to see this market develop, Diane. Do you want to see it concentrated in tech and communication services to push the S&P 500 higher, or are you looking for alpha in other areas? And I think if you look at these other areas, these other sectors and industries, some of the performance yesterday was really remarkable here. So once again, I think it's a mad dash for a lot of these institutional investors to try to get close to their benchmark moving forward the end of the year.
News of the day.
Absolutely. All right. That is Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent. Thank you, KG, for the setup today and the deep dive into the lay of the land at the top of the heap in terms of the White House.
What a cycle on IWM. What a cycle on IWM, man.
We have 2%. Let's bring in Kevin. We have our CBOE pre-bell playbook. Kevin Hanks is live there every day for us, telling us what folks are really looking at. And today, I know jobs are definitely a key discussion this morning. Hi, Kevin.
Good morning, Nicole. Yes, we got two job numbers today. One we look at every week, one we look at a little bit less. First, the Challenger job cut. Remember, we made big headlines from this last month because it was such a big number of 153,000. Well, that number dropped down to 71,321. These are corporate layoffs. And during the period, they said it was based on a lot of restructuring. Remember, Verizon announced layoffs during this period. So still a big number, but only less than half of what it was a month ago, Nicole. Then at 8:30 Eastern, we got jobless claims. And remember, we've been looking at the ADP numbers that were a little weaker, but jobless claims, incredibly, historically strong number for jobless claims, 191,000 first-time filers for unemployment insurance. So that leaves a lot of people scratching their head trying to figure out exactly what the labor market is doing right now. So we're getting no new jobs, but no layoffs either. So, yeah, I think economists trying to figure out exactly how this labor market is going to play out. So interesting data that we got. Corporate layoffs, yes, but no, very low, historically low filers for unemployment insurance. Nicole?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty unbelievable because I actually heard one person say today, if you're looking at the unemployment rate at 4.4, it's probably more 4.7 or 4.8. And this definitely gives some room to the Fed to make this cut for sure next week. But what happens after that? You know, tell me what we're looking at when it comes to the Fed.
Well, I think now the Fed is, you know, we're looking at next Tuesday and Wednesday is the meeting. So the Fed is in the quiet period. There's very little, if any, Fed speakers out there. Michelle Bowman can speak because she's got a different role, but pretty much the Fed is in their quiet period. So the question is, based on everything we're seeing from the labor market, it looks like a very high percentage. I never say 100, I never say 0, but it's a very high probability that the Fed is going to cut rate by 25 basis points next week. Now, that's the one thing, right? That's the thing where we pretty much know for sure is going to happen. But how does Jerome
I said in the WhatsApp
Powell
group, a huge algo range created.
The future going
market is
forward?
now deciding
Is
what
it
to
a
do here
hawkish
at the
cut?
midday.
Maybe it
into the
shouldn't
midday,
be
taking
with a
its
labor
time.
market that seems to be weakening.
Creating
it
cycles
shouldn't be
and
a
creating
hawkish cut, but if
more
it
bulls
is,
and bears
the market
using
probably
candles.
won't like that. Will it be a dovish cut? Will he
Before
lead to
they even
more
decide what to do,
cuts
I think
early
people
next
that are
year?
impatient are going to
That's
go long
the
and
question
short here, and
going
they may
into
get
next
chopped a
week.
little
Remember,
bit,
we're going to
going
get,
up and down,
it's
and then
December.
the
We
deductible
should
moment
get a
might
summary
come.
of economic projections.
Look at how
That'll
fast
be
the
another
deductible
interesting
moment
because
is,
that
dude. Look
gives
at
you
this shit.
what the
I literally
overall
went in
Fed
at
is
this
doing.
candle
Are
somewhere
there going
here,
to be
and the
dissenters?
deductible moment is
Probably
literally
yes,
in 1,
right?
2,
How
3
many
minutes,
dissenters
2
though? So
minutes, that's
next
done.
week could be a really
You know what I mean?
interesting week
I
for the
literally
markets
left
because
here.
it's probably
Why?
going to be a
Because the
volatile meeting,
1/3, 2/3.
and Jerome
That shit in
Powell's
fucking
comments will be
literally
so
2 seconds
vital
went
to
fucking
the
way
markets
more,
going
but
forward.
like I was feeling FOMO, but I
Yeah,
was feeling happy.
understood.
Why?
I mean, when we
'Cause I
think
got
about
the
who's going to
exit
be the
in literally
leader
a
going
3/3
forward, I
bigger
mean, are we
cycle
still
morning,
here,
1/3, 2/3,
you know,
3/3.
looking at Kevin
Super
Hassett?
fast as shit when LOD broke.
Yeah. Well, the betting markets are saying now there's a 74% chance of Kevin Hassett. So he's clearly
shit happens way
stepped
more
up
faster
into
than
the
here
lead
because
there.
this is the
Kevin
3/3
Warsh is another one who's in
cycle
second
and
place, but he's
creating.
kind of distant. Listen, I think if the choice starts with Kevin, the U.S. is in a pretty good spot. These are two brilliant economists, and both with a history, and both believe in lower interest rates. So President Trump's probably not going to announce it this year. Even though he says he has his pick, it's probably going to be early next year that he announces that pick. So
if somebody wants to learn something and they want to do something, they will learn and do something. Nobody in the world is going to tell them. Nobody in the world is going to be able to guide them or do anything for them, whether that's whatever that is they are thinking. Life works, but life doesn't actually work like that. It just looks like it works like that. Like nothing will ever change. You'll be the same no matter how long time passes. IWM going higher.
But rolling back Biden-era fuel economy standards, Phil LeBeau joins us now with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
It's okay
Phil.
because this is literally how the market is.
Thank you,
the majority
Andrew.
is supposed
Secretary,
to be.
thank you for having us here in the office.
Welcome
no
to
less.
DOT.
Let's talk about the announcement yesterday. A dramatic cut in terms of fuel economy, miles per gallon. I think by 2031, the current standard under the Biden administration, 51 miles per gallon. You guys are saying, nope, 34 and a half. That's almost a 40% cut by 2031. Critics are looking at this and saying, why not just do it a little more gradually? And why did you go too far?
Well, so no, the last administration went too far. So the law was very clear. This is about combustion engines. And so the Biden-Buttigieg administration, they calculated EVs, they calculated hybrids in the calculus, and so they gave you a standard that a combustion engine could never meet. And so we brought it back to what the law actually says we should do, looking at combustion engines, making slow, gradual increases in efficiency. The problem was, as you had the car makers, they were investing billions in technology to try to meet a standard that was never attainable. So it was driving up the cost of a car. And then if they didn't meet the standard, they had to buy carbon credits or efficiency credits. The big beautiful bill took those away. But this is real savings for the American family, bringing down the cost of a car. And I think bringing more freedom and choice to the consumers, because car companies are going to make cars that the consumers want to buy.
The cynic will look at this and say, yes, the automakers will save about $109 billion. That's your guys' estimate.
The realists get that, and the realists
fantastic for the automakers. Comes out to about $1,000 per car, theoretically, that should be saved for consumers.
Bull's turn.
You and I both know it's tough to say prices will go down. Do you honestly believe that the auto industry will lower their prices?
Listen, the auto industry is very competitive, right? We see that. We see offers all the time, whether it's on interest rates or on incentives to buy. Yeah, listen, this is market driven, and so yeah, lower prices mean more sales. And by the way, if we bring prices down and we get newer cars on American roads, newer cars are way safer. We save lives with these new cars, which is fantastic. So no, and also I think if you're building a car, developing a car that Joe Biden or Pete Buttigieg wanted you to build, that's different than market demand. I want the market to decide what kind of EV I should offer. What kind of vehicles do the American consumers want to buy? This rule will actually allow you to bring back the 1970s station wagon, maybe a little wood paneling on the side, Phil. We can bring back toys to consumers. So yeah, the minivan's awesome, but maybe the station wagon is cool too.
But the average price paid for a new vehicle right now, just under $50,000.
Right, it's gone up.
Do you expect that to truly come down, let's say, by $1,000, $2,000?
Bye-bye.
Well, I know it's not going to go up by $1,000 or $2,000.
20 or 40 people that left.
Yeah, I'm hopeful they come down. But if you look at the auto market, yeah, number one, big beautiful bill says you can write off your interest payments. That's a great benefit for the consumer.
I'm dead
Donald
serious.
Trump is
I
done
hope
with
they
energy,
never
American
come
energy
back,
dominance,
please, man.
bringing down fuel prices.
25,
just in Wisconsin
35,
yesterday,
40 people
a gallon of gas was $2.45 a gallon.
National average is under $3 now.
It's remarkable. And so, again, we're making small wins for the American consumer. The other administration was making small wins or small failures for the American consumer. So don't you want us to go in the right direction? Hey, listen, if I'm going to buy a car, is $1,000 meaningful to me? Hell yes, it's meaningful. So let's not say that the $109 billion and $1,000 per car for the consumer isn't a big deal. I'm happy with that. Let's go further. But this is a great start.
Sean, I know Andrew's got a question for you. Andrew?
Mr. Secretary, I spoke to Mary Barra, CEO of GM, yesterday, and I wanted to show you a clip from that conversation and get your reaction to it, because I think this is something that is confronting CEOs of all stripes in all sorts of industries, but particularly, obviously, in the auto industry. Take a look at what she had to say.
If you look at what the policies are of each administration, we can't be blind to those. We have to make the investments to get to where the regulatory environment they set. We've seen a complete change in that. One way, 180 degrees one way, 180 degrees back. That's the world CEOs of automakers are living in.
And Mr. Secretary, the question is, how do folks like Mary Barra avoid that? Which is to say, she was, all in on EVs, then she's slowing that down.
This is bullish
and it's really
control
been quite
from
dependent
10.25
on
to 10.40.
who's in office. And people are making these bets, effectively these investments, that really should be much longer term than 4 or 8 or 10 years.
Yeah, it's a great question. So you see there's a ping pong, Andrew, right? We're going from one Democratic administration, Republican administration, policies are changing, and it's hard if you're GM or you're Ford or Stellantis. Huge problem. However, I think my job is to say, well, what does the law say? And the law says you can't take into the calculus EVs. You can't take hybrids into the calculus when you're going to set a fuel efficiency standard, which is what Biden and Buttigieg did. So let's follow the law. Let's set a reasonable standard, which is what we've done. And I think Mary would tell you, listen, if America wants to buy EV cars, GM is going to make EV cars, and Americans are going to buy them.
The market deciding with a lot of fucking people and a lot of shit, basically, bulls and bears.
They actually want to buy a different kind of car than Joe Biden wanted them to buy. So Donald Trump has said, let's bring freedom back. Let's let the consumer choose what vehicle works for them. And again, if you live in a city, an EV is great. But if you live in northern Wisconsin, where I come from, they don't work. It's cold and it's rural. So let me choose the vehicle that works for me. And by the way, at the same time, if I can bring the price of that vehicle down, the American consumer is a winner. And so President Trump has, and I hear him talk about it publicly, and I hear him talk about it privately, he cares about how with the affordability for the American consumer. And he gets frustrated when we saw the inflation of the last administration, the price increases because of, say, fuel economy standards. There was no affordability. And he's actually working to make these products more affordable for the American consumer. Going so far, and I was just telling Phil this, with energy dominance and bringing gas prices down as well.
Mr. Secretary, just one follow-up, and it was something that Mary and I talked about yesterday as well, though. Clearly, this should help bring and make cars more affordable in the short term right now. There's a longer-term question about a world in which China is able to make EVs at materially cheaper prices than ours, in large part because they are subsidized too, and what that ultimately means globally for American automakers, whether if they're not investing in the same way in EVs for all sorts of reasons, whether 10 years from now we're going to look and say our automakers are living in a regional or domestic market.
IWM is bullish.
But is that my job at DOT or Donald Trump's job to force GM or Ford to invest in EVs? It's their job to look at the market and global demands. And if they see global demands for EVs are real, they should make those investments. But let's not force them to build cars that Americans don't want to buy in this country. We're not going to do that. And again, I think China loves the EV push because they control 90% of critical minerals. They have a corner on the market. Every car that's going to be sold is going to have Chinese parts in it and Chinese processed critical minerals in those cars. Listen, we have a lot of oil and gas here. We have so again, I think we should be responsive to global markets, but also to the American markets as well. And again, China wants this because China has a corner on.
Get what I'm saying here?
Let me ask you about something
that
came
people
up
in the 3/3.
The president says, I saw these microcars over in Asia. Why don't we have these here?
That is something you need to understand on your own, too.
We're not going to get into the technical parts of this, but
unless someone starts a
there
class
are reasons why we don't see those vehicles.
I guess this is why people start classes, because, like, honestly, there's no way people can see everything like this unless you literally experience it yourself. Right now, they're restricted by speed limits and safety features. Will you change that? I say it live on the live stream 24/7, bro. People just hate me because you're like, oh, you're a perma bear. And it's like, dude, like, how the fuck?
Clear on the deck. So listen, if there's a market for those vehicles,
you just gotta,
I want to give
there's something deeper that you have to literally experience yourself for a couple of months. I'm not talking about days here. I'm talking about a couple of months, a couple of weeks, so that you can be like, oh, what the shit? This is all whatever. Oh, I've been in this. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is all this. No matter if it's going higher or lower, so that you could be like, oh, this is oh shit, oh,
autonomous vehicles.
Yeah. There's so many things
expanding
in this
into
market,
more cities where they're going to start testing out their vehicles. They're already operational in 3 cities. Elon Musk has designs to do it as well. Would you like to see even more autonomous vehicles out on the road?
You know what I'm saying?
But what I want
I'm trying to say is,
again, this technology is coming.
Like
I want this
86% could be the number where it's like it doesn't count as being greedy, but then 1 more percent, 87%, it's like I'm being greedy and then the market trashes me because you're like 1 more percent. You know what I mean? Like, it's just anything could throw that number off. Is what I'm trying to say. All the factors that exist in this market try to get people to hope and be biased on everything.
I don't want to go too slow where I lose the innovation. I have to get it just right.
Ideas,
and we're trying to have the right pacing to make sure that this can develop here in America. What I don't want is to shut the industry down, have it be developed in China, and then all of a sudden we have Chinese autonomous technology coming to America, which is
it's only going up.
Security issue.
Oh, it's only going down.
Listen,
and then use that.
Let's make sure it's
literally just
quickly. We're heading into the holiday season.
Every single point of the market is like that. And why do we know this? Why do we say this? Because if you look at the market, every single 5 minute of the market is pointing somewhere.
So
this is the floor. This is the midpoint. This is the roof. This is the floor. They broke the roof. All right, new floor here. What is this? Showing the midpoint. All right, new floor. We went to the midpoint.
Thanksgiving,
new floor.
New
floor.
Places like Chicago.
This is the new floor. We went to the midpoint. We went to the midpoint to the what? To the new floor again. We went to the new floor. So this is the roof and the new floor. Where do we go from the roof to the new floor? The roof to the new floor went to boom to the midpoint.
Now,
where did we go from the midpoint?
We have to get from
the roof and the new floor from the midpoint went to the roof to make people roof hope. Now we are at the roof hope. Where do we go from the roof hope? Roof hope to the midpoint hope.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Very quickly, we're bringing in
all this shit takes months
and
months, years and years of time.
They demand it.
People do not want to put in hard effort. People do not want to put in time because all they want to see is just greens and be happy and all that. But all I'm saying is what I do here is provide reality. And the reality is everything above. It's not just candle based. You get what I'm saying? It's bearish right now. It's not just fucking candle based. This is bearish, higher time frame. Bearish. Alright, SPX5. This is bearish. If you look at this, they're going to trap all these bulls and they're going to fucking dump it off and they're going to go somewhere here and it's going to be flipped out or not. All this shit could be bull trap too and bear trap too. But all I'm saying is when things happen, I'm able to sit there and not be biased and I'm able to sit there and deduct because I'm looking at things for what they are. What they are is the MACD volume is being used right now and they are deciding right now to use it or not. This does not mean it's going to go right now. But I mean, I don't know. It's literally going to decide in the next 2-3 minutes, but people are going to sit there and hate on me because 1-2 minutes later, what they change is, that's not my fault, right? You got to have a control of your own opinions, your own ideas, and what's going on. I say everything that is deductible and that's possible and reasonable. Nothing else. All right. No Furuji shit. That's what I call it. That's all it is. Deciding what to do here. Look at the MACD and RSI. You should draw it yourself if you're not, so that you could practice it, because this is what I did over months. It's been 1 year now. December of 2024. I sat there and I said, fuck this shit. I'm going to change my life. All right, this was maybe August of 2023. I don't even remember. But now I remember it's been 1 full year of actually doing what I do. And people just think, oh yeah, I'm here for 2-3 days. Oh yeah, godly. Some people are. I hope you know that. Some people are. They've been here for literally a week. Coming for a week and they're golden for weeks on end. Good. They're prepared for that. They're deducting. They're prepared for that mentally. It's just, we are all at different stages of our lives. Some people care about some things. Some people don't. I don't want to say that's based on age. I really don't, right? That's being age biased, right? I'm not. I think that's based on psychology, your mentality, right? I think it doesn't matter about age. It's really about your mentality and your outlook on life and how you are. So, ain't no bullshitting out here, bro. I have no fucking interest in that. I don't give a shit if I'm 40, 50, 70 years old. I will never bullshit ever in my life. I'm going to always become a man or a woman or an old man or an old woman for myself. And I'm going to do good for myself, mentally and spiritually, so that people don't scam my ass. So that's what I preach on a fucking daily basis. Why? Because that's the only way you can navigate through the market, by being a man, a woman for yourself. Nothing else. Because, the market is literally, the market is for everyone to be a market, whatever they want to be in, man. It's up to them. This is not up to anyone else but yourself and the market. What made you watch the 2/3, 3/3? Because I would literally sit there and I would go long or I would go short and I would see my contracts get reverted on candles and I would sit there and hope. And I literally sat there and watched some videos like from David Goggins, talking about how you gotta do shit yourself when you want to get shit done. And I was like, bro, honestly, I'm putting myself through this shit, this bullshit, and I'm literally experiencing some bullshit because I'm putting myself through it. So if I'm gonna sit there and cry about something and bitch about something, then I might as well experience it, research it, do everything I can in my power to learn and be passionate about what I do. And that's what I do, and that's how I do, right? People are not passionate. People don't give a fuck enough. People do not care enough because they only care about money, 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 loot, 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 loot goblin, loot goblin. You know what I'm saying? We are all loot goblins. I'm a loot goblin too. You know what I'm saying? We are all primitive, all animals. But what we have to understand is that we are something. We are a part of something much more greater. We are capable of being so much smarter and growing every single day, and we are so goddamn capable as human beings to just do what you need to do. People don't give a shit about that, bro, but I care so much about this because this is how I am so successful in what I do for myself in trading. I don't care about none of that. I literally think it's something to do with, psychology. How with the majority just, it's just, dude. I say this because I feel like I'm talking back to myself in history, but dude, it is literally how it is. Just the majority of the world will never ever care and never even know what I'm saying, and only the 25%, the 15% of the population of the world that wants to, even know or even try themselves will ever even try for themselves for so long enough, for a year or half a year or whatever, for themselves to even know things for themselves. I think it could happen at any age. 19, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. I don't know at any age, but I mean at a certain age, you just come to a realization that it's just something to do with you, nothing else. Like your outlook and your responsibility in life, I guess, on yourself is what I call it. But yeah. And there's a lot of bulls, a lot of bears trapped, and the market is deciding what to do with everybody. That's what we said in the WhatsApp group like 20 minutes ago, and that's what they're truly doing. Right, I said that at 10:41. 10:41 was somewhere here at the tippity top. 10:41. Let's see the exact time of when I said 10:41 was literally the tippity top of this bullish cycle, and I said what? Huge algo range created at the floor, or sorry, 10:41. The market is deciding with a lot of people in a lot of shit, bears and bulls. And then at 10:47, I said, this is bearish, higher time frame on the SPX 5-minute. Let's see what happens with that. But this is what I mean by this. It could be bearish if it breaks this low of 1025. If it does not, and it bear traps everybody, then it's bullish, clearly. But the market is deciding what to do here. What do I mean by this? The market is deciding whether to break the floor, extend the cycle that we are in, or the market is deciding whether to bear trap everybody here, run it up, make a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, whether it is to break 930 or not. But that's what it could do. One possibility, break the roof. One possibility, stay somewhere here in between the two pivot points. Another possibility, we break the floor. Another possibility is we stay here. We don't even break the floor. There's many possibilities, of course. But what I am saying is, people don't even give a shit about the possibilities. All they give a shit about is just run, 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 run. All they give a shit about is just down, 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 down. How the fuck is that my fault? You get what I'm saying here? That they don't care about cycles. They don't care about time confirmation. They don't care about, I don't know, dude. Like, it's not my fucking fault. What I'm trying to do is for the best of everybody. Like, you gotta, I don't know what else you want me to do is what I'm trying to say. Like, love yourself, be yourself, know yourself. Say that every day. Know yourself, love yourself, be yourself. Know yourself, love yourself, be yourself. Know yourself, love yourself, be yourself. Know yourself, love yourself, and be yourself. Nothing will scare you in this world other than yourself and God. God has your back, and that's it. As long as God has my back, I'm fucking golden, dude. I'm so empowered to do whatever I need to fucking do to take care of myself and my loved ones and into the future. In the next 20, 30 years as I grow up, I'm fucking excited for myself. So honestly, dude, fuck all the haters and fuck all the people. I'm sorry. I'm being so negative now, bro. I'm just saying, love yourself, guys. Damn. Love yourself. Empower yourself. Only person that can save yourself is yourself. Yourself. Power is in yourself. Self-love, self-power, all that good shit. God damn. I'm sorry. I'm being hella negative, but you know what I'm saying? Like, to a degree, bro. People need to fucking, like, listen to that shit and, like, seriously be real with themselves because they do not care. They have to care about themselves, dude. This world is your world, yourself. Dude. What you think and what you do and how you act and what you think and what you do is literally what you will be. Case in point. You could be a fake ass, scammy ass person. And you could turn out to be like that, but you don't have to be. Case in point. QQQ going lower. IWM going higher. This is not even bearish. This is mixed. It looks bearish, looks bullish, looks bullish, looks bearish. This is literally Meta looks bearish, Nvidia looks bearish, and looking bearish to trap or look just everything. It's literally what it is actually doing is playing here in between this range. Why am I saying this? Because this spike candle, you could basically count that as like a market could go down here and then bounce and oh, bear trap. Market could literally be like, oh yeah, oh boom. Market could, that's all I'm saying. It's a little, this happens with FOMC candles, it happens with a lot of things, but it's just a spike. Marking a level to play with later or not, to test or not. Does not mean it's going to go later. It does not mean it's going to go now. It does not mean it's going to go tomorrow. It literally just means it's just something. Damn, man. This world is dangerous, though. I'll tell you that for sure. Doesn't matter if you're a fucking bull, bear, perma bull. I'll tell you right now, the world is so dangerous. On speculative thinking. That type of thinking. I want no part of it. I like to call myself a deductor. It's basically 2020, the roaring 20s. I call this shit the 1920s, but like in our time, the roaring 20s, but into 2020s. And right now, it's basically the deductors versus the speculators. That's all I think about. While I sleep, while I dream, while anything. That's all I think about, or literally all I do. I really hate when people are like bull and bear. I use the word too. I'm not gonna lie. I have to use the word bull and bear, right? Because the market goes up or down. What else are you gonna say? Up or down? You know what I mean? Green or red? So that's why I used it too. But obviously, like, I hate it. Like the idea of it. This is crazy fighting. Crazy fighting. Because it's like feeding into the ideology, you know what I mean? And like we're becoming a part of the thing, but like it's okay to be a part of the market and it's okay to be a part of it. It's just you have to have an understanding and a cautious thought ideological approach of it, if that makes sense. And there's a very fine line, right? Between hoping and deducting and all day, blah blah blah. And there's a very fine line in between everything. But this is why people say, oh, trading no matter what is to a degree, to a degree gambling. Yes, but like it's also higher probability based gambling for smart money deductors if you think about it. You know what I mean? In a way. Like it's, of course, anything you do could obviously go wrong, but it's like, this is what my mentor said. When things go wrong in the market, there's either three things that is wrong. Either one, you are just in the wrong probability and it's going against you and you can just, take a loss and leave. Or two, it's a human psychologically based wrong approach, and you're just being biased or whatever. Or three, it's like I don't know what the other third, it was like a process based something, you know what I mean? But like, once you really sit there and really think about what, why, how it's going wrong, where, when, how, you start to realize what I'm saying. All this shit with the time, the cycle time, confirmation, all that. You start to realize it's like oh, I'm being too greedy. Oh, I'm being too biased. That's a human psychological problem. Oh, I didn't leave at 10:25. Oh, time is 10:25 here, but it reverted at 10:23. That's a process problem, right? Oh, you know what I'm saying here? Like, there's literally always, it's out of three things. But what people don't realize is they just don't realize any of that. They just care about, oh, I'm so green. Oh, I'm so red today. Damn, I'm feeling so happy. They forget about it tomorrow. Oh, I'm so red today. Oh, I'm so green today. Oh, you know what I mean? They don't care about process of it now, which will lead them to do great later, more tomorrow too. Anybody can do great, of course, going up or down any day. Market could boom up, market could go down, get lucky or something. Anybody. But what is different with smart money deductors is that these people are deducting through the setup, through the time, through the probabilities, through the cycle confirmation, that is giving them the more higher probability, better risk to reward, better reasonable, better logical, and setup based, mechanical, systematic approach based things for them forever. I'm okay with that. I'll live like that. For real, for real. It will always be like this. It was like this for 300 years. It was like this for 100 years. And it will be like this for the next 20, for 100 years. And I have no care in being against that at all. I actually want to be
Live. It's time for the big picture. Let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab.
We've
got Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Schwab Center. Oh, Charles Schwab, and Mike Townsend, managing director, legislative and regulatory affairs at Charles Schwab.
Big time.
Joe, let's just get to you first. Let's start with some of this data that we've been chewing on this week, because of course, no doubt this very much feeds into what the Fed is thinking come next week. What are your takeaways?
Yeah, the jobs data is mixed, and I think that's kind of expected, just because of the delays on some that we've seen. But then we've got private data coming with public data at the same time, so it's a little bit of a hot mess. But what we're seeing is this: we're seeing as the government's gone back to work, and we're starting to see government employees come back. Some of the layoffs have started to lessen, but at the same time, we did see initial claims decrease by 27,000 down to 191,000. But we're still seeing layoffs up 24% year over year, and that's from the Challenger Gray Christmas report. So a little bit of conflicting data there. I think what it says is that you're looking at a job market where there's not a lot of demand and there's not a lot of supply. I mean, there's a bit of an equilibrium there. And as we're heading into the end of the year, I think that's something that the Fed's going to take into account. I think that's something that the futures markets have already taken into account as we've seen the economy slow. But I don't think we're by any means at a snail's pace. There's still expansion in this economy. It's just a bit of an equilibrium in the labor market. So I think you need to look a little bit beyond that for some other clues. We'll get the PCE data on Friday. The problem is that PCE data is...
I did a 2-minute scalp. 2.2K announced in the WhatsApp group at 11:03, and I'm out. 2 minutes, 11:05, $2,722, 6,840 SPX puts, and I am done. I'm in Tesla into next week. I'm wanting this shit to drop, but I need to be patient here on Tesla. SPY and QQQ is most likely going to go break the LOD, but I don't give a shit because I'm in Tesla. If the thing plays out, I'll be a huge profit, but I'm not going to go double dip down in the 3/3 because of all that bullshit. I'm scalping here. That was a 95% guaranteed momentous real directional move using SPX. What the fuck did I say, right? They're going to test the bottom of that, right? They might. I didn't say they're going to, but I said they might. Now they are, what? testing the bottom of that. Let's see if the market decides to bounce at the really bottom and then decide what to do, or if it decides to break the floor here. You will find out here. Okay. Oh, Jeff, why do you only go puts? Oh, Jeff, why do you only go puts? I don't know. Why the fuck do people only go calls? Ah, shit, you cycles, bro. Oh, man. You can do everything, man. Belief in self, basically. Man, they are bouncing from the bottom of it right now. So option 1 is playing out. All right, let's see if it's really going to happen here with a cycle confirmation. So for right now, I'm not saying this is exactly going to happen, but let's see. This is one of the other possibilities, right? There's like many possibilities. We could chop, 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 figure out, or we bounce here and then we do something, or we bounce fake. So I'm not saying it's going to happen right now, but as the market is building, wow, IW is going higher. And as the market is doing, I don't know how the shit they do this, but every single time they go lower on IWM, it just gets fucking pumped right back up. Like, what the fuck is it setting up for? Oh my god. And they used that spike down and they burned all the bears and then they burned all the bulls now, right? They spiked it up, spiked up. I literally said somewhere, I don't know if I said it here, but actually I might have said it here that they're going to spike and play. I don't know if I said it here because actually it looked bullish and it was bullish until here. So it looked bullish, spiked for 15-20 minutes and then played and then crushed them all to the LOD. So that is nasty if you've ever seen it. That is also giving all the bulls at the morning hope, right? And what do we say in the WhatsApp group? There's a lot of bulls hoping. There's a lot of bears. And there's a lot of bulls and bears in participation right now. And they're deciding what to do. And they cycled the fuck out of it. That's for fucking sure. They cycled the fuck out of it. Tesla is at 448 here. President is coming live today at 12 p.m. I have 445 into next week and 427.5. This is LOD, Hope LOD. Test the exact sense and bouncing from 11:05 into 11:10. I don't know if this bounce is going to be 5 minutes or not. Let's see. The volume is dog shit. We are bouncing off the the real floor. Ooh, we made a divergence at the floor on QQQ. That's not good for the bulls. The bulls are in danger here, long term, short term. Because of the divergence. because of the divergence at the floor. And they could go break that and clear the divergence at any time. They will most likely, is what I'm trying to say. The WhatsApp group. I said that. And it's most likely the truth. There's a LOD divergence on SPY and QQQ. That shit will clear at some point. It might not, but I mean, the chances are it's like a 85% probability that it will more likely than not. This shit means for smart money deductors that it is low-key dangerous for calls to think about something medium or longer term unless a cycle confirmation or a abnormal cycle confirmation or a weird ass push up says that we're going higher to bear trap, which is possible too. You know, you can't say nothing else, nothing possible. But all I'm saying is I would say the same shit if there's a divergence at the roof and they're trying to show a red candle or a rejection. I say the same thing, right? I say what? The bears are in danger here until a cycle confirmation, or sorry, the bears are in danger because the divergence at the roof says they can go up and break the roof at any time, right? That's what I say. So, not trying to be biased here. I'm just pointing out the truth. The truth is always the truth, whether it is beneficial to some or hurtful to hear for some. Doesn't really matter. The truth is always the truth. This is also 0DT cycling, no volume ink, no volume rejection ink. So what I mean, right, people could have been like, oh, when that red candle came, you said that, so you're bearish and they're going to break LOD now, but it's not breaking LOD, so I hate you. Sure, you could say that too, but I mean, to a degree, I'm saying at some point, that shit might. That could also be a bear trap right now, short term, medium term too. Bounce higher too, but I really couldn't tell you. This should bounce by sense. How the fuck do I know here? All I'm saying is they're literally playing here in this support, deciding what to do here. Maybe barcode, and then bounce up, or barcode, and then break. I don't know, but let's see. Now that we are at the bottom.
Shares are higher this morning after a report said the company is planning to meaningfully cut the resources devoted to its metaverse efforts, slashing budgets there by as much as 30% next year. Let's bring in Gil Luria, D.A. Davidson's head of technology research, for his take on this. So, Gil, how do you think about it in terms of magnitude of spending? The market's, added about $100 billion in market cap to Meta this morning in response.
Yeah, if they shut down the Reality Labs business, earnings would go up by about 25%.
Bulls are trying in the WhatsApp group. I low-key want to say if they break this high, bulls are more bullish than not, but I mean, there's a divergence at the floor, so it's
Mark
so
Zuckerberg
dangerous.
wants to own
Divergence
the
at
next
the floor literally
platform.
created 5 minutes ago
In his
too.
eyes will be a combination of glasses
It's not
and
even
goggles,
11:20, it's 11:15.
not a handset. And he doesn't want that to be owned by
So
Apple and
weird.
Google
The candles
anymore
coming in
because he has to pay them 30% off the top. That's why he's been investing so much over the years in Reality Labs. But what's happened is he's realized that AI is much further down the road than the shift to the hardware platform. So he would rather invest in winning in AI and building data centers to support his research and better frontier models and better chat than invest in the hardware platform, which may take longer to play out. That doesn't mean we're not going to get better Ray-Ban glasses and Oakleys and the display glasses. It just means that he needs to shift some of those resources to AI, because AI is incredibly competitive with Google, with OpenAI, with Anthropic, and to some extent with Amazon, Microsoft, and many Chinese players.
This is the first poll
so that's
of
what
the
he's
day.
Mm-hmm.
doing. He's moving chips
Will
from
we
Reality
go
Labs
to 6,852?
That would imply, though, that he's not going to let all the money fall to the bottom line, that they're not spending on metaverse, right? I mean, I know we don't know granular details here, but it would suggest that, essentially padding out the AI investment budget.
Just because people think does
well,
not
that's
mean
right. That's
shit,
why
right?
investors were disappointed when
go
they
above
reported
VWAP
the
and
quarter.
flip
They reported 25% top-line growth in the quarter, which, by the way, is almost twice as much as Google. It's faster than Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon. And the stock was down because they commented about increasing CapEx and operating expenses even faster than that next year, meaning lower margins and not as much earnings growth. So investors reacted badly to that. And as he's done in the past, he's realized that in order to keep the share price going up, he needs to moderate that. So he needs to move some resources from Reality Labs to AI so he can maintain margins into next year and can continue to grow earnings at the rate of revenue growth, which again is a very healthy revenue.
6852.
Wayfair's 3 ways to holiday your yard. First, start with twinkling lights. Next, bring
Ed, the consensus is that Jay Powell is considering maybe sticking around, keeping his governor chair, even though his chairmanship is going to end next year. But you actually think that he would leave running the central bank earlier than his term ends?
Yeah, Anne-Marie, I think the real question is that once you have a selection for chair, if the president has kind of nominated someone, if the Senate approves that indivial, and maybe look at kind of Steve Myron's term. It ends on January 31st. So there's going to be an open slot if it is Kevin Hassett. If the Senate has confirmed that the replacement, is that person the new chair? All of the conversations that we were having about will Trump fire Powell, one of the only ways that there was a consensus out there that you could potentially replace a chair is if the president has appointed and the Senate has confirmed a replacement. Now, Jay Powell's term would have ended earlier than May 15th if Biden hadn't delayed in renominating Powell in the first place. And so I think this is going to be the conversation that speeds up pretty quickly here is there going to be a 5-6 month lag between an appointment and a confirmation? I don't think that the Trump administration is going to be okay with that. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Senate to appoint and confirm that new chairman, trying to speed this up. Jay Powell can stay as a governor. His term goes until 2026. He'd be the first chairman since Eccles to do that. I still think that there'll be some kind of desire for him to step aside at some point. But I think the real question is, when does the chair actually get confirmed by the Senate?
So let's look at who potentially is going to become the chair. Obviously, right now, all arrows are pointing towards Kevin Hassett. I'm sure you've seen the reporting. I'd love to understand how you are reading these tea leaves. Do you think the bond market or minimum bond investors that the Treasury Department is talking to will get a vote?
I think what we will see is the market will always test a new Fed chair. What I have been viewing is, we got this leak about a week or so ago. The market reacted okay to that. Now a conversation about, Bessent could be the NEC chair. It's another trial balloon, Anne-Marie, to see whether or not there is a negative or kind of muted market reaction. The more muted the market reaction is to this drip, 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 the more chance and the higher probability it is that it is going to be Hassett. If there were kind of a big negative reaction, I think that could be what spooks President Trump and maybe pulls back. But I think that these stories that are coming out are only positive for his candidacy at this time.
Ed Mills of Raymond James, thank you so much. And I would ask Neela how much, from an economic perspective, rate cuts will actually do when it comes to dealing with some of these affordability issues, because we're talking about this as though it's a silver bullet. And I just wonder, is it that? Is it $2,000 checks? Is it something else? What exactly is going to do the trick?
You know, traditionally, the way that the Fed policy hit Main Street, including a rate cut, is through the housing market. And that, I think, it's agreeable. Housing has become expensive in the United States, and that channel for low-income households isn't there in the same way, especially for young people. We're seeing the average age of a homeowner creep up because it takes much more equity to put down on a house now than it used to. And rates are higher than we enjoyed in the early part of, or the late part of the 2000s. So we're having this conflation of demographics. There's a lot of people who want to buy and not enough housing stock. This is a chronic problem. So that channel is shut down. So to your question, one of the key channels of Fed policy into Main Street isn't really working that well. Now, there are other channels, there are other ways to get to that low-income, middle-income consumer, but it has to be much more deliberate than it has been in the past because we don't have the housing answer that is an easy story for wealth creation in the United States the way it was perhaps in the 90s.
You enter the financial market looking for a secure tomorrow, only to find unpredictability around every corner. That's why the wise investor turns to Assured Guarantee, because the municipal bonds we insure guarantee timely payment.
Slow on Tesla. 40 minutes until the president comes on.
Do you see this as a signal that the mood is changing and that national security is now the United States not having its technology sold internationally, not that U.S. technology will be allowed out of the U.S. into, say, China's hands?
Yeah, there's a very specific point of distinction of what the omission of that rulemaking in the GAIN Act provides for. The original proposal was that NVIDIA would have to prioritize American customers for the lead-edge chips over a potential export customer, which would, of course, caught China within that. You know, the pieces of news that came out of Jensen Huang's visits to DC yesterday were export controls have been discussed with the president, and we know because Jensen Huang went on a 2.5-hour Joe Rogan podcast that they talk regularly about this issue. They're also, and I'm interested in AMH's take on this, you know, there is very much a consciousness, particularly among Republican lawmakers, that they want, NVIDIA wants to be able to export to China, right? But the baseline assumption of this company is zero revenues from that market. The more interesting point here is,
but I'm talking
what
about
does China want?
Term, like maybe
you know, Jensen, in speaking to reporters, kind of acknowledged we don't even know that if we were permitted to export the technology, would China take it? And if you look at some of the Bloomberg reporting overnight, there is a clear signal that China isn't necessarily that interested in a deprecated American chip at this moment in time.
Well, yes, he's saying that China will not accept a degraded chip, Ed, but will they accept a high advanced chip? Which basically would mean the administration, to Lisa's point, having to do a little bit of reverse course when it comes to national security. Do you think Jensen Huang was able to get that point across in Washington, D.C.? This is his view that he's been lobbying.
Yeah, you know, clearly Jensen and NVIDIA are staying in close proximity to the administration, not just the administration, right? Congress, because that's going to be a factor. You know, but Jensen is also not foolish. You know, he literally said, we do not know what the state of play is and whether we'll be able to or not. We've talked a lot, AMH, about this spectrum of China hawkishness. At one end, you have the China hawks who say we must not sell this technology under any circumstances, with particular anxiety that China will use the technology for military purposes. But at the other end, and those close to the president advising him, there is a softer attitude, which is it is better to sell some sort of technology, but it must be deprecated to China than none at all, because that will create a vacuum if we sell none at all, a vacuum by which China's domestic players will occupy and then potentially move ahead of the United States. Again, another thing that simply Jensen Huang said to reporters overnight was America is still ahead, but be very clear about the threat and potential competition that China poses, which isn't new. He said that so many times.
Just quickly here, Ed, it does seem like Jensen Huang has had the lead position, the pole position when it comes to Washington, D.C. and influencing President Trump. It seems like Alphabet's AI chips are gaining ground when it comes to the rest of the universe. How do you parse that out? How much ground do you actually see the Google chips as gaining?
I don't hear any other word more often than TPU. Every single day, TPU, TPU, TPU. You know, markets have moved in recent weeks when there's been reports that Alphabet is considering allowing third parties to take the product, selling it through Google Cloud Platform. The technology pushback on that would be that TPUs are designed for a very narrow and specific use case, whereas GPUs, from NVIDIA principally, but also AMD, have much broader application. They're much more diverse. it's the thing that everyone is waiting on. And if there is clear, tangible evidence of displacement, in other words, a big technology company opting for Alphabet's TPUs over an NVIDIA, in that circumstance, then it would be evidence that the market's moving forward on this. And it's no surprise that once again, it's one of the most read stories on the terminal today.
Hey, New Jersey, open enrollment is here. Now's the time to get quality, affordable health insurance from Get Covered New Jersey. Shop and compare health plans to find the one that...
One sec. Oh, shit. Let me play one and I'll go to the bathroom. I gotta run.
Right now, we are getting initial jobless claims, which is the key data that we get after what we got with Challenger, and they actually come in less than expected. They were expected to come in at 220,000. They came in at 191,000. It is down from what we saw last week, which was at 216,000. Now, for continuing claims, you also see a slight decline. So the people who actually were receiving unemployment benefits ticked lower to 1.939 million from 1.96 million. I know it's like parsing hairs. At the same time, in the right direction. This would indicate that the economy is not necessarily falling off the cliff. Bloomberg's Enda Curran joins us with more. Enda, what do we see here?
Well, it was a holiday-shortened week, Lisa, worth bearing in mind. But I think it's interesting to your point that the continuing claims also dipped a little bit. I mean, you can have the volatility in the headline number, but a lot of people have been arguing that the ongoing increase in the continuing claims suggests a weakening labour market. Nonetheless, the headline figures taken with the Challenger data earlier on this morning suggesting that layoffs, the pace of layoffs has maybe slowed, perhaps suggests maybe the jobs market isn't as bad as thought, or perhaps is even stabilising. But really, Lisa, the bigger picture, though, we have to remember here, even without the official data, of course, is that we've had the ADP, we've had those warnings from the Beige Book, and of course we have rolling headlines from companies that at the very least the labour market is softening. The question now is just how weak it is, and of course until we get a good run of official data, it's very hard to make that judgment.
When you look at markets and how they're responding to this, it's kind of, as you would expect, a mixed picture. On one hand, it does seem like the Fed can cut rates come next week. At the same time, the degree to which they are able to cut rates going forward in question. You could see this. S&P futures now almost flat. NASDAQ futures down now 0.1%. Russell 2000 down 0.3%. The Y is in the bond space. 2s, 10s, and 30s. Yields higher. Price down across the board. Up 3 basis points at the front end. 3.51%. 10-year yields, similar type of move. It does seem like when you bleed this through the currency space, this is actually going to be a stronger dollar, at least for the moment, pausing some of the weakness that we have been seeing. And it does seem like this does put the Fed in a position maybe to cut next week. But after that, a lot of questions of how far they can go.
Well, that is a big question, Lisa, as you say. The markets have clearly decided the Fed will cut next week. We had some strong dovish signals towards the start of the blackout period, in particular the head of New York Fed, John Williams, of course, suggesting that perhaps there is enough there to get the Fed over the line for a rate cut. We don't know that. We know it's going to be somewhat of a close call. But to your point, whatever comes out of that decision next week, and especially if they do cut, clearly the indications will be that it's going to be a complicated story heading into next year. We know that inflation remains well above the target. We get PCE tomorrow. That will give us some indication as to where PCE is headed. But when you consider the backdrop of a weakening labour market, but we don't know by how much it's weakening, inflation still above target, but we don't quite yet know what direction it is headed. It's going to take a few more months to get a final handle on the tariff story. There's a lot up in the air right now. So even if the Fed do cut next week, early next year already looks quite complicated.
Some sort of downward trend line.
Defense is more complex than ever.
Doesn't change.
We have more advanced threats, less resources, and we have a vast amount of space to potentially monitor. As technology is adopted,
presidential live stream. in 30 minutes.
Let's get some more perspective on the fixed income markets now. And joining us from Hong Kong is Greg Peters, co-CIO for public and private fixed income at PGIM. Greg, thanks so much for joining us today. And I do want to kick off with that data that we saw out of the US, the ADP November payrolls slipping. Pretty much seems to be the consensus that that's nailed on Fed rate cuts for next week. But what kind of commentary do you expect to hear now around further easing?
They're so nasty.
Yeah, so I do think we will have a hawkish cut, coming up. But I'm not sure there's a lot of information coming out of that meeting, right? I think the markets are focused on what happens next, and what happens next is the new Fed chair, the new composition, and quite candidly, the meddling of the administration in Fed affairs. So I'm not sure there's a lot you can read into next week's meeting, but the labor market has been softening. It's been stagnating for quite some time. You saw that in spades yesterday. So, on one hand, you have a weakening labor market. On the other, you have stubborn inflation. And our read is that inflation is going to actually be much more stubborn going into 2026. And that really complicates matters for the Fed and complicates matters for financial markets writ large.
Well, in terms of 2025, we've got US Treasuries heading for the best year that they've seen in 5 years. But with the picture a little bit more interesting for 2026, how do you see this trend evolving?
Yeah, so if you decompose what has done well on the Treasury side, it's not the back end of the curve. So what has been happening is that even though Fed cuts have come through, it's pulled the front end lower and the belly lower, but the back end is actually trading higher today than it was this time last year. And so why is that occurring? Because investors are worried about this inflation component. They're worried about Fed independence / credibility. And so risk premium, term premium is being built into the curve, not only in the U.S., but across all sovereign bond markets. So it depends where you are. The bond market in the back end is still quite fragile.
Greg, I just want to get your views on Fed independence as well. We've had a report in the Financial Times today about bond investors warning the Treasury about the risk of Kevin Hassett, should he be the next Fed chair, of pursuing easing for political reasons. I'm wondering if you'd add your voice to that warning, but also, when push comes to shove, is the bond market going to make sure the Fed stays independent?
Well, I sure hope so. So, I mean, the market has reacted since the betting markets have, raised the probability last week. The bond market has performed quite poorly. So the bond market's telling you that there are some concerns there. But on one hand, you have the Fed independence question, with Hassett as, basically tied to the administration. But on the other, does he have the credibility within the committee to drive consensus? And so we don't know that answer. I don't think he has that credibility. I think that's what the bond market's telling you. But it's important to remember that it's a full committee, and you have to have the confidence of the committee to drive consensus, and I don't know if he has it. But one point on that, though, I think there's a lot more to come on the Fed side. I think the Fed chair is just one aspect. I look for some other structural changes on the come from the Fed that actually whittles the independence even more than just having a different Fed chair.
Guys, hit the thumbs up on the live stream.
3 ways to dress up your tree.
Thank you so much.
First,
that
start
I've
with
already appreciate the thought and the support. Netflix falls on.
Basically, what sources are telling us is that Zuckerberg has said to the leadership of Meta, company-wide, they're aiming for 10% cuts. But the metaverse ambition hasn't really materialized.
Has anyone bought these sources, AI glasses?
Zuck's Hawaii home in the last few weeks, they basically reviewed it and said the cuts need to be deeper in that unit. It's really interesting because we're so focused on AI right now, and it's a big move higher in the stock on this Bloomberg report, right, Danny? But I remember a time where the widening losses at Facebook Reality Labs unit was the main driver of the stock in the news cycle. And since 2021, those losses have totaled $70 billion. So that's where we understand those cuts will be felt deepest, 30% overall in the unit, far beyond what the rest of the company will experience. And it is part of, as we understand it, this budget planning for 2026, where the priority is now AI.
That's where I was going to go with this, Ed. How much of it is just AI is hoovering up all the cash possible and all the investment possible in these hyperscalers like Meta?
Well, remember also that Meta is not a hyperscaler. Right. It doesn't sell compute capacity, but you raise an interesting point, which is the AI story for Meta is to have a lot of data center capacity, partly so that internal teams working on advertising and other core product can use AI to make it more monetizable and better. The idea of the metaverse is that Meta is pushing into hardware, you know, virtual, augmented reality and smart glasses for consumers to interact with that AI software. The problem is that that connect hasn't quite happened yet.
Well, to that point, Ed, they are still investing in their hardware to the point where they've poached Apple's top design executive.
Needs to go.
The timing of these two stories, like, they're completely incongruous, right? Yes, you're completely right. Essentially, Apple's top designer is going to move to Meta. And the signal that that gives is that Meta is really serious about the consumer-facing product design. You know, this is somebody who has been very, very influential in all Apple products since the late 90s. Alan Dye, who you're showing on the screen now. So he's going to go to Meta. And what was so interesting about this Bloomberg reporting is that Apple felt important.
I bet. He's a bad lad. I said the 15-minute MACD is bearish, but we're sideways chopping, burning all the bears, yet we're burning all the bulls. And the 1-minute MACD, there's no volume. That's what I said. Candles can come in finicky here, could spike up, spike down, but there's no volume on the 1 minute until it comes in. Presidential live stream in 20 minutes. Right. The dawn is coming live with the president of Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery both are trading lower this morning. Warner Brothers down 2%, Skydance also down 2%, with Paramount raising its breakup fee to $5 billion in its bid for the company. That in itself is a sign that it can clear regulatory hurdles. That's also happening with recent reports that Netflix is the lead bidder for the company. Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Kevin Neer joins us now with the latest. Kevin, let's start with this idea that Netflix is in the lead. And you saw shares turn negative as soon as that report came out. It feels like no one really wants Netflix to buy this company.
Yeah, absolutely, Danny. I think that you outlined it correctly. I mean, the Warner Brothers Discovery M&A saga just continues to dominate the broader media ecosystem. And as far as who is in the lead, you know, we continue to see these little inklings dribbling out. You know, we're hearing now that Netflix is upping its bid to 85% cash. But I think that now the concern is, you know, is this price getting too high? I mean, David Zaslav says he all along always wanted a bidding war, of course, good for his shareholders. But now the question is, you know, where will the financing come from? And is, you know, the price just getting too high?
Okay, well, what's better then for Warner Brothers Discovery? Cold hard cash of Netflix being like, hey, we have the most attractive bid, versus a Paramount that's like, well, we won't need to break you up. Maybe the regulatory hurdles are a little bit more easy with us. Is that enough to convince them to come over to Paramount?
I want to say a bull trap.
Despite
Look at this shit,
the maybe higher price tag that they could get from Netflix?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that's exactly what they're trying to mull right now at the board level.
Look at this shit, dude.
You know, with the antitrust concerns as you bring up, I mean, with all of these three reported bidders, there's overlapping businesses, right? So it's not a clear cut, you know, flying through by any means. But to your point, we do think that, and our antitrust litigation analysts have written about this, we do think that Paramount is the best case from an antitrust perspective, you know, and that's, you know, largely due to just the management team's relationship with the administration, right? So
it's a bull trap. It's a bull trap.
In terms of the antitrust, we do think that Paramount has a little bit more of an edge there, whereas Netflix, given that they're going after the studio and streaming assets, just the size of how big Netflix is globally, HBO Max is now very scaled up globally as well. That could potentially cause some hurdles, not just in America, but elsewhere as well.
It'd be super interesting to see if Netflix Netflix would start to put movies in theaters. And just on that note, you have some really good research out with your view into 2026, what the box office is going to look like. It's been so chronically under pre-pandemic levels. Will we get anything close to back to it?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's seeming like it's just still a little bit more stop and start. On the supply side for the box office, it does look like it's going to be better next year. We have Amazon MGM who are releasing their full slate, if you will, of movies going from 4 to 9 or
confirmation bear trap.
And so from the supply side, it does look good, but now we're concerned about demand, right? And we're looking at pre-sale tracking for Avatar Fire and Ash that's coming up at the end of the month. That is a little bit softer than we anticipated, so maybe consumers are allocating their budgets a little bit differently with holiday shopping coming up. We don't know, right? So it's going to depend on the health of the economy. There's some big movies coming up next year.
Are any of them not sequels? Are any of them new movies?
It's a very IP-heavy slate. I will say we're seeing a rebound in animation, which I think is a positive. But ultimately, you know, we would like to see maybe a little bit more of a mix in original titles and you know, different sizes of budgets. Because ultimately, going back to the theaters, which, you know, you've seen a lot of pressure on that, taking it back to this whole Warner Brothers question, you know, for the theaters especially, you want to see a little bit more of a spread out box office, so you don't have as much pressure on the profit line.
It's every municipal bond investor's dream. A bright, shining city on a hill. A place where there won't be any economic,
IWM going.
The basic point with Trainium 3, and you've moved quickly to bring it to the real world, is cost, performance, efficiency over the prior generation, but also over NVIDIA GPUs, over Google TPUs. I think what people are trying to understand is that ramp part I was talking about, when real-world customers use it beyond this anchor customer of Anthropic, which relies on it currently.
Yeah. Well, look, we're quite excited about Trainium and Trainium 3 in particular, as you mentioned. Excited to get it into customers' hands. And part of where we have a benefit that we can bring to bear is, as you mentioned, getting it into market quickly. And it's because we control that full stack. We control the silicon development. We control the data centers that it land in. We know that full environment, and we can land that in very large clusters for people to take advantage of.
Come on, bring the fucking volume and just drop it.
Is quite incredible. And so we're anxious and excited to get more and more people using it.
I've been able to go inside Annapurna Labs and look at the engineering work between the first generation of Trainium and the second. It wasn't just the accelerator, it's at the server level
LOD
as well.
coming, divergence is creating,
part of the surprise of today is
they're going to go here at 682.59 first and then figure it out. 682.59 is most likely probable coming soon, and then they're going to figure it out at 11:45 what to do.
On the technology.
Time is 11:40. 11:45 is here in 27 seconds.
For more power and more compute is almost insatiable. And so the more we can take an existing power footprint, an existing set of capabilities, and bring more and more compute into that for customers to build cool applications and cool environments, and to get value from that, that's what we're focused on. And so we're going to be pushing that envelope as fast as we possibly can to get those new capabilities out to customers.
The pitch for Trainium in both the training and inference use case is that it's a great deal. You know, cost-effective, performant. At the same time, you went on stage and said AWS is, quote, by far the best place to run NVIDIA GPUs. How are both possible?
Well, I mean, both are possible because that is a great environment to run accelerators and compute in. And so we've been working for 15 plus years with the NVIDIA team and Jensen and team to deliver outstanding capabilities for our customers. And for when you're running a large cluster of NVIDIA GPUs, people will tell you AWS is the best place. You get the best performance, the most stable cluster, the best capabilities out there, and broad scale. And that's why folks like OpenAI and others are running on AWS. And we have that
push
choice.
up on
so
IWM.
for others that want to be able to take advantage of Trainium, and there's some use cases that are best for Trainium. There's other use cases where NVIDIA GPUs are going to be your best option. We want to have all of those available. And so we think that if we can continue to push the envelope on what Trainium can deliver for customers and make sure that we are supporting the latest and greatest from everything that the awesome team at NVIDIA is delivering, that's going to be the best outcome for our customers.
The plan for AWS is to basically double capacity by end of 2027 to around 8 gigawatts. Do you have a sense of how you apportion that capacity in-house silicon and server designs with Trainium versus NVIDIA GPUs?
We're just going to keep pushing as fast as we can, and we'll see where customer demands drives us as we go. And as you said, we're massively adding capacity. In the last year alone, we've added 3.8 gigawatts of capacity, and we'll continue to add more and more over the next couple of years. And we'll let customer demand drive us a little bit on what they're looking for and what they want. And that's what we always listen to, and that's what we'll continue to listen to.
The focus with Trainium in the time I've been able to interact with you and talk about, not just the accelerator, but at the server design level, there's a lot of benefit to the customer. When does that benefit start accruing to AWS in terms of profitability? Like if it's such a good financial proposition, you must be able soon to say we're making a lot of money on this.
Yeah, well, you're already seeing some of the benefits accrue. You see things like Bedrock growing really, really rapidly, and you see Trainium powering that under the covers. And we announced today that more than half of all tokens and inference done in Bedrock are done on Trainium 2 servers under the covers. And so you're already seeing that benefit come. You see the models that we're building in Nova and Nova 2 start to get better and better over time. And be accelerated by Trainium. And so we really think that there's a whole bunch of dimensions on which both our customers, our partners, and our own products are going to get accelerated, all from Trainium.
Every time you come onto the program, I always offer the audience opportunity to pose a question to you. There's a lot of interest in AWS, right? Many of your customers span global technology. Actually, most of the questions were about Anthropic. That wasn't much said on stage. I think people are trying to understand what is the benefit and advantage AWS offers to Anthropic while they are ramping Trainium through Project Rainier, but also ramping their TPU allocations as well.
Well, our partners at Anthropic, our partnership with them is incredibly strong, and it's never been stronger. And we do a ton of collaboration with them. And as I mentioned, through Project Rainier, it's a huge collaboration there to go build their current generation models. And all their models run today and launch on day one.
As soon as I fucking go in, what a horseshit fucking
which we're incredibly excited about. And we'll continue that partnership for a long time. I think from them, they have a huge demand for compute. And so they'll go to other places where it makes sense to round out their compute needs because they just have such massive needs. For compute, and they have customers in other clouds as well. But we're definitely their primary cloud provider and closest partner for sure.
Supply constraints. So Anthropic is supply constrained. They can't get the compute they need. We've talked about the ramp on NVIDIA GPU and in-house silicon. Is there a supply constraint element with AWS? Are you able to get the chips that you need?
Yeah, I think there's always, anytime you see an industry that's growing as fast as this is right now, when you think about AI and model development and chips, there are going to be constraints no matter what. There is more demand
this shit is
than there
crazy.
is supply. Sometimes it's in chips, sometimes it's in power and data centers, sometimes it's in different parts of that. At some point
showing
it's,
divergence at the floor
trap. At some point it's transistors, resistors, or whatever it is. And you look at the entire supply chain that is needed to ramp up at such a massive
what a
rate.
Fucking flip!
Right? Never before has the technology industry ramped at the rate that we are right now.
Crazy.
And so that there are always constraints. And so it's not necessarily there is necessarily one constraint where it's like, wow, I can't get NVIDIA chips. We can get NVIDIA chips. And actually, Jensen and team have been incredibly supportive and great partners in helping us get capacity there. It's not that you can't get power. We're getting power all over the place, but it's just we're ramping all of these places in such rapid rates that always there's a constraint in that system, and it'll change every month. You ask me of what the current one is.
What the shit?
Throughout the day, we were speaking with your team about the idea we're moving from AI assistants to AI co-workers. Particular focus on the agentic offering that you've done. You're in the camp of people, if you don't mind me saying, that sees basically 90% of the value in enterprise coming from agentic technology. Do you have any data or evidence to support that all of your customers are ready for that?
Yeah, I don't think all of our customers are yet ready for that, but they're excited about it.
No way.
I think it would definitely be an overstatement to say everybody's ready for it. And part of that is because it is going to take change, right? People are going to have to change how they think about work. They're going to have to change their process flows. They're going to have to change some of the things about how they get work done. It's not just going to be a magic wand that's going to come in and magically get them to get value. But almost everyone that I talk to definitely sees that.
Ain't no fucking way. As soon as I fucking dude.
The power of agents is what allows customers to actually get that work done. And when they see that efficiency gain, they see them able to accomplish things they weren't able to do before.
$1 up in 5 minutes.
Make these changes. And so there's going to be work for people, and it's going to take some time, right? We're 20 years into the cloud journey, and still only a fraction of workloads have moved to the cloud. So it's going to take time. It's not like people are going to magically switch, and I think it's going to be really fast.
Matt, we just have 60 seconds. 20 years into the cloud journey, when I touch down in Vegas, everyone accepts AWS #1 in terms of scale, infrastructure. they question is AWS number one in AI.
Push
just
down
in
and then revert
30
that up.
seconds we have left.
Yeah, I think that's it's a question that we got a lot 2 years ago and not that much a year ago, and today I don't think we get that nearly as much. It's just people that are kind of playing the same tapes. We have a huge choice of models. We see when customers are actually moving their workloads to production, they want to run those AI workloads on AWS. And that, to me, is the biggest signal. When we see our customers, they say, I ran proof of concepts in a lot of places. When I want to move it to production, I want to run on AWS. And that's the thing that we hear over and over again, which makes me think we're actually in a great position.
For an elf, the holidays are stressful, but Verizon's got a bonkers deal at a new Google Pixel 10. Get Gemini, when's our next train coming?
Right now.
Ah, nutcrackers. Gemini, where am I?
You're in a blender.
Time for elf.
Then there's Paramount Skydance.
White House coming in 10 minutes. And market hit 6852. Fucking flipping this shit north. What? Man. That is insane. With the divergence at the floor. The video breaking above. Again. 1, 2, 3, fucking crazy now. The video really flying, huh? IWM flying again. Shit is so methed up, the market. It's so fucking methed up, bro. Low basketballs at IWM pushed up again. Wow, man. What the shit? Look at this fucking perfect fucking pump. Literally right when I got it in 11:45 to 11:50, pumping for 5 minutes. Oh my god. That's funny as shit. $600 move for me. 1 DT puts. They're grinding right now. Crazy. This is bullshit on Tesla, bro. Fucking sideways grinding all day long. Let's get the presidential stream. Luigi Mangione court hearing. 9,000 people watching. That's crazy. Where's the presidential stream? I don't see it. I see it now. They're preparing before the presidential live stream, but also the setup has been played to go hit 6852 instead of 6835. Cooking all these bears along with, so now it's in a fucking huge ass W shape. A fucking huge ass W shape too. Fucking dump. Please. Oh Lord. Go dump off this fucking shit to the floor. Fuck. That was a nice fucking call run. Let's see what happens now. IWM at the tippity top. There's no confirmation, rejection, or nothing. No confirmation, nothing. just one red candle coming from the top of the W. Where the shit going? Let's see. Let's see. Shall we do a poll before the candles come? Before this presidential live stream starts? Is anybody interested in a poll? If you think we're gonna fly, say fly. If you think we're gonna pull back the VWAP, say VWAP. Man. Pull. Eso says chop. Oh, Manuel says VWAP. Jaya says VWAP. The Goddard says HOD. Three people voting fly. 2 people voting VWAP. So goddamn bullish right now. MACD RSI into 1155. IWM crazy ripping right now, man. IWM makes no sense. Yeah, it literally feels like that sometimes, for real. Just pump. Time is 12. This move doing $800 in one DT puts. Not gonna lie, that is fucking wild. 7 minutes. It's been literally 7 minutes. It's been 10 minutes actually. Oh my god. We got Putin meeting with Modi in India. Overnight. What is Trump talking about today? Nobody knows. 97,000 people though. Putin and Modi. Look at his boss, Modi. Bruh. Where is the president?
December 4th. Hopefully back into the work week by now. It's Thursday, right? This has been a kind of a quick week, I think, so far, after the Thanksgiving break and all that. But looking forward to seeing the president there in just a little bit, as we know that the president will participate in a signing ceremony with the president of the Republic of Rwanda and the president of the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's going to be at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace. That's the first time we're covering an event at that building. That will be live. We will be there, and we are here right now covering it. So thanks so much for streaming in for that. Also, later today, a couple other notable programming
Donald J. Trump Institution.
At 6 o'clock, the president and the first lady will participate in the national Christmas tree lighting on the Ellipse. Our coverage will start at 4 o'clock Eastern with Robert McNeely. At 5 o'clock is the pre-program, so you can catch some of that coverage later tonight. We watched yesterday, my family and I, the Rockefeller Christmas tree lighting in New York on one of the networks, and I'll watch from afar. I'd rather not have to go into New York City until things get cleaned up there. Holy smokes, it's not on the right side of history right now, and we'll see how that goes as the Mayor Mamdani will be sworn in on January 1st, 2026. All right, so 12:02, Thursday, December 4th. Let's go to one of our sponsors here, mypillow.com/RSBN. Of course, Merry Christmas. Save up to 80% this holiday. And
this bra is for seniors who want to get back their youth. Lift breasts right after first wear.
Bears are trying. MACD in bearish territory. Time is 12:05. If this low breaks of 12:02, then it would signify It wouldn't signify shit. It could bounce, but it's going. Bears are trying right now. It does not signify shit, but it could now. $12.05. What a day. Wow. I would be fucking... Dude, if this shit dumps off... Crazy. I don't know. It would be a ultimate... Damn, I'm in 1 DT at 683.20-ish, like 683. I want a LOD break today, but we are. I'm not holding this shit no matter what into tomorrow. I'm gonna leave it so I can be Justin Tesla. I want to drop today to the divergence clear. I was wanting a LOD test, LOD hope at the minimum, but if they trap this like this and then go, they may be really targeting LOD. Why? Because they let the bulls come in crazy here, above VWAP. And now they are destroying it right now. Calls are fucked here. Bulls are in super power. Okay. Sorry, bears are here. VWAP is flipping. Most probable. Yeah, I didn't want to vote earlier because I wanted to let people vote, but I did want to vote VWAP when the candles are green. 12:10. Time is 12:07. 12:10. Where is the president? We need the president. More people were saying fly at 11:55 and they reverted and went pulled back since 11:55. W is rejecting. Below 6852, next level is 6847 if this does not hold. If that doesn't hold, then they're gonna dump this shit and go to 6829 today. Waterfall. That waterfall fucking tight. Going to the next support zone at 6847. 1210 communist handle coming under VWAP. SPX 1 minute gap down here. The gap did not fill. If they push lower with the gap, they may come visit it later, or they may visit it in 5-10 minutes. We don't know. We're about to find out. What a fucking dump.
When you walk into a Burlington,
this shit is a dump. What the fuck? It's not, is this shit not even live?
And a lot of great products there as well, so you can check them all out. Everything from
bruh.
He told them, I believe you, because it was completely believable. And he may have had prior evidence about this priest, a very famous priest, Sarah.
Let's see, man. SPX 1 minute gap is holding, and they're going lower. 26847. Wow. They cooked them at the top, huh? They fucking cooked them at the top. Bulls cooked. In a walk. Theirs are all cooked too, I'm not gonna lie though, from earlier. So, scalpers, the only fucking people that literally made it out. Ain't no way bouncing right here, is it? Holy shit. Ain't no way it's bouncing right at the level I got in it. Fuck, this shit is so perfect. I think the 1 minute gap filled. This shit is so goddamn perfect. I don't think it filled yet. It might have filled. I'm gonna count that as a gap fill. Wow, we might have another little green candle here to gap fill that really on SPX hit. There's so many things going on in the world right now. Look at this. FBI at home of DC pipe bomb suspect. President Trump to hold trilateral meeting. Gap actually filled. Everything bouncing for that 1 minute to gap fill. Wild.
It's not really difficult. It's not difficult at all. But that's a
We're at the 4 p.m. close level right now in 2-1 SPY.
That's really important. That's really got to be right up there as the most important thing.
Now it's counting as a previous day 4 p.m. close level gap chop. That is wild. They're using that as a
accused but guilty priest who made admissions about what he had done. So we're here today to continue to press for reform, to call out the Pope. Yes, he's the Pope, but he's the man on top. And he is not above the law. And if he does not follow the law, there isn't a single bishop or abusive priest on this planet that has to do so either. So we're here as survivors in Chicago. We have survivors from Chicago here. There's a special relationship between survivors in the United States and survivors in Peru because of this Pope. And we have joined together, we have linked together.
Am I getting trapped? Like I'm low-key? Wow, these fucking candles are atrocious. Like, holy shit.
These sisters have been attacked, their reputation has been attacked.
Look at that fucking rejection and look at that fucking pump. Like, wow, what the fuck are we doing right now, man? This is so crazy now.
Full responsibility and transparency for the evidence and what he's done. He needs to be investigated for what he's done.
Shit?
It doesn't matter if he's the Pope, just like any other bishop. And he needs to be investigated, and he needs to take accountability and responsibility and remorse for what he does and make that zero tolerance law a law, and he needs to do it now.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Pearson, S-A-R-A-H.
What is going on?
And I'm a survivor. I'm here with the Survivors Network of those abused by priests. Peter and I were actually in Rome when Prevost was elected. We had been launching a project called Conclave Watch with the Survivors Network of those abused by priests, where we were vetting Catholic cardinals around the world regarding their records on cover-up of sexual abuse of children and of adults, as well as their position on a zero-tolerance law.
These things go on
that would permanently remove sex offenders from ministry in the Catholic Church and create a way in which bishops can be held accountable for continuing to cover up these crimes and put people in harm's way.
Reloading to go lower.
These dangerous predators to be
if it flips
in public and in positions of public trust. And as part of Conclave Watch, we initially filed 6 reports against cardinals in the Catholic Church for their roles in cover-up, institutional concealment of sexual crimes and enabling of those continued sexual crimes, putting people in danger. And one of the cardinals that we initially featured as part of our presentation was Robert Francis Prevost of Chicago. And the reason we chose to highlight his actions is because he was in a position of massive authority in the Catholic Church, being head of the dicastery for bishops. That dicastery oversees the people who run the Catholic Church throughout the world. It's an immense amount of power. And what alarmed us about Prevost is that in his capacity as a bishop, as the prior general of the Augustinians, that we had evidence of his own cover-up of sexual crimes. When he was in Chicago, when he was running the Global Augustinian Order, and then when he was in the Diocese of Chiclayo in Peru. So the reason we felt that it was absolutely essential that we file that report against Prevost is because how is somebody who is responsible for that kind of cover-up, for that kind of harm, now in a position, one of the top positions in the Vatican of oversight in the Catholic Church. So that's why we filed that report. At the time, we did not know.
Very dangerous to say reloading to go lower, but it could.
We had read her testimony.
Look bullish, pulled back, looking bullish. Just with these spikes. These spikes are being used to go lower.
So
Spike lower.
And we wanted to show
Spike
solidarity with her
lower.
and with the other victims.
This is not really a spike. This is a run, pull back,
the report
and then
that
spike.
We filed. And since then,
just getting spikes here, spikes here.
These victims from Peru
Spike ain't even really running either. Is it really running? I mean, IWM has potential to pull back. That's why I'm saying this. I feel like in the video,
because we had done so much
trapping,
research on it,
but
I just remember feeling heartbroken
maybe
and
it's
angry
the other way around.
when I heard Prevost.
Every time it was up here, though, it bull trapped.
Exactly what he was responsible for. And these documents that
184
we
cautious
have
area.
here today, the new things that we've uncovered, these recordings of meetings with church officials.
Oscar says looks like a
emails
W.
from
So you
Prevost
think
himself.
fly? Like W and a W or
Everything
something?
that
Like
has
W, W,
emerged
W?
in the past few months only goes to back up what we've always known to be true.
I don't know. I feel like it completed. I feel like this is what's happening here. I feel like it completed a W, And it's like reloading to go lower. To somewhere there. But it's just showing bullish. Based on the 15 and the 2 hour. But I mean, this could be completely wrong too.
Look familiar?
Those look like meals from Tavalla.
They are.
It's barely bearish.
Now, how would a woman
barely bearish in the 2 hour?
Because a woman like me subscribed to Tavalla and they send me fresh
bullish
meals
trying on the 15th, so it's about to flip up if it doesn't.
Smart Oven does all the cooking for me.
This sounds like magic, and magic isn't.
5 minute
Do you have
is
any
bullish.
Proof of this magical play?
I have blackened shrimp tacos proof.
We should recess so I can examine the proof. Recess.
Fucking terrifying candle. I'm not gonna lie. 12:10 to this shit.
Leaving that offender in
10 fucking minutes is just terrible. There's another fucking spike up. So
both of them continued on without notifying the public. And then when Anna Maria spoke up about it, she was publicly attacked by the church.
I mean, people could also say we're spiking down the same way too. You know what I mean? So
in these documents is that
very,
while he was in Rome,
things are very
maintained a personal knowledge
spiking up, spiking down, spiking up, spiking down, spiking up, spiking down, spiking up, spiking down. We're literally in like some medium line here where we're just spiking up, down, spike up, down, spike up, down, spike up, down. Like
particular case of cover
looks crazy as
could
shit.
impact the trajectory of his career. That he was even afraid that it could prevent him from
Alfonso
becoming
says,
Pope.
"Where's Trump when we need him?"
What's happened that Peter has talked about is that in order to end any investigation into these offenders, the Vatican, and this would be signed off by Prevost himself, decided to offer a voluntary dispensation to a man who has been accused of multiple criminal sexual assaults of young girls. This means that there will be no trial, there will be no investigation, there will be no accountability, and that the victims who reported this are forced to live in a world where this man can operate in society with
Time is
impunity.
12:20.
They're acting as though he's been punished, but he has not. What a voluntary dispensation is the equivalent of an honorary discharge.
This fucking
in the
look at this
military.
candle going up, down. Like look at these spikes. You guys understand what I'm saying here, right? Spikes down, spikes up. Look at the median point. It's not. This shit is not. This is not. You know, look at this median point. I'm drawing a fictional median point, okay? This is not the easiest.
Other than he can no longer represent himself.
Literally spiking up, spiking down below, somewhere above, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Like this shit is dangerous shit for everybody.
Is so wrong.
Cannot lie.
It is so unfair to Anna Maria and the other victims, and we absolutely condemn it in the strongest terms. What we've also uncovered through the research that we've done and through our collaboration with other survivor groups and media outlets around the world are several audio recordings of people within the Diocese of Chiclayo.
6852 being played important level. It's a 4 p.m. close level right here. We're chopping basically. Chopping at the 4 p.m. level until we make a decision almost.
Publicly, they're going
Ascendingly chopping too to burn the bears, but also not give all the bulls, you know, their profit back from morning. Unless it is 9:30 levels here. But we dropped that market open. Overnight got pushed down at market open too.
Called his investigation a joke.
Not too much.
He said, "I've never dealt with a situation."
It's actually bulls
like
and bears.
this
Everybody's
before.
starting, but yeah,
And
9:30 open. We opened super high up there, and there must be some people that went.
They asked Lute practically nothing. He didn't answer anything.
All these bulls hurting, all these bears hurting.
A priest who was assigned to a listening center there. He later told Anna Maria on the phone in a call that was recorded that actually, though they had been told that Lute was removed from ministry, that he was no longer able to exercise his priestly faculties in the Diocese of Chiclayo.
Why is this on?
We are listening
the president
to the
needs to
survivors
come on.
network of those abused by priests as they file a complaint against Pope Leo. But I did want to share this live look with you as we are seeing some movement here. This is just outside of the White House as we are expecting President Trump to be hosting the leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Bears are pushing off this shit too.
Movement right here. We are anticipating this.
Come on.
They do have
Lydia, pull back. There's a lot. Pull back. Tesla, Nvidia, bear,
building where they are
bull
going
trap
to be
trying.
speaking. That's a little ways away.
Nvidia, bull trap possible.
Washington, D.C. But I did want to just stay on this for just a moment as we are anticipating when we do see that
Nvidia bull trap possibility there. Tesla as well.
Going to be making their way to this signing ceremony. This is at the United States Institute of Peace. Let's just raise the audio and listen in.
Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. That's it.
So a live look there as we just saw the president of Rwanda leaving the White House. We don't see any other motorcades right now, so it's a little unclear as to whether the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo has already left or if his motorcade will be arriving. But we have seen just a little bit of activity outside of the White House. This is where they will be going to. This is a live look right here at the Institute of Peace. So the leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo will be on the stage alongside President Trump as the presidents of Rwanda and Congo will be signing a peace deal. And we are also expecting perhaps to hear some remarks from all three leaders as we see a podium with the
This shit really makes no sense though. IWM. Like, what is out there doing this shit? I don't know. Maybe everyone in the world. Who knows?
Stories, much more to come. We'll be right back.
IWM is so crazy. Always throwing shit off. QQQ pulling back, and then IWM blowing up for 4 minutes, and then SPY follows for 2 minutes. Oh, oh, damn. Can't be. Alright, well. I gotta delete that part. Shit.
My dad burned all his.
They put copyright music on the Fox News, so.
There as well, so you can check them all out. Everything from the My Pillow to the My Coffee.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, money.
Fuck. This shit is this.
Today, big.
What a no directional chop on SPY today. Pull back, and then we're bullishly pulling back, basically, from yesterday's high. We are at yesterday's range. Look at that bearish MACD. Got used up for this little mini game in the middle. Wild. Look at this bearish push on the 15 and then got reverted at 11. Look at this shit. All day, every day, since 10:25 to now helping. Low of the day, 10:25. That is absolute. Look at this shit. 10:25 dump and then pop to 12 HOD. Unbelievable, man. This market
for a rate cut at next week's meeting, now 90% according to the bond market. But our next guest says the Fed should not be cutting. Joining us here is
flips VWAP. If it flips to 4 p.m.
was in the Obama administration. It's great to have you.
This is so crazy, bro. Bulls are getting fucking whacked. Bears are getting fucking whacked.
First of all, I don't disagree. They are going to cut next week, but they have a dual mandate. They are about 1/10 of a percentage point away from where they're supposed to be on the unemployment
I have one
rate.
DT SPX, so I'm thinking it's gonna go somewhere here later. But yeah, we'll see, man.
Inflation needs to be their main control.
There's a divergence at the floor too. I think there's gonna be a dump at some point, but I mean, I could be completely wrong. You know, people just, you know, I don't know, man.
Data center expansion.
We're at the HOD though. If we do sell, this would be the HOD dump.
Economy. If you look at places where rate cuts would actually help, housing, for instance, manufacturing.
In my opinion,
they've been weak and in contraction. And then there's this whole K-shaped economy. They don't
this is
want to be
not HOD. This is the midpoint. This is the midpoint.
In the AI world.
Look, we absolutely have a very uneven set of economic growth. It's very concentrated in data centers. Housing's being hit. I don't like that pattern of growth. But the Fed can't get us out of that pattern of growth when inflation is above trend. The only thing that can is relaxing.
At some point, this
like
has to release.
That can bring down inflation, help the economy, and put the Fed in a better position to support balanced growth. But until we get rid of those, we need to worry about inflation.
Why do you think the inflation is stuck at 3% here? It's not all tariffs.
Yeah, I think some of it is tariffs, and that
I fucking just go crazy on 0 DT right here, but I'm in 1 DT. Man, I don't know. These candles are. It literally says it could, but all these bulls are in danger here. All the bulls above VWAP about to get flipped down upon.
Service inflation is high. That's just been hard to get out of the system as wages go to prices,
insane.
Prices go to wages.
I wonder what you make of. I mean, we talk about
4
the
p.m.
of tariffs all the time
being
on prices,
used
this ADP number for
as a levy to level to trap bears on, and then also bring up and trap bulls on, and then go back lower using theta or something. Is what I see in my eyes. Tesla going in lower, Nvidia going lower, IWM flying.
Business that was very affected by the tariffs, and I said, "Oh, you must take them."
Either QQQ is faking here, or IWM is faking here.
And as an economist,
we're about to find out. One of them's about to release soon. The power.
Something that makes it easier for some companies, harder for others. That's especially.
Time is 12:30.
Right, but when it comes to
the last minute of the 12:30 candle on IWM.
I don't know. Do you think that the Fed remaining restrictive at a time where inflation expectations are not showing any sort of sign of alarm of being elevated or going higher, when the job market is showing a trend toward lower jobs and potentially negative jobs, if you believe ADP?
You know, I just think when you've been above the inflation target for 4 years, and people are worried about whether or not you mean it. And by the way, if they wanted to change to a 2%
creating an algo range,
I could see an argument for
12:30.
that. If they wanted to change to 2.5%, I could see an argument for that. But that's not what they've said. They reiterated their 2% target.
I see a dump.
There's a cost
we'll
to
see.
not hitting that target. And right now, people
said that in the
really
WhatsApp group
at them and
2
wondering,
minutes ago.
do they
Midpoint
mean
to the
it?
LOD.
But
we'll see.
Without the Fed holding.
Algo range is breaking down
bit,
south.
But also might go up a little bit. And you're doing risk management at the Fed. And the question is, what is the greater risk? There are definitely employment risks right now. I think most of the slowdown we've seen is on the supply side with less immigration.
Time
There's
is
nothing the Fed can do about that.
12:35.
But there's also risks on the inflation side. And which is the bigger risk? Well, it's the one that you're further off target from. But again, I would also go back to there's a lot of other demand in this economy.
They're going
Stock
lower.
market, the fiscal expansion, the data centers.
They're going to flip
There's a
6835 and
of
flip
demand in this
LOD.
economy. I think we actually have real potential
Then
for
clear the
growth
divergence.
in 2026.
Tesla's dumping
I'm
here.
not super worried about a recession right now.
This is the most craziest shit ever. This is the most craziest fucking shit ever. Holy fuck, I don't know. It's tricking out crazy. IWM is still bullish until who the fuck knows when everything is. Not that easy, that's for sure. The president is not even on, so maybe they are truly waiting for the presidential live stream. That's what I'm also thinking. Nothing fucking going on until this presidential live stream happens. Or right before he comes on. Where is this damn live stream, man? We got Forbes coming out now.
Our Sargento cheddar is held to a standard as high as your grandmother's. You can taste over 70 years of our family commitment to high quality, real, natural cheese in every bite. You have our word on it, you have our name on it.
Like crazy.
Sargento, a promise you can taste.
This is one of my favorite little gifts.
Fuck. So many damn advertisements. IWM is seriously flying. I have no idea to where, but it's not 12:30, it's 12:35. So they're still going for 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no idea where to, but it's going. QQQ. Pulling back a little bit. Doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. The direction of the day is mixed. That's why people are having a hard fucking time going long, going short on SPY, because QQQ is shit. And IWM is Superman right now. What the actual shit? They're fucking using this shit so perfectly. Holy fuck. Oh my god. What the shit is this fucking rejection? And what the fuck is this fly, man? This is literally 2 days ago. Market is chomping. Insane work. It's the most insane fucking shit. Fucking perfectly playing the algo range, dude. This is crazy. Holy, it's not even a hard day for bulls anymore. It's a hard day for fucking bears and bulls and everybody since like somewhere here at 11:55. They've been making it super goddamn hard, making it go crazy low, crazy high in terms of theta and SPX value. And they're fucking just chomping and eating literally not even anywhere, but literally just somewhere on this line, 4 p.m. close. Like it's just not even. This is insane. How does IWM go fly higher and SPY and QQ going to go higher from here? What's going to fly? QQQ? What's going to drop from here and what's going to make it go? Like, this is insane. Crazy work. W and another W, people are saying. Crazy work. Yeah, see the W on SPY. Crazy work. Now, what do we do with this W? Flip the VWAP or another dumbass rejection? And then if it rejects, what does that form? Like to where? Insane. It's 12:40. Look at these candles. It's 12:40. So good, dude. You cannot tell me this shit is so fucking not perfectly fucking robotically eatingly perfectly good candles, man. Bull hope, bear hope, bull hope, bear hope, bull hope, bear hope, bull hope. There's no direction. Everybody's just hoping while IWM's going higher and higher and Nvidia and Tesla is barely going lower, but it's still getting bulls involved. And look at this dumb ass sideways. What the fuck? This pressure has to release in some way. I don't know which way, but this is so crazy. Something bigger building in terms of candle structure, whatever structure, something bigger building here. And the bigger thing I see is something crazy. This shit is stupid. I see something crazy. Let's see how VWAP does here, man. Alright, if any of these lows, right, let's see the lows of these W, the first support holds or not. Alright, what line color can we make this green? We'll make that blue. If any of these supports be tested or not. NVIDIA. Sideways, sideways right now. What happened 2 days ago? We had this chop. Alright, the realest people remember, no matter what, good or bad day, they remember everything. And I remember this day. I printed, but I remember the day. And the day was chopped and it dropped at the end. And it's chopping to decide to drop at the end or to pop at the end. It's gonna happen. It's just which direction, which way, how, when, I don't know. But we're getting a chop day because IWM and QQQ is both showing different directions at different times. Chop day. Something is going to happen into the market close. This is my opinion. My opinion alone. Oh, fuck. Where's my charger? Or they chop, 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 and then we open tomorrow. Possible. Choppy, choppy day. It is for sure. Intraday. That is something we cannot disagree with. Everybody here agrees, whether you're a bull, whether you're a bear, whether you are going up, or whether you're trying to go lower. Today has been absolutely choppy. In the morning it was bearish, and then now in the afternoon we're trying to be bullish. That is something that cannot be deniable. Bearish morning into somewhere 1025, and this was the last possible time to test the LOD, and then from the floor they ripped it from the mid into the midpoint. So choppy as shit, small cycles, choppy as shit, bigger cycles. We are all just chopped up. in a fucking salad. Man, I'm changing my title. I don't think today is a meta day. I don't even know why I typed it meta day. It is just Trump live at 12 p.m. Chop day. This is so crazy choppy like 2 days ago. For real, I'm calling it a chop day. Until something happens here, nothing has happened. How is this small cycle chop it in here too like this, man? This is crazy. After we finish that W, that little W after the big W, right? We're literally no directioning still. What are we gonna do? Create another small W inside the W? Holy shit, it's doing it. I'm gonna stop talking. Oh my god. A W and a W, then a W. I'm kidding, man. That's what they literally did when they were stacking IWM up, though. They were like buy, IWM, V. The entire day. It was kind of cool to see. This thing is crazy, dude. I can't even believe that I'm saying this shit, but like IWM truly it's some sort of monster. Like I really don't. Small caps is in its own world sometimes. When the thing goes crazy up or crazy down, it just never stops insanely. What the shit is this? Fucking 252, bro. $252 crazy. They're about to go insane into FOMC. FOMC is literally next Tuesday, September 9th. They're bringing a lot of liquidity to the top before FOMC. FOMC. Chris said, never seen IWM move up $25 without a pullback yet. Honestly, yeah, I've never seen that in my life either. This is why I said last week when IWM was going up 7 point, like, you know what I mean? Chris was saying like it was up like 7%, and we checked, it was like 7.47, like 6.47%. That is literally some weekly, you know, I've never seen that in my life. I straight up said that's like once in a fucking year type of shit, like once in a fucking, 6-year type of fucking event. And I was like, I wish I longed IWM into Monday through fucking Friday. My life would have been different type of shit. But like that is insane to actually see. Like I've never seen that in my life too. Just literally late cycle market is just so goddamn crazy counter rallying when it's going. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's insane. No volume here. Time is 12:50. We're waiting for the presidential signing. Looks like nothing's going on. If any of these blue lines hit, then we have something to talk about. But until then, we're just all watching here. Nothing really happening. If any of these tops flip at 12, 10, 40, then we have something to talk about. Until then, all we can talk about is how it is bullish, but we're choppingly not going higher. Meta is choppingly going lower. Tesla is going lower. IWM is the only thing that is flying higher. So are you serious? Gary said contracts on IWM at 10 a.m. was $24 and they're at $244 now. Are you fucking serious? Insane. This is the most insane shit. Like, what was that crazy? Look at this crazy fucking pullback. Like, who thinks to go fucking like, dude? This is breaking or bouncing at the HOD. This level too, but that is absolute, man. Bouncing and ran it. Never looked back. That is insanity. Where was that on SPY? SPY in the morning was literally not even down that much. We're not even up that much. Can someone tell me how IWM is up literally 1 point something percent? It's like 1.03%. And SPY is up 0.07%. And QQQ is down 0.014%. So that's why. QQQ is red, SPY is barely green, and IWM is flying. So yeah, choppy as shit. Back green again. Showing green on SPY, showing red on QQQ. IWM showing 1% up. 1.2%. Time is 12:52, and they went higher and higher and higher and higher since 12:32. No, it's not even 12:30. It literally went higher and higher to 12:40, 12:50. It's fucking crazy. Like, the candles on SPY is coming in laggard to catch up to IWM because it's like stacked up there. But like also, what if they pull the what if they pull the order book? What if they pull the order book here, and all these shaky ass candles just start dropping out of nowhere? It's IWM. Alright, order book is being stacked to go higher and higher and higher and higher. A little bit on IWM. The candles are going a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. But what if it gets pulled? What if they pull the order book here and then they pull back here or something? Then this would drop. So watch out on that. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I mean they could use that theory to bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, and then the present's on and boom, that too. So let's see. Don't want to be bear bias here, but I have no idea where IWM is flying to. Let's look at this on. Whoa, not the 12-month, ew. 2 hour. All-time highs. This is all-time highs. It's insane. It's the most insane shit I've ever seen. But there they are. At all-time highs. This shit is dangerous for bears, to be honest, but we are at all-time highs. That's fucking crazy, bro. Did you guys know IWM is at all-time highs? Wow. That is motherfucking crazy. Holy shit. I low-key did not know. I low-key did not know. Wow. Yeah, I need Tesla to go down to literally here in this week. Friday, not fucking next week, but today actually, but yeah. That is the most, IWM is the most craziest shit I've ever seen. Fucking flying. NVIDIA, possibility of a bull trap above this green line. IWM at the roof is so crazy, man. At all-time highs. Hoi oi. Hoi oi. This is 12:55. Wow. IWM and 12:55. Like how we chopped here using this algo range from earlier too. And something with this fucking money injection thing. Federal Reserve money injection thing, dude. I think. It's so. It feels so weird how IWM is so up. It was perfect timing to go to the all-time highs. Like I feel like last week's was okay, natural, but today going to all-time high like this, I feel like it's related to that from yesterday too. Time is 1. I gotta get food. Starting to get grouchy. Dude, I had 10K plus on Tesla yesterday. I got dragged minus 10% today. Like 10K plus, man. You think I'm worried about little things like this? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was in fucking 11.5K actually yesterday. I got dragged up into this shit, so I'm not worried about fucking jack shit. I'm fucking being patient, like I said. Today, everything bullishly pushing up. IWM pushed up. SPY hovering at the top. Has to do with all this shit being pushed up, as well as something to do with this goddamn Federal Reserve money injection. Like, I swear, this is a setup in some way. Right, we are grinding higher in the 3/3, but the volume is getting lower and lower, so it is actually choppy as shit. It's actually more lower volume than it was last week in some way. After the morning event. This is actually dumb. This has to be all-time highs. 252.37 is crazy. Nah. Wow. Wow. It's literally at the roof, sticking at the roof. Someone said, let's go Google. What's going on with Google? Google ran up. I'm like going lower. Google. I mean, this live stream never coming on. Holy. That shit's fucking impressive.
News out of Washington, Eamon Javers has that for us at the White House. Hi, Eamon.
Scott, that's right. The General Accountability Office here in Washington says that it is going to conduct an investigation of Bill Pulte over at the FHFA over this question of whether he appropriately accessed private data as he was doing his own investigations at FHFA in order to lob these allegations of mortgage fraud against a number of prominent officials here in Washington, including Lisa Cook over at the Fed. Now, remember that this investigation was requested by Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren.
That ain't something important.
Look, on the Fed, yes. I think you had a bit of a sell-off in November on the fear that the Fed actually was going to stay tighter. The reality is whether the Fed cuts in December or whether the Fed cuts more in 2026. I think by now the writing's on the wall. But by all intents and purposes, we're witnessing.
I'm in at 446.
The Fed and the U.S. Treasury.
On 445 Tesla.
What long-term impact this will have on the dollar? What long-term impact this will have on the bond market? What long-term impact this will have on the equity markets? I think it's slowly being played out. When it comes to the bond markets, I think we have a sort of precursor with what's happening in Japan right now. In Japan, you have a BOJ that is keeping rates much lower than they should be, and a long end of the bond market
Tesla
that
pulling
is
back
starting
right
to sell
now.
off, even though the Japanese government really isn't issuing at the long end. And you have a long end of the JGB market that's looking
from earlier,
starting to look pretty ugly, which perhaps is fairly ominous for the U.S. Treasury market itself. So
what am I talking about on the video?
What will break first?
Green
Will
line.
it be equities? Will it be the dollar? Or will it be
horizontal
the bond markets?
sloping support?
I think the odds are it will be the bond market.
It's a very big possibility.
So, what can the Fed do? I mean, the Treasury put, the Fed put, the Trump put, all played out somehow at different time points in 2025. What happens in 2026? That the bond market starts waking up, and that could actually spook the rest of the global markets and other assets as well, no?
At some point, yes, but look at the JGB market again as an indication.
Tesla more
selling off all year
than the video, to be honest.
And the equity markets are sort of, brushing it off. The yen has been weakening, but by and large, the Japanese economy is doing fine. It's what we've called in our research actually a Turkish scenario, where it's basically the monetary policy that Turkey followed, where you sacrifice bondholders and you sacrifice the value of your currency for decent nominal GDP growth, so that you keep money coming in and churning the wheels, and savers in that environment look for real assets, and those real assets can either be precious metals.
They went higher into
real
one
estate,
on IWM.
Or equities,
All right,
because,
IWM 1 p.m. top for now.
Flows. So to your question, if the bonds sell off,
IWM 1 p.m. top.
I'm not sure that it does. I mean,
dumping
within measure, but
this is a dump,
you highlighted earlier,
true
bond
dump,
yields are 4.10.
true dump. Blue lines
if
being
we go
crossed.
To 450, 475, does that? Does that crush equities?
This is true dump. 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 True dump. True dump. Blue lines being crossed right now. True dump. True dump. True dump. True dump. They're gonna fucking dump this shit too. Fucking LOD.
Dynamic that we saw in
Divergence is most likely gonna.
Oh,
that's the most crazy shit that's coming out of my mouth right now, bro. But I swear this is literally set up crazy. Tesla dump, man. Come on.
That was really the right strategy, right? Risk.
I need Tesla to dump like $4.
Is it going to be different
fucking
next year?
$8.
So it depends what kind of risk.
Tesla dump $8.
One of the best performing assets this year have been all the precious metals.
I'll be so happy.
Your silver, your gold. I think silver's up 100% for the year. Gold is up, whatever it is, 55%.
If this blue line crosses on a 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle, a bigger candle, it's a dump. It is not a dump right now. Not a dump. Not.
0% interest rates. And to your point about your Korean savers,
5-minute or 15.
When you look at where the gold purchases have occurred in the world, they've occurred in Japan, in China, and in Korea, i.e. the places where you have zero interest rates. They have not occurred. You haven't seen big gold purchases in the U.S.
This is not a dump. This is not a dump unless the 5 or the 15-minute crosses 683.38, right? 683.38.
Bank accounts and interest rates are zero, and especially if at the same time, inflation, like in Japan, is 3%, or like in the U.S., it's 3%. If you're earning zero at the bank, that eats away at you.
182.96 somewhere is an important level to watch if it flips.
And so yes, you have to do something about it, and then it becomes, okay, what do I do about my capital being destroyed?
This trend line being used fucking crazy.
Do I push it into precious metals? Do I push it into cryptos? And here, different people will have different risk
tolerances. Not a dump unless that line crosses.
We have all seen the devastating images in the news.
To burn everyone here right now and then decide what to do.
I do think that's been a big driver of the equity markets everywhere around the world.
Yeah, but
Bounce is trying at.
I think that continues though.
110.
With gold.
It is what it is. If this shit does not break right now, it could bounce for 20 minutes or an hour. Nobody knows. If this shit does not break, it's not a dump. If this shit breaks, it turns into a dump.
Coming back up?
No, I think crypto is actually pretty well wounded now.
What a nasty ass fucking drop.
Was damaged by all the launch of the treasury companies that could borrow a lot of money and essentially gear up on crypto, which it was a trade that worked great.
Ain't no way.
While these guys were trading
cycling
above
maybe.
But
yeah, I really thought this shit was gonna cross with that line being like that.
The Michael Saylors, etc.
It really could have at 12:08, but it did not to. So unless this 5-minute candle comes in, crossing that shit lower, there's nothing here. If a 5-minute comes in, that means a 5-minute candle with the MACD is going continuation.
So I think the structure of the crypto market may have been damaged in this big latest
5-minute just turned bearish. All right, MACD on the 5-minute is actually bearish right here.
Taken out. So I think that part is actually dangerous. When you look
it's still dangerous as shit.
You know, the big buyers of gold in recent years have been the world central banks, and
they're
those
going
guys
lower.
are essentially price insensitive. And then it's been Japanese, Korean, Chinese retail
they're going lower.
These guys have been huge buyers. And again, the Western world has not really participated.
If the low breaks,
now,
the second line, second blue line.
That these guys stop buying. Now, why would they stop buying? I think the only reason they'd stop buying is if their currencies start to go up. Now, when you look at the world today, and you take a step back, and you think, what's the biggest anomaly out there?
Terrifying shit. It could stop.
What's the price that's
drop.
Just completely wrong? The price that's the most.
I don't think anyone really knows here. You just
are
wait
the Asian currencies.
2 minutes.
Like the renminbi is so stupidly cheap.
Look at the fucking MACD on the fucking IWM. It's so crazy, dude. Look at this shit bullish until 11:25, and then they went higher anyway. They went to all-time highs on no fucking volume, pulling back.
And if they're not going to
going
Shenzhen
up,
during the
pulling back,
holiday,
going up, pulling back, going up.
Because Japan is also stupidly cheap with the yen at 155.
It's so crazy. IWM, MACD, the most insane shit ever. Look at this MACD on the 5.
They're so stupidly cheap.
IWM MACD, the most fucking insane shit ever today.
In 2026, for me, the big question is, do Asian currencies go up? And if they do, probably a lot of the trades that have worked in recent years don't really work
wants
anymore,
to pull back
because
down.
The Japanese, the Korean, the Chinese all start repatriating capital, buying local assets, buying yields in local currencies. If the yen starts to go up, you know, Japanese rates, if the renminbi start to go up, things like all the SOEs,
time is 110.
Of 6%,
this is
all these
not
things will
a
fall.
guaranteed down. It did not break the bottom of the blue line, and it's cycling.
Question, but to answer on gold, I think you have to have a view on Asian currencies because the buyers are Asians today. If like me, you think 2026
110 is bouncing, 110 is rejecting, 110 is bouncing. That is an abnormal cycle, very, very fast cycle.
Okay.
Unnormal
and do those markets,
pattern happening here.
Stock markets that you just mentioned in China, Japan, and South Korea, do they run higher in the next year?
Well, I think they do. Look, let's start with China.
Yeah.
China today is running a trade surplus of 100, 110 billion a month. No country in the world has ever run trade surpluses this big. I mean, this is just
Is the president live?
A month is a ton of money. So that's money that, you know, is coming in every month, should be pushing the renminbi higher. It's not happening, and it's not happening partly because the big theme of the past 5 years has been China's uninvestable. So while China's trade surplus moved from 20 billion a month to 100 billion a month, all the foreigners were leaving China. But the foreigners are now essentially done from leaving China. Like if you were going to sell China by now, you've sold.
Shit ever,
like
bro. What the fuck is this thing doing?
And the Chinese markets are now outperforming, etc. So people
I'm
are
at 2.4K.
So now next year,
I went in for 3,000. That
so now
this spike candle.
And China has a very simple
1 DT somewhere right before this spike candle. So I'm getting cooked a little bit, but it is literally.
I print a bunch of renminbi.
Coming right back to where I got in, bouncing, coming right back to where I got in, bouncing is fucking crazy.
That means these renminbis have to go somewhere. Now, growth in China remains weak. Real estate is in the doldrums. So all this money printing ends up going into the equity markets, which is what we've seen already in the past year. And so I think when you look at China, essentially what you want is a barbell portfolio. Is you think, okay, if you think China is, and at the end of it, it'll be a political decision. China's not going to let its currency go up. They're going to print a bunch of money.
Did not flip this blue line, and they're bouncing like
the Alibabas, the Tencent.
Meanies.
That stuff is going to go bananas. Option 1. Option 2.
All right, this is the ultimate fake out or ultimate bear trap spike off this algo range.
So like
I did not draw off 110 to. Let's see.
All the stocks that have 6% dividend yields and plus will get bid up. And so, you know, I think next year it'll be a battle between these two baskets. Baskets of high dividend yield payers, basket of high growth. And depending on whether the currency moves up or not, the curses will move from one to the next.
So that's a good sort of amazing answer and a good teaser for our next block, because I do want to go deeper on China in the next block with you. But this whole AI thing, so the latest that we are seeing is Anthropic, a major AI company, getting ready for an IPO potentially next year. Is that a sign of AI bubble? Because it's sort of how it works, right? It's sort of the OG investors are locking in their profits, cashing out, or am I too cynical?
I don't think you can be too cynical when it comes to
I can't believe it's just fucking
markets.
small, tiny scalps. Like, what the shit?
Especially when you're a journalist covering financial markets. When you look at bull markets, and especially capital-intensive bull markets, because let's not kid ourselves, AI is extremely capital-intensive.
Oh my God.
The history of capital-intensive bull market is first you go through a phase where the market
105
reward you for
HOD
spending
testing
money.
on IWM.
You know, remember Chesapeake Energy during the shale boom in the U.S., or Lucent during the fiber boom in 1999.
Oh my God. IWM,
or closer to home, China Evergrande. It's like the more money they spent, the more shares would be repriced. And then at some point, for whatever reason, the markets shift. It's like you're no longer rewarded for spending money. All of a sudden, you're actually rewarded for getting rid of the assets you overpaid for in the boom. And I wonder if we're not going through that shift right now. And essentially, whether Anthropic missed the window for their IPO.
These fucking dumps and pumps are fucking insane right now. The last hour.
Oracle came out and said, "Hey, look, we're going to spend $300 billion on data centers," and the market loved it. Immediately, the market cap of Oracle
these dumps and pumps are actually insane.
And then the market started to say, "Hold on,
what is this shit?"
You know, and
it's not even like they're tiny moves; they're humongous. 684, 683, $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8. You just moved up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Another example of this is SoftBank. You know, SoftBank has lost 40% in 2 weeks. Essentially, as SoftBank said, "Look, I'm getting rid of my NVIDIA to put all my money in OpenAI," the market started to say, "Hold on, this makes no sense." So I wonder if we're moving right now, as we speak, from the phase where the market rewards people for spending money to the market starting to reward people for shedding assets. And if that's the case, the Anthropic or the OpenAI IPOs will be very hard to pull out, because these things are already trading at 100 billion of valuations on the PE markets. Yeah. So for the last rounds of guys to make money, you're going to have to IPO these things at really high valuations. You know, and whether the appetite
they really are trying to spike this thing when they show up.
I mean, it's been very confusing. So if you really
not even go that much lower when they spike it down.
AI narrative. At one point, the market didn't really like it when companies said, "Oh, the capex number didn't really impress the markets as much." And then if they're spending too much, then they worry, and then the circular thing worries them. But then many of them are saying, the sell side is saying, "No, we're still getting started. We're in the early innings of this AI cycle."
250, 243.
So,
this shit
what
is
is going to be the narrative around AI in 2026? Do you think that we are still
new HOD
in the
120,
early innings,
110 broke, or 105 broke?
Just went a little too fast.
Look, the fact that the sell side says we're in the early innings, etc. Let's not forget the sell side makes money by placing paper. So of course they're going to say, "No, you guys love this paper. Like, take more of it, please."
It's actually sick.
That's their whole business model. So perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised there.
Every single drop getting popped up.
When you look at the numbers surrounding AI, the numbers are already eye-watering. You know, Bain Capital came out with a study recently highlighting that for the current capex numbers to make sense, AI need to quickly ramp up to $2 trillion a year of annual revenue. Now,
spying QQQ gapped out on the 1 minute, man.
The entire global advertising business, i.e., the people that pay for all of this.
We're going for Trump alive.
But also pay for the shirt on Manchester United. That pay for the online ads. That's $1 trillion.
To return to their homes, and justice and accountability for those who have.
Yeah,
the Allen
Trump's
Sweater
live.
Market
That's why.
Since 1892 for the authentic and
Lasting peace, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda have agreed to more closely integrate their economies with each other rather than fighting, and they'll be doing that. And these two gentlemen are very smart and I think they liked each other a lot. I spent time with them. I think they liked some people may be surprised. I really do. I think they've spent a lot of time killing each other, and now they're going to spend a lot of time hugging, holding hands, and taking advantage of the United States of America economically like every other country does. So they're going to do very well, but they do have some very valuable things. They're going to have a lot of money and a lot of success, and I think they're going to get along really well, so I hope so. Thank you very much. Look at them. Look at the way they love each other. Thank you. So I have a lot of confidence in both leaders. We'll keep these commitments. I know they're going to keep them and follow through on the agreement and create a much brighter future for the people of their countries. And they're heroes within their countries because of today. This is a big story. And so much is being written and said. All of the newscasts have it at the top of the list. And they are heroes, and we want to keep it that way. Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved with sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries. And we're going to take out some of the rare earth and take out some of the assets and pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money. These are just two of the many new agreements related to mineral supplies that my administration has achieved this year, including with Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, South Korea, and many other countries. With all of these agreements, we're forging new economic security partnerships that protect the interests of America and our friends and partners, and a core feature of my administration's national security strategy, a big part of which are the tariffs. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and it's given us really great national security. We'll be paying down debt. We'll be making distributions to people, and we're really doing a job. It's amazing. I was with a gentleman, the future king of Saudi Arabia, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, but 2 months ago when I was over there, he said, 10, and 11, 12, actually 13. Qatar is represented today, and UAE is represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing, that 1 year ago they thought our country was dead, and now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion. That's just in 10 months. Pledged or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than that, too. No other country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision, and I want to thank the people, especially the people that we named. Some of the others that unfortunately we didn't name, we just couldn't do that. But for your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible to begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two potentially very strong countries. I'd like to now invite President Kagame to come up and say a few words. It's Rwanda. And then, if I may, President of DRC, who really is doing a great job. These are two men that are doing a great job. And again, they are so respected because of what they're doing today and the mission that they've really, I think, accomplished. And we'll see how it all works out, but I think it's going to work out really great. They want to get on to other ways of living for their people, and they're great leaders. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, Excellencies, heads of state and government and former heads of state, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin with some words of thanks. First, to my fellow heads of state and government from Africa, your presence here confirms that these efforts enjoy the broad support necessary to succeed. I also thank Minister of State Kulaifi, representing His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad of Qatar. The role of Qatar has been absolutely central in getting us to this point. But of course, the biggest vote of thanks goes to President Donald Trump. No one was asking President Trump to take up this task. Our region is far from the headlines. But when the President saw the opportunity to contribute to peace, he immediately took it. This conflict has lasted for 30 years. We have seen countless mediations and efforts, but none has succeeded in resolving the underlying issues. President Trump introduced a new and effective dynamism.
Holy shit.
That created the space for breakthroughs. His approach is even-handed, never taking sides. He orients us toward the future, not the past, emphasizing that the dividend of peace is prosperity and investment, including from the United States. More importantly, President Trump's approach is pragmatic. The process has not become an end in itself. All of these elements filter down to his dedicated team, and here I want to single out Secretary Rubio and Masad Boulos for special appreciation. We would not be here today without their efforts. And as a result, we have the
really about to run?
and most viable path forward that we have ever had. These accords provide everything needed to end this conflict once and for all. If this agreement falters and things do not work out as they are supposed to, the responsibility will not lie with President Trump, but with ourselves. It's up to us in Africa, working with our partners to consolidate and expand this peace. There will be ups and downs on the road ahead, There is no doubt about it. Rwanda, I know, will not be found wanting. I can assure you of that. Our only objective is and has always
so
been
crazy, dude. Look at these
for
fucking
our country
pops.
to be safe
That
and
fucking
secure.
pop. 1 minute gap up on SPY too.
Endured so much tragedy. We now
That might not
only
be gap
want
up,
to look
never mind.
forward in confident expectation.
Holy shit, IWM's going higher. I cannot believe it. This
Future. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Time is 1:30 and they're going higher. On IWM like fucking nothing. Like nothing. Since I don't even know how this shit since.
Mr. the President of the United States, Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the delegations, distinguished guests, as we have just placed our signatures at the bottom of the joint declaration enshrining the Washington agreements for peace and prosperity, I do feel, on behalf of the people of Congo, a deep gratitude and clear hope. First of all, I would like to express quite solemnly our deep thanks to the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. I would like to thank his administration and also wish to thank the American people for the critical role that they played as for the rapprochement, the closening between the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. To these thanks are also
I mean, it could be possible that they burn all these 0DTs and then they're going to burn all these calls later.
And our international partners
divergence at the floor, so
thanks to their commitment and engagement,
we'll see, man.
Have consistently made this critical
30 or 40
moment
people that just left,
in
please
the road to peace.
never come back.
First and foremost,
holy fuck, what is wrong with these fucking clowns?
Sheikh Yanim bin Ahmad Adani. We have President João Manuel Lourenço Gonçalves, who is the President of Angola and the acting President of the African Union.
On the other
and
side
we also
of
have
the
former
river.
President of the Republic of Kenya, my brother, Uhuru Kenyatta, who I can see here in the room. These
now there's
two
40
great
people back. Like, what the
Africans
fuck, man?
Who
I'm
are
sorry.
the,
Come on.
the beginning, who started
It's
the
like
Rwanda
candle
and
movements.
the Nairobi processes. And beyond them, I wish to thank also all of the African
Presidential
leaders
pump.
who contributed
This price action doesn't even make sense. Presidential pump. This is
to help us
the
in
finale
this
of
struggle.
IWM.
And I do hope that we have, reached the end.
I'm kidding, dude. I don't even know what happened. It was just some
The
drop
Washington
for 5 minutes.
agreements are not yet another document. These represent a turning point. They bring together under a coherent architecture a declaration of principles of a peace agreement and also the regional economic integration framework to provide to the peoples of the region a new perspective, a new outlook, namely to finally
there was a divergence at
overcome
the
the
floor,
cycle
but
of
they
violence,
used the W.
of forced
All these
displacement,
bears, so
of
many bears to
mistrust,
cook
to
them all with the
defiance,
W.
in order to
But I don't know
begin
about a
new
medium-term,
era
long-term, long,
of
meaning
friendship,
next week or
cooperation,
tomorrow.
and
I really
prosperity
don't know.
all
They could
shared
drop this shit
together.
off using that, so.
For those
Damn.
involved, the Democratic
That is a
Republic of Congo takes this solemn
insane
commitment to
pump.
implement with complete sincerity all of our obligations that stem from this agreement. We will do this.
My puts aren't even moving
that
much. I ain't gonna lie. It's the same price it was earlier, but I mean, I'll tell you right now, it is.
For peace and the security of our populations, for the unity and the integrity of our territory. We do hope that thanks to the same seriousness that the
yeah, bro, moving sound that IWM MACD doesn't even make sense.
The letter and the spirit.
Thank you for saying that. You know what I mean? It's literally just the MACD RS. It's just the RSI.
We are reaching out for a peaceful cooperation based on mutual respect.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know how the 5-minute candle MACD is not going higher
struggle against the armed groups.
I don't know how either.
The end of all support to negative forces and the beginning of fair prosperity on behalf of our two populations. I
don't know how it's in bearish
this day is the beginning of a new path.
It should be different.
A demanding
this
path,
looks so
yes
manipulated.
Indeed, quite difficult, but this is a path where peace will not just be a wish, an aspiration, but a turning point. The Democratic Republic of Congo will fully play its part with dignity.
Chris said IW should have fell yesterday.
And consistency, and
nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie.
The
all-time
support
high
of
shit
our
is, I ain't gonna lie, is the most
we will
insane shit.
remain watchful, vigilant, but not pessimistic. We'll be clear-eyed, but resolutely optimistic.
Smart money.
These Washington agreements for peace
range
and prosperity
breakout, so they go.
must
IWM
be for
is the
our
one that looks
peoples
very
a symbol of an irreversible commitment to turn the page
Man,
of
I
confrontations
can't believe the whole entire
and
month
to
has
open
been
a new
negated on
era
this shit.
of cooperation and sustainable peace throughout the region. Thank you.
We're so close to the HOD too.
So, if I might, my 4 new friends, a couple of cases not that new. Could you come up, please? Do you mind? Please. They represent so many and so well, so I just want to thank you very much.
Man. This is just such a chopped sideways day, a lot of technicals, a lot of the normal shit that works on a regular day is just fucking completely out the window. He's just literally IWM all-time high environment, weird ass shit, W forming, like it's just all sorts of this sideways chopping here too, literally going down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So right here we're stuck creating so much volume with no volume. I'm talking about volume on options, I guess. They're cooking this shit.
A importância desta cerimônia aqui em Washington DC, que vai finalmente por fim
They're cooking this shit somehow.
que, como já foi
Low
dito,
volume. Just on
dura mais de 3 décadas.
directions.
Não são exatamente 30 anos,
Directions up, directions down.
mais do que 3
Directions
décadas.
up, directions down.
Conflito
up,
entre
down,
irmãos,
up.
países
Who knows
vizinhos
now?
e
Oh my
irmãos,
god. Sick.
que deviam se dar bem, mas que, por razões de diversa ordem, têm vindo a se degladiar ao longo dos anos, com pesadas consequências, quer para as populações de ambos os países, como também para as respectivas economias. A região dos Grandes Lagos é uma região das mais ricas do mundo, não apenas da África. É enormemente rica em recursos hídricos,
What you saying, bro?
terras aráveis, florestas, recursos minerais que estão no subsolo, mas, sobretudo, rico nas suas pessoas, com um potencial muito grande para desenvolver aquela região de África que pode catapultar o desenvolvimento de outras regiões igualmente do nosso continente. O mundo atravessa hoje uma crise energética e alimentar. Nós estamos a dizer que a África e em particular essa região dos Grandes Lagos, tem o potencial, não digo de resolver, mas de contribuir consideravelmente para a resolução dessas duas grandes crises, quer alimentar, quer energética.
This price action is the worst for zero DT. Sideways chopping. I killed zero DTs 2 days ago unless people were scalping. So it's fucking terrifying. It's like, you know what I mean? Nobody knows the direction until the real direction comes, and then the real candles come. But it's fucking terrifying because the candles are flipping up. It's up, down, up, down. It's literally spiking. These candles are not nice. Atrocious candles. Life or death, atrocious candles coming in. Bears are stronger with this candle, but you know what I mean? Literally atrocious candles, literally flipping up, flipping down, making the bulls hope crazy, go to the top, making the bears hope crazy, reject them, fucking bounce, and reject them, bounce, and reject them, bounce. We did this 9 times now. This is the fucking 10th time. Yo, the realists remember what I've fucking been saying on this live stream, right? We've been doing this shit 8 or 9 times now. Last 1 hour. It's so crazy. Look at this fucking dump, man. You cannot make this shit up. We went up $1 up and down 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the 10th time. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Finally, IWM releasing. NVIDIA trapping on the green line, maybe. It's so disgusting, dude. Meta flying or meta popping, not flying. Look at this shit. Look at the chop trap. Look at the chop trap here at 6,852.
Nós sairemos a ganhar. Tanto mais uma vez, o presidente Trump fez a parte que lhe compete.
Nasty.
E nós esperamos e acreditamos que vai acontecer que as duas partes, ou seja, as autoridades da República Democrática do Congo e da República do Ruanda também farão a sua parte para a implementação com êxito deste acordo. Uma coisa é assinar um acordo, outra coisa que é mais difícil, mas é possível, desde que haja vontade política, é implementar em tempo útil tudo aquilo que nós acordamos e assinamos. Parabéns a todos.
Let's see a dump.
Your Excellency, the U.S. President
I still want to LOD dump my 1 DT getting fucking trashed around right here, so not having the best time unless they break the range down with all this shit.
Because this has come to
I'm getting cooked too. A couple $100 here and there. Like I'm literally at 2.1K, but that shit went to 1.9K, and I got in at fucking 3K. So I'm at 2.2K now. It's getting thrashed around like crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it is.
Between two neighboring countries.
And it's terrifying as fuck being up here. It really is, and it's like hopey as shit being down here. And this is all just a fucking fake ass fucking extension of fucking trap bull, trap bear, trap bull, trap bear, so we can get everybody cooking, get the SPX put to call ratio cooked up, walled up every single cycle, trash them up, thrash them up, 0 DT, fucking get thrashed up, fucked up the most in this chop cycle, and, you know, to do something later. This is literally the worst fucking shit for 0 DT. The environment is absolute dog shit terrible, like risk-wise.
Immensely the whole region.
Going south now, I mean, I'm just saying I'm just saying like 12 to 110, that's like 1 hour
as
of
well
what happened
as
after
to
it
helping
boomed up,
the whole world in terms of fighting against the food crisis and energy crisis which the whole world is going through now. We believe that the Great Lakes region will have to play a great role in providing resources to the international community. And of course, solving this conflict will also help solve other crises, not only in the continent as we know, but worldwide. For example, the Great Inga hydro project in Congo is important. It can help to electrify the continent and consequently help in terms of developing agriculture and providing agriculture, arable lands, and abundant resources that we have that can be used. We know that Africa possesses a lot of other resources such as rainfalls, which are important for agriculture. So nothing has nothing would just justify this war, but eventually the most important thing that it has come to
Look at the IWM MACD right
as
now,
Africans,
this
do
is
our
so
part.
cooked.
When I say Africans, I mentioned countries such as Angola,
This
Kenya,
is so
and other
cooked.
African countries. But unfortunately, we couldn't make it.
Oh my
But
God.
we now want to thank President Donald Trump for having helped to reach this important milestone. We believe, once again, we have to thank him for what he has done, and what comes next now is to appeal to the two parties, that is the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, to implement successfully this agreement for the benefit of their countries, their people, and including our continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, President Trump, fellow heads of state, today's signing of the Washington Peace Accord for Eastern DRC is not merely a monumental diplomatic milestone. It is a decisive act to end a devastating conflict that has scarred the region for decades. Mr. President, what you have
I'm looking
achieved
for one drop here in SPX. If
is
not, I'm going to take out
not
$700
only
loss.
transformative, it is
800
consequential and historic. This conflict has destroyed livelihoods, destabilized our region, and threatened the future of the entire Great Lakes African continent. Today's achievement culminates a relentless regional effort anchored by the foundational work of the East African community and SADC, and today, this Washington process. The coordinated Nairobi, Luanda, and Washington process has created the essential pathway that brings us to this pivotal moment. We would like to extend our gratitude to President Tshisekedi and President Kagame for their leadership during this process. Reaching this point was made possible by the unparalleled consequential convening power of the United States and President Trump's
within 5 or 10, 15 minutes
and
I want
focused
below
commitment
VWAP, below the
to
blue
global
line.
peace.
I don't even
Your
care if they
clarity,
go
Mr.
LOD or not.
President,
I just want fucking
of
somewhere
purpose
down there so I can get the shit
and
out.
ability to rally
Tesla,
stakeholders together.
I hope this bitch just fucking
has brought
drops
us
into
to
tomorrow.
this
I don't
point.
know. I don't think this thing can
We
drop
therefore
today unless
extend
there's
our
some crazy
profound
fucking weird ass shit at the end.
to
But
President Trump,
man,
whose bold leadership has been
this is
instrumental
actually
in delivering this breakthrough. Our presence here,
terrifying.
Mr.
Kind of. It's
President,
getting closer and
as
closer to
regional
next Friday.
leaders,
But if I was in this Friday, it would
is
be
a
fucking
testament
scary as shit.
of
But
our
I'm in for
collective
next
resolve.
Friday on Tesla.
We will spare no effort to ensure this agreement is fully realized,
IWM is
mobilizing
so fucking 5-minute
every
MACD is so
resource
fucking. I've
and
never seen
partner
that before like that
to
in my
secure
life.
peace
Something different.
and unlock the region's immense economic promise. The protracted conflict on our continent continues to hold back Africa. Our current 3% share of global trade is stark evidence of how far this war has held us back. A peaceful Eastern DRC can unlock one
Look at
of
Trump just
Africa's
standing there.
greatest economic opportunities. Our vast resources, the young talent that we have, connected through
now
our
or never.
regional infrastructure
MACD
and the
volume.
Africa Continental Free Trade
Basically
Area,
now or never.
can ignite
1 minute.
an
It's
unprecedented
possible.
transformation.
If it comes
A
back,
peaceful and integrated Great Lakes region will accelerate
dying
innovation,
as we stop.
predictable government reduces risk, harmonized
MACD
regulation lowers costs, and open borders increase trade, attracting value-added industries to our continent. For too long, Africa has exported raw materials only to import refined products at great cost. Our regional economic integration framework.
If this grows right here, there's a possibility. It's a very important thing to watch. This is now or never, basically. If
Will
this
build
grows
value
and grows
chains
and
in
grows
minerals,
like this or not.
manufacturing, and agri-processing, creating jobs and creating wealth. The Great Lakes region stands at the threshold of a new era. Peace will open doors. Integration will guide us. And private sector dynamism will propel us forward. In conclusion,
this shit is happening.
As we celebrate progress in the DRC, we must not look away from other crises. I want to ask you respectfully, Mr. President, that in your quest for global peace, to support efforts to resolve the humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan. I thank you.
Excellence, le chef d'État et de gouvernement ici.
Heads of state and government, dear delegations, it is with great joy that I speak today before you in order to express my joy. There is a time for everything. There's a time for destruction, and there's a time to build. There's a time for despair, and there's a time for hope.
What a hope.
Today, we are experiencing a great day. We are looking forward to this agreement, which will give back hope to the peoples of Congo.
No way he said the same word.
And of the sub-region. I would like to congratulate
this shit makes sense, man.
Everybody
5 minute on IWM looks
who made
weird.
it this great day possible.
15 minutes pushing.
We beg, we urge God to continue to guide us, to guide the steps of all people of goodwill who will become involved for its implementation. Committing oneself is something, but implementing is something else, which is why I call upon all of you, provide your contribution to actually implement this accord. As far as we are concerned, this agreement on regional economic integration, well, Burundi and the DRC already represent an economic community of the countries of the Great Lakes region. Burundi has a major role to play in order to indeed implement these existing cooperation agreements between the three states. We hope that together we'll be able to achieve a long-lasting peace and stability throughout the region. Thank you very much.
You see how it came in, like here at the back?
I just want to introduce a friend of mine who I just noticed in the audience. He's in charge of a very small sport called here soccer, over there football. So nobody knows really what to call it. Johnny, thank you very much. The head of FIFA is here. And I can report to you that we have sold more tickets than any country anywhere in the world at this stage of the game. And I think we probably broke all records before you even get close. And you have a big event on Friday at the Trump Kennedy Center. Oh, excuse me, at the Kennedy Center.
It's like Bears giving up. They give a fucking, they give hope with one candle.
Mistake, Marco. At the Kennedy Center. And I look forward to seeing you there. But I want to congratulate you. No, it's really taken the world by storm. You've never done anything like what's happening in terms of ticket sales. I make a lot of enemies telling people, I'm sorry, I can't get you tickets. I just can't do it. But congratulations. You've done a fantastic job. A great leader in sports and a great gentleman. Thank you very much, Johnny. And now we're going to sign a very important agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, they killed the bear's hope completely with the MACD, and now they're bringing the candles back to give hope. What a choppy ass top. What a choppy ass day. Inside 930 top. IWM. Confirmation rejection trying. Signing some document. Man, why couldn't they have fucking done this here? Like, why are they doing this shit now? Like, literally here at fucking 150, and now they're doing it at 155 when the MACD is literally bullish. This is so fucked. It's not clear. It's not clear. Algo range is definitely being used, that's for sure. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Choppy hovering.
I know you and you're very friendly, so I'll take it.
Bullishly hovering.
Otherwise I wouldn't take it. Go ahead.
On SPY and IWM. QQQ is still red. Alright, last poll of the day. Is SPY gonna go red or is QQQ gonna go green? Everyone type what you think is gonna happen. Everyone please type before the candles come in here. The poll. Is SPY gonna go red? Is QQQ gonna go green? Last poll of the day.
Not only is it doable, I think it's going to be a great miracle. These two gentlemen are leaders, they're great leaders, and they're going to prove that in the coming months and years. And I think you're going to see
one of them's
very
gonna be
immediate
faked out,
results.
so.
I have confidence that that's what's going to happen. Thank you very much, everybody.
Done. Or maybe that's a bad way to fucking think too. SPY could close green and QQQ could close red. But they're getting everyone thinking here. Either it runs, QQQ goes green, or either it goes red and SPY goes red. All right, it is very bad to trade on that because that is literally the trap game right now, but it is literally going to happen into close most likely. That is the trap game.
Thank you, everybody.
Please realize that is the psychological trap game right now. Gura says QQQ green. Zach says SPY red. 7 people voted SPY red, and 1 person voted QQQ green. Wow. Maybe the minority, bro. Time is 2.
It is 2 o'clock on the East Coast. The microphone has to be right about there. It is 2 o'clock on the East Coast, and thank you so much for streaming in. The president participating in a...
Well, thank you guys for that. Please hit the thumbs up on the way out if you can, if you have not already. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for being here.
Thinking about going so.
Oh, calls of the day.
Robinhood, target goes to 172 today from 145. It got reiterated outperform that at Mizuho. So that's some nice upside there, Joe. You own that name.
Nice technical formation as well. Today's first day back above the 50-day moving average. It held the 200-day moving average down below at 102. I think really all you need is for cryptocurrencies to stabilize, not continue the rate of decline that they've seen. And there's some out there that are suggesting that might be unfolding. I'm not sure one way or the other, but I think Robinhood has matured as a company. It's diversified the product stream. It's something that we have introduced to the portfolio recently, and I think in the financial sector, it's one of your better exchanges to own.
Okay, give me Delta. Buy 77 is the price target at Citi. They say the underperformance and capacity cuts are a tactically bullish cyclical setup for 2026.
In all likelihood, that's probably the case. Congratulations to my good friend James Lebenthal. He's been on the Delta story. We've been in it for the ETF as well, despite my personal skepticism surrounding the airlines. But they are working well, and it seems to be about the front of the plane, as Jimmy keeps telling us.
You think he's going to forgive you for throwing him under the bus at the top of the show if you praise him as many times now?
I didn't throw him under the bus.
I could see right through what's happening here.
Okay.
Barclays,
we have 11 people that voted
today.
SPY red.
Vernova.
1 person voted QQQ green. And 1 person said QQQ red, SPY green.
The target goes to 181 from 170. Steph, take that one first, GE.
Sure, GE Vernova. So it's all about utility CapEx. 80% of their customers are utility companies. They're spending on transmission in the grid and on power, and that's where you want to be. In fact, I think this is in earlier stages within data center, so I think there's a lot more upside here. And
how does Trump not win the Nobel Peace Prize on this one?
More important than their order growth was up 30% last quarter. In terms of Vertiv, love that one too. That's liquid cooling, and that also is a very strong end market. This company's growing organic sales at 28.4%.
Pretty sure he's about to win the next one, bro.
Way higher than anyone else, and their margins are also.
You're telling me he just ended a 40-year war in Uganda, and Rwanda, and the Congo's like.
I misspoke.
Yo, moving South Florida, he said he really wants that Nobel Peace Prize now, for real, dude. He's going for that Peace Prize. Alright, if he hasn't fucking won it already, man. Let's see, man. The majority said in the WhatsApp group, at least, right? 12 people said SPY red, and then 2 people said QQQ green. Man, they're fighting crazy. Nothing happening, but still crazy. Jorge said QQQ green, I hope, plus. And then Adam says SPY red. Alright. Red Dawn says SPX about 6855. So a little bit higher than where we are. Alright. Man. IWM confirmation rejection happening. Let's see if 145 low breaks or not. Alright. The 145 low is about the same on SPY here at 140. 145 on IWM. 140 on SPY, 145 on IWM. Let's see if it holds. Man. NBA says, are we talking about today or tomorrow? We're talking about today. Market close at 4 p.m. or going into 4 p.m. The question is SPY going to go red below this previous day 4 p.m. level at 683.91? Or is QQQ going to fly up with the market? I don't know about QQQ going green anymore now, you know what I'm saying? But the question was when we were flying up trying somewhere up here. But I guess the question now is just yes, SPY. So don't put too much, effort or weight into the poll. It's just a question to see the market sentiment. So please realize these candles are flipping green and red, and it's making people think what we are talking about live. Switch. 50 million people in the world too. So just because you see the poll number and you're like, oh my god, most people think this, doesn't mean it's relevant. And doesn't mean it's right now live. It's probably a couple of minutes ago. So do realize everything into all the information that you process in here, please. Alright, like QQQ trying to show some strength. Like every time QQQ green, it honestly looks like it's possible to blow up and go hit that. So that was the question why it was asked. But it's a little bit farther than it would like it to be for the question. And this shit is true. No direction. Lottoing, popcorning now at this point. We're faking out. He says IWM still up. Not breaking 145 low here. This is 205. Let's see how IWM does as well. IWM and IO and EQ still up. Yeah, IWM helping the push up and hovering up. Yep. I don't know how we didn't break HOD today. I will not lie. I think we opened up really high up today, maybe. That's why, but it would have broke the all-time high today. Maybe if it didn't gap up at market open and then sell off. Or maybe if it opened here and then it went down, I think we would have broke the HOD. But because of this crazy push up in this island, and they pushed it down all the way to gap fill at market open, they are, yeah. I want a NVIDIA dump into tomorrow, and I want a $10 overnight dump, and I want a $7 drop on Tesla into tomorrow. Fuck, that's what I want. SPY going red here. Bears are pushing. 0DT is trying. My put is trying to get relieved. I'm at 2.4K. Trying to get relieved yet again. After continuous rounds of trap after trap after trap after trap after trap after data after data after data after trap after trap. SPY is red. Now, after we did the poll at 2, before these candles came in, so I guess the majority was right, and now that we are really red, SPY is really red, now there's going to be 36 people versus like, you know what I mean, 36 people versus one person if we really do this poll in like a really, really bigger environment, right? If we multiply it and then we do it now. So do realize that too. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 since 1:30. Time is 2:10. We are in the 3/3 right now. If any of these blue lines break, that would signify that we are still in the 3/3 going lower, but time is 2:10, getting risky as shit. This is an area we've been chopping and zagging and doing nothing here for a long time, so that's possible that we do nothing here for a long time too. So do realize that too. Time is 2:10. We are in the 3/3 bear cycle. Let's see what the shit happens here. If the blue line breaks with the 5-minute or 15-minute candle, or if we bounce at 210 into 215 and bear trap everybody in the 3/3 and in the 1/3, 2/3 maybe as well. IWM broke 145 and then is bouncing on this weird ass candle at 210. That is great. Deciding what to do, but also making it very, very minuscule and hard to tell, so that not a lot of people will look. The majority of the people don't even know what the hell we're talking about, and a lot of people will miss what's going on. It looks like it's bouncing, but this is what's going on. Whatever happens here. Who knows what does anybody know what IWM about to do? If you do, you must be Gandalf, because how the fuck do anybody know? You must be Dumbledore, or you must be Harry Potter, because yeah, IWM is deciding live. Nobody knows. MACD volume could do anything on IWM. Nobody knows. IWM leading everything right now. No joke. No fucking joke. This shit leading everything right now. This shit leading everything right now, bro. IWM bounce, all market bounce. IWM drop, all market drop. IWM bounce, all market bounce. IWM drop, all market drop. Oh, IWM sideways, all market sideways. Oh, IWM, okay. 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 Oh my lord. That is something. Might as well have IWM on the left side, damn. Ah. I am straight up hoping for this blue line to flip. I will not lie on my 1DT. I have not left still, and I should have left 3 minutes ago at 2:07. That was my 20th minute mark, but now that we're here near the floor, I'm hoping on this shit. To really flip. I'm in 6.835, so that's why I want this bitch to flip, so I can get the shit out somewhere here. But like, I really don't want LOD. I just want the blue line to flip. Come on. I waited since this fucking long ass shit. Let me just get a little bit out. I take a little bit less loss here. Come on. Anything below this blue line, I start to go in positive profit. I just need blue line. Blue line. Fuck the LOD. Fuck the LOD hope and the LOD test and the LOD all that. Oh man. Flipping. Bears are pushing. Bears are pushing big time. I'm back in profit trying. Bears are fucking pushing big time. God damn, man. Now what? I don't fucking understand how this shit is not dropping on this. Like, this is the worst thing ever on Tesla, man. IWM. Did not make a 1 minute gap. Okay, I thought there was a 1 minute gap there. Time is 2:15. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. Off of 130. Man, it looked crazy bullish until 130. Holy shit. That's the crazy part. What the shit? It looked like it was gonna revert up all the way. Wow. I'm worried about Tesla, I'm not gonna lie. This shit, what if this shit actually goes to 4? Someone said 470 something in chat earlier, bruh. But I ain't gonna lie. That shit would literally do so much. 470 may be possible in fucking 2 days. Like, some crazy news comes out into Monday. That would be one of the worst shits possible for me. 470 on Monday would be fucking astronomical. That would do like 40% of my shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to think about it, but market going. Here we go. Time is 2:15. MACD RSI going so fast without the price. I mean the volume. It's already going crazy oversold. Not crazy, but look at the MACD RSI right now. It's getting risky as fuck. I think it's gonna revert somewhere here. I'm scared. Blue line crossing down. This has to be a 5. Bro, I'm scared as fuck. 5-minute candle. There's 3 minutes left on this big ass candle. MACD bearish on the 5. IWM pulling back. Strong. Bears are strong. That's good. Bears are strong. One more candle. One more candle. We're in LOD hope territory. LOD testing territory. This is already oversold as fuck. Going back into the purple. I'm still in. I'm hoping now. Trying to revert. It's oversold as fuck. Time is 2:15. Most likely a bounce cycle is going to happen here to decide what to do to further. Man, 125 looked purely bullish into. And then, what the fuck is Tesla doing right now, man? $440s, 450s. SPY is red, QQQ red, IWM green. I'm still in. I think they're about to go LOD test at this point. There's a lot of bulls at the top. There's divergence at the fucking roof floor though. So
Google out with another
LOD
new
testing,
announcement
LOD
as the
hope coming.
coding space heats up. Deirdre Bosa breaking the news here exclusively for today's Tech Check. Deirdre. Hey, morning, sir. So Google is tapping vibe code startup Replit in a multi-year partnership. It means that Replit will lean further into Google Cloud, and Google stays Replit's primary cloud provider. Now, for Google, this is all about giving Gemini 3 a front door into how people are actually Let's fucking go.
Fuck
this is about going up
SPX.
market, more of an
I need
enterprise
Tesla to
footprint.
drop now.
Now, this
Fuck
isn't just a crowded
SPX.
space. This is one
I
of
was
the
in from
hottest
so
in AI
long
right
ago.
now. Vibe coding is when you tell an AI what you want, and it simply writes the code for you. Now, Cursor, another big name, is exploding alongside
fucking
Anthropic's
rude.
Claude.
That was.
OpenAI has
Oh
built
my
coding
god.
its tool Codex straight into GPT. And
That
Microsoft
shit was so
still
rude.
owns the installed base with GitHub Copilot.
That's a true
Now,
dump
Google
though. Zero
has its own
DTE.
AI coding tools,
Holy
but they are
fuck.
the starting point for most people
LOD
building
coming.
with AI.
LOD test.
Replit
This is
arguably
LOD
has
test.
the broadest funnel
Alright,
in
LOD
vibe
dive.
coding,
There's a
the
divergence
place
at the
where
floor.
non-technical teams they go to build, which are increasingly the ones
There's a
that are
fucking
driving
divergence
AI
at the
adoption
floor. That is
inside
insane
of big
dump.
companies, not necessarily the software engineers. So think marketing or finance staff
Tesla
trying
going
to
now.
spin
Come
up
on.
internal AI
Insane
tools all
dump.
on
Now
their
drop
own.
$5
New
on
data from
Tesla.
Ramp,
Come
it
on,
shows
baby.
that Replit had
Into
the
tomorrow.
fastest new
Go.
customer growth
SPY.
among software
Go.
vendors last month.
Tesla.
Google,
Nvidia.
meanwhile, is adding new
Look at
customers
Nvidia.
and spend
What did I
faster
say on
than any
Nvidia?
other
I said
company on Ramp's
Nvidia.
platform.
Bull
So you
trap
put those two
potential,
together,
right?
you get a clearer
Look at
picture
fucking
of why
Nvidia,
both
man.
companies see
Look
an
at
opportunity
Nvidia
here.
right now.
Now, all of this sets the
Look
stage
at
for
Nvidia!
Gemini 3,
Let's
a
go!
OpenAI,
Let's
but
go!
distribution
Holy
to actually matter.
shit!
Most people,
I
they won't
wish
just
I
switch
did not.
because
Fuck
the benchmark
Nvidia,
says
though,
that
bro.
they should.
Oh my god,
Replit
they did a triple.
gives at least the coding part of Gemini 3
I said there was
an
a potential. I
access
said
into
lower side
real-world,
potential.
not
I mean,
just
IWM,
research
clear
labs.
pullback
Guys, I will speak
coming, right? But like,
exclusively
when
to
was the
Google Cloud
question? But
President
like,
Matt
wow.
Renner and Replit CEO Amjad Masad
IWM, the
shortly.
question
Be
was
sure to tune
literally
into our
when,
second
but wow.
tech check segment for their color on the deal.
D, meantime, I'm wondering what you
LOD
make of
broke.
Dario Amodi. He's been
divergence
so
is
outspoken
cleared.
about AI's impact and the future on employment. And
Not
then, of
yet.
course, yesterday,
They're about to go
taking
more.
it
They're
to
gonna go more.
unnamed
More.
rivals
More.
who he argues
Divergence.
are YOLOing through this
Not
process.
cleared.
Yeah,
Clearing.
I mean, it's so
Cleared.
the space
Cleared.
that Anthropic
Cleared.
plays in
Cleared.
the AI
Cleared.
landscape is
Cleared.
so
Cleared.
interesting.
Cleared.
They're the
Cleared.
safety
Cleared.
guys,
Divergence
right?
is
They
cleared.
basically
Divergence is
let
cleared on
Dario and his
SPY
sister
and
left
QQQ.
OpenAI so that
Alright,
they could
SPY
develop
and QQQ.
AI
Divergence
responsibly.
is cleared.
That was
That's
sort
a
of
full
the
on
early
dump.
era of this race, but now
Divergence
it's sort
cleared.
of growth
No
at all
divergence at the
costs.
floor.
And so he hasn't in
Wind
here
direction
to
is
say or
south.
imply maybe that some are spending irresponsibly or it's FOMO.
They want to go
where,
south.
You know, they have a proposition
They
to
wanna go south.
increasingly enterprise AI.
I don't know
and
about zero
safe
DT.
AI, and both of those go hand in hand, right? Enterprise wants to make sure that their AI is being developed responsibly.
That's
so
fucking
it's
crazy.
very in tone what we see from him.
That's fucking crazy.
Oh
my god, that's crazy.
Laws. It's been a
LOD
debate
broke.
for many months now. I think a year in the AI space. We were
LOD
talking
broke.
about this
Divergence
first last year at this
cleared.
time
Look
about
at
how
that
maybe
shit.
we have
Doesn't that
maxed out,
feel
we've
fucking
hit a wall, and that
crazy
the
beautiful?
models
What did I say?
aren't going to
I said
get,
they could
like,
use this
hugely
whole
smarter,
entire
just
shit to go
incrementally
what?
smarter. And what
Lower,
he said
right?
is that there's still a
That
lot of
is
room
a
to
pure
go.
fucking
Weighing
dump.
in on that debate, it feels to be heading that way.
One,
so maybe
2, 3,
in the next
4,
year, it
5,
shows us that
6,
we could get
7,
some major
8,
breakthroughs.
9 minutes, 10 minutes.
Is
vibe coding? I'm just thinking, going through the vibe
In
coding
10
part of the
minutes,
story.
done.
Is
In
that
10 minutes,
like a
done.
euphemism for not
Question:
having
the poll was
human
done when? At
software
the tippity
engineers
top.
anymore?
Where? At the tippity
It's
top
kind of
of the
exactly
roof.
what it sounds like.
The
You
poll was
code
what?
based on
Are we
vibes.
gonna
So you
go
tell the
spy? Are
chatbot,
we gonna go
this
red
is
on
the app
SPY,
that I want to
or is
create. It has to
QQQ
feel
gonna
this
go
way. It has
green?
to do
And we
this.
said
And the AI
QQQ
just
green is
goes and does
fucking
it for
wow.
you.
This is crazy
Also
to even
known
talk
as
about.
AI
It's so
first
far,
coding,
but
and
like,
this is just a
oh
huge
my god,
industry,
divergence
right?
cleared
You
at the
see it
floor. They
within
want to go
all the
southward now.
major
More.
tech companies.
More. I
Engineers
don't know about more
relying
zero
on
DT
AI
today,
to
but I mean
actually
this is
code
direction
for them.
south
But you
into
still
I don't
have
know
to be
tomorrow.
fairly
I think
sophisticated. What
direction
Replit
is
does
south
is
into
actually
tomorrow. I
lets
see
like
bulls are in trouble
consumers
into
and
tomorrow.
non-technical
Right.
teams vibe code themselves. So like if you're in sales or marketing, you could say, I need this
bulls might be
application to
tomorrow
interact
here.
with
this
my
is
customers.
a top
Can you
forming,
create it
all right?
for me?
9:30
They can
today is a
actually,
top.
create their own software.
Really said there's something cooking crazy, right? This is exactly what I meant. So this is exactly what I meant, man. Look at this shit. You cannot make this shit up. That's a dump. That's a pump. Hold with IWM all day long until when? Until IWM said, "Oh, we're gonna go." When did IWM said we're gonna go? Right here at 210. Sorry, 212. 212 was right here. 212 was all the way up here. 212 didn't even break the first blue box. What did I say? If the blue box breaks in the 5 or 15 minute, they're going to dump crazy. And I said that in the WhatsApp group, and I literally said all day there's a divergence at the floor, right? So that is what I mean by higher setup more than candles. I live for setup. I die on setup. I don't care about nothing else. I live for setup. I die on setup because that's how the market is. So insane, but I'm so glad today played out the way it did. I did not DCA because if I was wrong here, you know how bad that could have been. Zero DT, I mean, it was great going here and here, but I mean, I was in already, so there's no need for me to go double in crazy, blah, 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 when I'm already in Tesla hoping on lower. So I'm chilling, being chilling. Let's see what happens into the rest of the day. This is the play for now. What's going on today? We lost the green. We were showing green, green, green for 3 hours, and then now we're red. Let's see what happens now that we're down here. Time is 2:25. 2:25 is bouncing at 2:23. The first minute of the 2:25 candle. 2:25 is, let's see, right, if somebody is stuck here, they would be like, oh, 2:25, oh, I'm gonna wait until 2:30, and then by 7 minutes later they could be toast. But all I'm saying is 2:25 bounce cycle is creating at the floor. The LOD broke, so what does this count as? This is the previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support. Okay, previous LOD, resistance and or support. The market will cycle around here to decide what it wants to do into the rest of the day, most likely from here, using up and down, down and up to get some liquidity, build some momentum, trap something, decide what to do, and then possible. Shit, this could be the trap too. But I mean, we did go all the way to the previous day, 9:30 a.m. on QQQ, which we hit earlier. We did not hit earlier by cents. That shit is not a coincidence, but we did leave a divergence at the floor. I called this out earlier in the day, and I said, hey, the realest people remember, right? I said, hey, sure, they may bounce this crazy and burn off all the zero DTE bears. Sure, they may go long, but at the end of the day, medium term, long term calls into tomorrow, into long term, medium term might be in danger. There is some caution to this shit because there's a there is a divergence at the floor. This is what I mean. I don't make shit up after it happens. I just say it because it has happened to me before. And today is clearly a clear example. So God did. That was amazing. But now I'm wanting Tesla to continue to go lower. And let's see how the market does at 2:25. I don't have that much time, to be honest. I really gotta go. But yeah, I'm glad that happened, to be honest. Now Tesla, I might just have to watch this shit when I'm off, or I don't know. I'll stay on for maybe like an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, but I need to eat and I gotta get ready and head out. This is the previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support at 682.19. I got really good rest. So that's why I'm so goddamn energized today and so alert and aware. Like I've literally been, I just took a huge, huge rest. Man. That was crazy, bro. We were literally at 684 for 3 hours. You guys understand how crazy that is. Look at this pop up, right? We popped up crazy and then we held that and then we dropped that. That means they could have dropped it here, but they literally extended it, used that entire day's momentum to bull trap everybody to go divergence clear later. That is, remember that for the future is what I'm trying to say here, right? Tyler said, wow, I'm so thankful I got in or I got the hell out cautiously at the top. That would have wiped my account. You get what I'm saying here? It's so fucking crazy out here, bro. Look, when we were up here, it looked choppy, 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 bullish. Nobody thought drop. I don't think anybody would have thought dump. but I really was thinking about, you know what I mean? Why did I have this drawn? Because when they do it, there's so little people in the world that can see what's possible before it's possible, before it's doing it, and when it's doing it, you know what I mean? Like, they understand what's going on, like this shit. This is exactly what I mean. Thank God. I found a way for myself to be able to see through whatever I need to see through, because this is crazy. Like, I love the market, man, but this is honestly, can't even fucking lie. Bull or bear, up or down, whatever the hell it is you do, is insane work. Market insane work every single day. Every single day. Man. Oh, man. That's disgusting. Tesla. Popped up crazy. This shit is still not even going lower. This shit is still a bear trap on Tesla. That's the fucking sad fucking part. They're trying to show that I'm about to get cooked on Tesla or something. That was disgusting, man. I really didn't. Dude, I was hoping and hoping and hoping, and this was gonna break, and I literally left before the LOD. But like, holy shit! I'm not gonna lie, dude. That is crazy. What the fuck? I left 2 minutes before the divergence cleared, but that is insane work. I wasn't even looking at 0DTs, by the way. Like, I don't even know what happened to the calls or puts, but like, yeah, that must have wiped it out completely in 5 minutes and then bumped it up crazy in 5 minutes. Like, $4, $3 almost. Depending on where. Tippity top of 130 was literally $2 or $4, but $3.50. Somewhere at 210 was literally half of that, but still super strong. So I did not get in at the best time, but whatever. Oh, 682.19. All of a sudden evaluating what to do. The previous low today turned into resistance and or support. QQQ using somewhere here 10 a.m. level as well, and is breaking higher. Now the calls are coming back. It is super oversold, and the bulls are having a lunch picnic real quick, and the bears are getting these short off at 225. All right, time is already 2:35. This shit is... I'm hoping on Tesla, I'm not gonna lie. Now it's making me... It's like hope that this is not the ending, and they go lower into tomorrow. But I mean, this could easily be the ending. Easily. They're clearly showing that right now. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from 932, 235, and then 235 bouncing. Right? Just because it did this does not mean it broke any of these lows, does not mean it broke any of these lows. What does that mean? That we're still in a bullish cycle from somewhere down there. Does not mean shit. Bounce possible off this weird ass downward trend line, and as well as this horizontal sloping support. I'm not talking about bounce possible now. I'm wanting a little lower and then cycle and then figure out what to do. But I'm saying bounce possible from here 240 to definitely here off that alone. All right, let's see. That is humongous. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now on this. That's the best thing we could do right now. I'm not gonna lie, that's an unbelievable cook off the 3/3 puts too. Why? Because you have to realize the majority of the people do not leave into any of these candles. They sit there and hold and be like more, and at one point it gets reverted up, but that is absolute 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Absolute cycling. This shit is like exponential because of 0DT2, man. I'm telling you. This shit cycle is almost literally guaranteed when there's big moves up or down. With the time confirmation, of course, but yeah, that is absolute. Okay, I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio right now. It shows that we did a spike down to negative gamma, and now we are back at neutral gamma. And they printed out the puts, and there's a fuck ton of puts stuck down there now. A fuck ton. They're back at VWAP. Oh my god. And that is why I said in all caps in the WhatsApp group, divergence cleared, divergence cleared, divergence cleared at 221. No divergence. Fucking shit. That is insane, man. I'm not gonna lie, that's why I have certain rules about this shit. The fucking 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Because once the divergence clears, the setup's gone. All the smart money just says, yeah, let some shit else develop. Wow. That is the fuck. Insane. What the fuck, dude? Look at IWM2. That is insane. Oh my lord. See, never in a million years would I have imagined that blue line breaking down and then reverting back up from the LOD to go make SPY look like it's gonna go green. So that is something. Never in a million years would I have imagined it doing that in 10 minutes, so. Tesla flying. Did anyone imagine this? It's actually incredible. Did someone say if you imagined this 125, this 225 rally, 235, please. Oh my god. This is a flash crash if you've ever seen one. And then a recovery. It's not a flash crash, but like it's literally what it's called. Flash dip, flash something. Market cycling so fast. And it's transferring insane amount of shit super fast. Using human greed, psychology, systematic. Holy fuck, look at that. Insane bounce, and then now what, at 235? Oh. That 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, man. Absolute unit of a machine. The market is. Dude, that's called a Navinda Singe flash crash. No, I'm kidding. This is the market cycling, but like, what a. They're doing this because they're saying the environment today is choppy, but like, wow. choppy like this and then drop and then chop, bro. Wow. Clap it up for the market. Fucking clap it up for the market. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Tesla 449.55. Unfucking believable. I don't even. It's so damn fast. Insane. Yo, let's get the thumbs up, folks. Today, help me push the thumbs up button to 160. Okay, help me push the thumbs up button.
Long term, so not caught up in the day-to-day, horse race, but thinking long term, investing for the long term for our clients. What I see for 2026 is continued strong growth from technology and this AI infrastructure build out.
Chris said, what if they just got people to switch the calls just to drop more than before? Yo, you thinking evil, man. You thinking like the market makers, huh?
I think have seeped into the market over the last couple of months that maybe the AI trade is playing itself out a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit of a bubble.
I think it's possible the market pull back somewhere here.
From Wedbush, and I'll say, hey, we're in the very early innings of a long-term game here. How do you guys think about it?
Yeah, Dan Ives is a super fan. I love
it. Could be like this too.
He's okay.
We just said an LOD.
Was a really
all these bears are basically burnt.
The sentiment is like in markets.
All these bears are basically burnt. This whole flash crash bear. So
Microsoft and the fact that their fabric product was selling slowly.
Best to not think that these people are going to be relieved anytime soon. Best to not think that these people are going to be relieved anytime soon. Unless they're super moving crazy with something.
It's an AI agent product. Businesses are trying to figure out what those even are before they implement them. So I think it's an irrelevant thing. I think Microsoft's bigger problem is getting enough supply to meet all the demand, not demand itself. But gosh, that took the stock down 3% in the morning, which was a really big reaction to a product that's way less than 1% of their revenue. And then in the afternoon,
what a drop,
you saw Dario Amodei criticize OpenAI, saying that they're basically YOLOing the business. That's a new application of that phrase, and I think that that's a really good word though, because investors right now want disciplined growth, not YOLO growth.
Okay, but let's take it down to St. Louis. I mean, we've been coming up on claims here, folks, with Jed Ellerbrook. If I go out from Busch Stadium west, I go out to the land of Emerson Electric.
That's right.
Okay, iconic St. Louis company.
Yeah.
Forsyth Boulevard, whatever. How are they going to use AI? I get how I use AI. Lisa's glued to AI. Paul, you started, right?
There's so many bears here.
AI?
Oh, yeah.
Most likely best to think they're not going to get relieved, but also...
Yeah, sure. I think we're going to see companies
nothing
like
says
Emerson
that.
start to deploy robots here eventually. I think we're already
this
seeing
little
Amazon
one
do
flash
that in
up
their
is burning
warehouses.
everyone here.
Emerson is an industrial company that's trying to find kind of physical AI applications that they can use themselves.
This is why I have certain rules too. I don't care about no LOD. I leave before LOD and then figure out. But like, wow, dude, it's unbelievable how fucking crazy.
In your daily lives.
It's literally
like
the
next 90
wiping.
Minutes, they were just going.
If someone's not able to get in and out, whether it's cold or long, and they don't know what the hell going on, what they about to do, it's actually wiping.
Please.
In 15 minutes.
Our analysts, we have a 5-person analyst
less,
team
it's 5
at
minutes.
Argent. And, if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would probably said we need to hire 2 more. Now I think we probably just need to hire 1. And our analysts a year ago, they were spending close to 0% of their time using AI tools. Today, you ask them, more than half their time is spent using AI tools. They're still working the same documents, they're searching through SEC filings, they're reading sell-side research, but the AI tools help them do it faster and more efficiently.
That's a single most important 2 sentences.
It's showing so not bearish on Tesla.
For now, the holidays are stressful, but Verizon's got a bonkers deal at a new Google Pixel 10.
That's what I feel like.
Been a tough go of it recently for the Magnificent Seven stocks. Nvidia in particular fell about 1% yesterday. It struggled to recover since dropping 15%. Joining us now is Michael Sansatera, Sylvan Capital Management CIO, Managing Director, and Senior Portfolio Manager, joining me here in the studio. You know, we always watch Nvidia really closely, and like yesterday just felt like Jensen Huang day, right? He was in Washington.
Well, remember, imagine all the weekly shit too. Like, imagine if people were shorted like here or here or here, and they didn't leave or something. Like, they literally have 5 minutes
so,
to fucking make a decision.
As an investor in Nvidia, and I know you are,
bro.
You know, are you comfortable with this level of like sort of visibility on the part of the CEO?
Unbelievable.
We're comfortable with that. You know, we've seen this before with Steve Jobs to a lesser extent.
This is the most important thing.
Bill Gates. You know,
there's
been these sort of larger than life CEOs in technology for years, and he's obviously the new generation
also
of that.
important too.
So, and that's been going on for a few years now. Yesterday was a big day, even in the score of big days, as far as
they may be. I think they may close it in between the HOD and the LOD, and then the real move, like what Chris is talking about, might come after hours, like into tomorrow. You know, time is already 2:25, so
who knows?
Right, exactly. Probably not as many people.
The market moves so damn
fast.
So
I think there's. I'm not surprised by that. It's been good public
market closes,
for the firm, and obviously the investors know it well. The question really is it going to be effective in changing the behaviors, particularly due to China, right? I mean, it's one thing to go out and pound the table and say we really have to do this. It's another thing to actually do it.
Well, and it's really interesting because the market seems to have moved on from China.
Man, I'm so glad we did the last poll of the day, though. The last poll of the day literally was this: is SPY gonna go red or QQQ gonna go
a few times? And I think at that point,
imagine this boomed up like the way it dropped. QQQ could have went green.
What's happened in China? There's no reason to expect it. So it would be an upside if it would happen, but you're right, nobody's modeling it, no one's expecting it.
Well, do you think then that Jensen's energies are well spent on lobbying so hard for this China revenue?
They probably are. It's still the second largest market. It's still a huge, important growth engine for any company in technology. So to be shut out of it is to cede that market to competitors. So I think it probably does make sense. It's a long shot, but he's got to press it.
I want to zoom out a little bit. We just got a report from Bloomberg that Meta is considering trimming down its Reality Labs efforts, its metaverse efforts.
Right.
And I can't help but think about, you know, here we were, 4 years ago when they were kicking it off, and it was such a big play. And guess what? Jensen Huang was also talking a lot about the metaverse as well, and it hasn't really gone anywhere. And you know, you think about the parallel today when such huge amounts are being spent on generative AI. There's always a risk with new technologies that you're not going to get the adoption that you think.
Right.
How do you think about that potential risk here?
You're right. So if you back up and think about a few years ago when Meta changed its name and changed its stripes a bit, they started spending and the stock underperformed for a period of time. And they started peeling that spending back about 1.5 years, 2 years into it. And then the stock did a little bit better. Right. And it reminded me of some of the moves that Amazon made in the early 90s when they were heavily investing
I want to delete this blue line, but I guess I should have it up.
These moments where they missed the quarter on earnings, but
they're doing a little bit of burning on their side now, but a little bit of burning on both sides here possible.
Certain investors that would ride through it. But if you backed up long
all
enough,
these calls are still under, but
they still dominated their space.
Really
Meta continues to dominate the space of social media. So when they started pulling back in Meta, then I thought, okay, that makes some sense. To say that they're cutting more of it now and the stock reacting positively is just a reminder that they need to be cognizant of how they're spending their capital, and they need to be, that CapEx has to be focused on what is actually going to work. And I think they probably got a little too far over their skis a couple years ago. They knew that then.
Let's see if the bottom of 241 breaks.
Cutting spending in the Meta portion, and they'll continue to pump it into AI. And you've seen the AI capital spending from
until they break that, it just means nothing's going on, to be honest.
Right. I guess that's the big difference is Reality Labs continues to lose money even now.
Right.
So as you think about how to invest in AI, are you sort of over-indexed to a player like NVIDIA? as you think about your strategy around it?
We go company by company, stock by stock at Sylvant and in the Virtus Sylvant Focused Growth Fund. So our goal is really to find the places where we think that growth can exceed investors' expectations. That still does sort of take place mostly in semiconductors, but there are now some software companies, Palantir, AppLovin, that are benefiting directly from AI. And we're starting to see the very beginnings of some corporate use of AI
Palantir
showing better corporate profits when the tools are actually providing ROI. So we've got a multi-pronged approach. It's got semiconductors, it's got services, it's got electric power generation. We've really focused on all the pieces of AI, but it's been at a company-specific level, less so a strategic target to touch everything. We just want to find the companies we think that can continue to exceed investors' expectations. Those are the ones that typically outperform.
And it's interesting that you mentioned energy, because that's something Jensen talked about in his comments yesterday as well, that was a place where China is ahead of us in its energy generation.
The demand for energy from AI is greater than the grid can support over the long term. So there has to be solutions, both natural gas, nuclear, over time. That will be a limiting factor to some of the hyper growth you could see a couple of years from now. We're just sucking up that energy and water too for cooling. So there are places to invest there that I think longer term will be surprisingly strong given the length of the AI cycle.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully.
The fuck?
I was in a
We try to think long term, so not.
Well, at the Conference Board, we have our Consumer Confidence Index, and a big component of that is sort of the expectation for consumers regarding the labor market. And what we're finding is their future expectation for 6 months ahead continues to be very dismal. And overall expectations are sort of at their lowest point. And again, the survey was last month, but in late November, but the lowest point since April, when consumers were worried about tariffs. So consumers are still concerned about prices, inflation, tariffs, but they're also concerned with their employment. And when they feel like their employment could be compromised, we know that they tend to maybe rein in their spending a little bit.
But we see consumer spending still pretty good. I mean, we had the Dollar General came out with some good numbers today. The other retailers putting up some pretty solid numbers. It looks like, Black Friday sales were up 4%. It seems like the consumer's still out there spending, though.
Yeah, we had our forecast meeting earlier this week, where all of us economists get together and talk about these things, and we decided
a lot of volume
not to declare the holiday season a success yet.
Okay.
Let's
South or north.
Let's see how the rest of the next couple weeks go before we declare, a success.
You have your pulse on corporations. Is the summary here online grows in the first and second derivatives, it just reigns supreme?
I think for companies, it's just continuously about uncertainty. And all of their decision making is really compromised right now by not knowing what the future
looks like. Yeah, but our listeners,
like.
Paul, you say it. We've had back-to-back quarters of double-digit earnings growth.
Yes.
So their uncertainty is a profitable uncertainty? My heart bleeds.
Well, one index that we're looking at is the import price index. And we know that other countries, exporters into the U.S., are not paying these tariffs. And so the companies themselves, they're raising prices a little bit.
Market's so fast when it goes down.
But they're absorbing some of it, and they're waiting to see what happens. They're waiting to see what happens with.
I don't understand how it does it so fast.
They're
like,
waiting to see what happens
with
Mexico and Canada. Which is 2 of our 3 largest trading partners, and our USMCA. What will that look like in the future?
So again, on the tariffs, I think we kind of
the MACD coming in for literally fucking 5 minutes
when the tariffs were rolled out. A real jolt to the marketplace.
Crap.
Real concern. People talking about slowing growth significantly, higher inflation. It doesn't seem like we've seen any or much of the ill effects that we thought about tariffs initially. Is that just companies taking it in the margin and moving forward?
We think it's companies taking it in the margin. We also think that the stock market doesn't necessarily reflect the consumer-based economy. If the goal of the tariffs is onshoring manufacturing and production, we have not seen that.
That's so fucking sad. Someone said I had a 6840 SPX for $1.70 and had my limit order and it sold for $1.35 and it sold for $1,720 at the highest. What the fuck? That is fucking evil.
The manufacturing is still
look
in
at how
contraction
fucking fast they do it
in
when
this
they do it
country.
6845 to 6845.
That's counter to what I think this administration felt that its plans would do. Is there a lag effect or something like that?
I think there's a lag effect. I think it goes back to the decision making. So why would you decide, and we hear this from our companies that are members of the conference board, why would you decide to onshore or to nearshore or change your supply chain?
And then in 5 minutes.
Big trade decisions have not really been made with China, Mexico, and Canada. Those are all still sort of on the back burner until, second, third quarter next year.
Well, two ideas quickly here. The zeitgeist right now is tariffs is old news. I don't buy it for a minute.
No.
Okay, if tariffs go from 2-3% up to the budget center at Yale, I'll say whatever percent, triple. Come on, it's got to affect Lisa Mateo, right?
It will affect Lisa and all of us eventually. So the one-time hit concept is, really not a concept.
I don't care.
In favor.
The only reason you're here is I was sitting in traffic off of JFK, and I said, "Get Aaron on the program."
Yes.
Chicago has the worst traffic in the country. Boston is number 5. Hours lost per year, Paul, is 42% greater in Chicago, with New York right behind Chicago, than the joy of the 5th worst in the nation, Boston, Massachusetts. I read the websites of all the touchy-feely. They want to put bike lanes in on the way to O'Hare. Aaron, how do we fix the traffic in America where there's just too many cars, too many trucks? What do we do?
That's a great question.
For more, let's bring in Jihan Ma, senior analyst at Bernstein. Jihan, it's great to have you here. And what do you think is going on with Kroger today? Is it that the dollar stores are taking share?
Well, I think there's some grocery-specific weakness we're seeing in there, but the dollar stores are, broadly speaking, having a great year, right? They are benefiting from some unique macro tailwinds, including middle to high-income consumers trading down, including for the more discretionary dollar stores, also Temu's pullback, the tariff-driven price increases met with fairly benign elasticity, which
theta crazy.
Doesn't quite benefit.
When time is too close,
we're seeing some of that divergence.
It does insane work.
Partly macro-driven, partly company specifics.
I think that's exactly right. And obviously, there's a lot of shoppers who still have sticker shock when they go into the grocery store, and Kroger is not known for being the low-price leader. So it would make sense to me that if you're a Walmart, a Dollar General, anybody who still has that value, that offering, that's where the shopper wants to go. So what should Kroger do here?
Well, first of all, I don't cover Kroger myself, but I would say the grocery space in general is pretty tough when you've got a 800-pound gorilla Walmart in the space, right? They're doing everything right on not just in-store, but also omni-channel grocery. So, I mean, Kroger, of course, tried to combine with Albertson back in the days to try to gain more price advantage. That didn't go through. So scale is going to be a structural challenge in that sense. I also think to do e-commerce and e-grocery well, you need a lot of scale as well, which again benefits Walmart. And to your point, that's how Walmart is reaching record highs.
And we're coming off a tough couple of years for the dollar stores, but all of a sudden they're finding their footing. What explains this change here? And the stocks are really doing as well now, once again, as they used to do back in the 2010s.
Not quite back yet at their all-time high
rejection
levels.
candle coming in
look at
thick.
DG specifically, the stock got more than halved over the past couple of years. And
Thank you,
finally
those that have hit
bouncing
the
back
thumbs
from
up button.
Dollar Tree is
Those that
also a
have
bit
hit
of
the
a
thumbs
different
up button
story
and
because
have
they finally
unliked the
got
thumbs
rid
up
of
button,
Family Dollar,
karma
and
will
now
find
this
your way.
standalone basis, and the focus is much more on what the Dollar
You
Tree
think
banner
you think
is able
everything
to
is
do
good when
without the
things are
Family
nice and
Dollar
dandy?
noise.
Yeah,
So for
good
both,
luck.
I would largely categorize this whole situation
That
as
ain't how life
some
works.
macro tailwinds, but of course there's
You gotta
also a
go
lot of
through some
company
bullshit
specific
in life and the bad parts
turnarounds,
in life to
strategy
enjoy
changes
the
going
good
on.
parts. Nothing gonna change that ever.
As you can see, I prefer Dollar General over Dollar Tree. I think DG is more of a self-help
repeat
story.
that on a daily basis.
Dollar Tree may have benefited more from the macro tailwinds, and we'll see what next year brings.
I live to
Finally,
repeat that
on
on
Below,
a
it's
daily
pretty
basis.
interesting. They're only up the last check 1% or 2%, despite turning in a 14% comp. So is that just because it was already such a popular name?
I think the Q3 comp beat against sell-side consensus estimates was already pretty well expected going into the quarter. I think OIs, as I mentioned in my note yesterday, on Q4 and next year.
I'm telling you, it's kind of cute, but every single time something happens, we get little spike views and then it's gone. I can kind of tell it's the same type of people from the same type of place, doing the same type of thing, having the same type of thinking. So that's what we do not want here. I'm sorry, I may sound rude, but it is what it is. You're gonna have to.
Now this is just the sweetest wallet
do better
I've ever seen.
somewhere else. It's a waste of time for everybody involved.
Trigger. One of the biggest names in AI.
I ain't trying to waste time.
Vibe coding. Deirdre Bosa has more in Tech Check. They're like OpenAI these days, Deirdre. I turn around and they're making another splashy move. The stock's up.
Yep, and Replit, speaking of vibe coding, it is the $3 billion darling in the space. It lets non-software engineers like hobbyists or marketing employees or your elementary grade kid simply tell AI what it wants, and the AI builds the final app or product for you. Now, it differs from some of the other players in this space, like Cursor, in that its funnel is very broad, and that is what this expanded partnership is about. I talked exclusively to Google Cloud President Matt Renner and Replit CEO Amjad Masad.
With Replit now, anyone in the organization, we see people from HR, sales, marketing, everyone's spinning up their own internal tools. And we actually integrate with BigQuery, we integrate with Databricks, with Snowflake. So people are building on top of their existing data platforms. And so
on the highway,
agents, data applications. And so everyone in the organization is becoming a programmer.
When I look at Replit, that sets it apart is the history we had together and, frankly, the dedication to Google Cloud relative to as their primary cloud. So we have a very consistent strategy, which is we're going to provide products, right? And to your earlier example of AWS, yes, they provide optionality, but they're not providing the first-party products, right? So we're going to provide both at all levels.
So both of them, they see vibe coding or AI-first coding moving to the enterprise. The reason this deal makes sense right now. By the way, Kelly, I did ask Renner why this deal didn't come with an investment, like a stake in Replit, like many of the deals in AI do right now. Masad said they're not raising capital. They don't need it right now.
Today,
well, at the
years. Talk to us about the data backdrop, how traders are reading it, and what it means for rates.
Well, I think first I want to go on what Stuart just mentioned, and you just asked about, Carol, about the job market. So my son just finished a seasonal job at Six Flags. He went into an interview yesterday at 8 a.m. At 9 a.m., he was working. And this is a manual labor kind of job, and he's 18 years old, high school graduate, he's kind of taking a gap year. So, I mean, there's jobs out there if you're willing to, do these manual jobs.
Bro.
But anyway,
what the fuck you talking
Congratulations,
about?
Dad.
Exactly.
You went to Six Flags and you were working by 9 a.m.
I mean, it's very anecdotal, right? But at the same time, I think it tells a little bit of the story. But, that being said, the market is certainly priced for a cut next week, but what's interesting is that we're then not priced for another cut for sure until next May, right? So it's like, is this one and done? Is this one and then options? I suspect that the Fed is going to continue to worry about the labor market, and as soon as we start to see more labor market data, if that labor market's not particularly
good,
then
to Six Flags at 8 a.m. and got a job by 9:30,
right? And maybe not cut every meeting,
like,
but
dude,
at the same time, be on the more cautious, easier side. And then the second thing is your discussion about the base book was really interesting because we
process like that?
Yes, well, a lot of people do, and the Fed does, right? We know that the Fed overweights it. Powell certainly does.
This is a much more granular look at what's going on as opposed to some of the other data that we get.
Yeah, but it is survey based, right? It is like, you know, comments that are made by different people that members of the different Fed banks speak with regularly. But it's important to the Fed. And one of the things that we do is we parse it using a natural language processing model that we have. And what that showed is that it's in the last meeting is that it was much more dovish than it was the previous two meetings. So it was overall pretty weak. And I think that because of that, you know, that's one reason to think that the Fed is going to hike next week. And if you continue to see that weakness, I think that they'll cut even more in the first half. And that might be a little bit different than what other people are thinking.
I love that you said dovish because I want to get to someone who has kind of a more hawkish perspective. Greg Peters, Co-Chief Investment Officer at PGIM Fixed Income, member of the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee. He spoke to our Bloomberg colleagues in Asia overnight about what he expects from the Fed. He also talked about the expectations of maybe a Kevin Hassett Fed.
Cycling,
First up, though,
eating
he
greedy
addressed next week's meeting. Listen up, everybody.
We will have a hawkish cut, coming up, but I'm not sure there's a lot of information coming out of that meeting, right? I think the markets are focused on what happens next, and what happens next is the new Fed chair, the new composition.
Look, I hope this is what happens. I hope the market in QQQ and NVIDIA shows bearish into market close. I hope nothing fucking happens, and I hope Tesla, which is showing full on fucking not bearish, drops like a motherfucker. And the market doesn't do anything somehow. That's what I want. But like
the meddling of the administration in Fed affairs. The market has reacted since the betting markets have raised the probability last week. The bond market has performed quite poorly. So the bond market's telling you that there are some concerns there. But on one hand, you have the Fed independence question, with Hassett as basically tied to the administration. But on the other, does he have the credibility within the committee to drive consensus? And so we don't know that answer. I don't think he has that credibility. I think that's what the bond market's telling you.
The narratives that are out there. Hey, Greg Peters, Co-Chief Investment Officer at PGIM Fixed Income. I want to just ask as we wrap up here, and first to you, Ira, I mean, what's more important next week? Is it the Fed under Jay Powell, what he says and does next week, or our expectations around what a Fed could be with Kevin Hassett as Fed chair?
Well, I think next week it's the summary of economic projections, right? Because you're going to cut.
I forgot we get that.
Yeah, the summary of economic projections and the dot plot will probably be what moves my market. 2-year yields in particular, I think if you see any decline in the median dot, that you're going to wind up seeing 2-year yields probably rally even as much as 15 basis points in a hurry.
All right, good stuff. Stuart, your last thought on that. What do you think is more important?
Holy
dot
shit,
plot matters way more. I think
so neither of my choices.
Dot plot matters way more, and I'm actually really worried about the distribution of dots showing two emerging camps. You're going to have some folks, again, looking to guard against the labor market, but we also know that next year's slate of voters from the regional Federal Reserve banks are going to be quite a bit more hawkish than this year's regional Fed.
Is inflation still back there, guys, as a backdrop?
I agree. Right? It's still there. It's inflationary pressures that are out there.
That's right. I mean, look, we still have inflationary pressures. Just tomorrow, we're going to get the much delayed September personal income and outlays report with PCE inflation. The annual pace of PCE inflation, core PCE inflation, is still going to be running 2.9%. Right. It's not the sort of thing that's going to keep. That's not the sort of thing that's going to alleviate concerns around inflation pressures. I think that the thing that probably matters more is that services inflation pressure is softening, and again, that just focuses the Fed back on the labor market.
Cycled to trap all these bulls now. They cycled to trap all these fucking bulls now.
I chose the domain name joshharmon.tv because I think about my...
New this morning, data from payroll giant ADP shows small businesses are starting to crack amid a weakening economy and rising costs and fickle consumers. 32,000 jobs were lost last month, largest monthly drop in 2.5 years. Private employers have shed jobs in 4 of the past 6 months. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here with us now. So we're talking about jobs. How do people feel right now about the jobs market overall?
It's rough out there. That's how folks feel about it. It's rough, rough, rough. I mean, just take a look here. Good time to find a quality job among U.S. employees. You go back 3.5 years ago, look at this. It was the clear majority, 70%. Remember, there was all that talk about quiet quitting. Oh, I'm going to leave my job, I'll find another one. No longer do we feel that's the case. Look at this. That is a drop of more than half, down to just 33% in the latest reading of
The
Gallup
video
back
180
on
maybe
August
if
of
it really wants to go
2025.
with the
The
fucking
bottom
news,
line
but
is
I don't
3 years
know.
ago, we were dealing with what Americans thought was a good job market. Now they think it is a terrible job market for those who are trying to get out and potentially get a job.
Yeah, that's just a big drop.
It's huge. In the latest reading of Gallup back on August of 2025, the bottom line is 3 years ago, we were dealing with what Americans thought was a good job market. Now they think it is a terrible job market for those who are trying to get out and potentially get a job.
Yeah, that's just a big drop.
It's huge.
And people didn't like the economy then.
Bouncing
And it's still a huge
6, 8,
drop.
3,
All right,
7,
how do people think
6.
the president is doing when it comes to jobs?
Yeah, if you see this drop of more than half, this slide won't surprise you. I mean, Trump's net approval rating on jobs and employment in January, he was at plus 9 points. Hey, pretty gosh darn good, well above water. But look at this now. Look at this now. That is a drop of nearly 30 points. And over the course of his presidency, the minus 19 points, and then my little nugget down here, he's at minus 35 points on the net approval rating. There, we'll zoom right in with independence. That's some great camera work right there.
That's some
so look,
schemed
the
up
bottom
fucking
line is
numbers,
this, on
dude.
jobs and employment, it was a plus for
That's
Trump
what always
coming
happens in
It
the
was one of the
second
reasons they got
quarter
elected,
of
and
a
now it is
president's
a massive, massive negative, in large part because it's just tough to
administration
get a
of
job
Trump's
out there,
crazy.
according to those who are trying to do so.
But Harry, my 401k is doing so well. The stock market is up for the year.
Yeah, your 401k is doing pretty gosh darn well, but that's not what Americans look to in terms of judging the economy. I mean, ways to judge the economy is good. 37% say the stock market. That's well less than majority. The clear majority, 54%, say the jobs report, the unemployment numbers. That's the way they judge whether or not the economy is good when it comes to those national metrics. So the jobs reports potentially being bad, that is far, far, far more important and far more devastating than the president. He can't just point to the stock market, because when you have ADP numbers like we had coming out this week, that's a massive negative in the minds of the American public.
This doesn't explain it away for most people, because they think
Yours
the
said,
jobs
I love
is
days
really
like
what's
this.
important
What
here.
kind of days
so
is
how do
this?
people think it's going to go when it comes to the jobs market?
Yeah, okay. So you know what? We had the ADP, but of course we'll be getting in
Everybody
a
type
time,
what you
the actual
think.
Numbers from the
What
US
do you think this kind? What is this day?
Unemployment rate, according to the prediction market odds, is
What
above
is this
the
day?
previous
Please explain.
4.4%. 70% chance that we have a worse unemployment rate in the next jobs report coming out than what we previously had. That's where people were putting their money where their mouth is, and it's not much of a surprise when you have that ADP number coming out like we did earlier on, because right now
What's
it just
today's
looks rough out there.
So the people betting on this think it's going to get worse.
You got it exactly right, Mr. Berman.
Harry Ann, great to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
Tyler said the hell today was trash. Laugh my ass off.
From the payrolls firm,
What was today? Can you guys explain?
Estimates that 32,000 private sector jobs were lost in November. Small businesses are, in the words of the report, starting to
South
crack
Florida said
as the
trash.
economy gets weaker. 4 of the last
Adam said tight,
6
volatile
months have
channel.
now shown
Fair.
job losses.
Fair.
The numbers were much worse
C.
than
Rich
economists
said
have been
consolidation.
expecting.
This entire
Simmons Matt
week, though,
Egan
has been
has more now from New
consolidation.
York.
Ochoa said
Max,
long.
this was another brutal report on America's job market, revealing significant weakness in November.
Dude, this is literally, in a way, this is
smaller
basically the
businesses.
same thing we
So
saw
AP
as
says
yesterday.
that
Chop and
private
chop it
payrolls
up. We
fell
just
by
been chopping
32,000
down.
jobs in November.
Very,
Now,
very,
not
very,
only is that
even
much
very,
worse than the
way,
expected
way hard
gain
to
of
tell. Wait.
40,000 jobs. This
Very,
is
very.
the worst month
Just tricked
since
out everybody
March
almost.
of 2023.
Going south was easy
Now,
in the
we
morning,
never
but
wanna
they
make
trapped
too much
bears,
about
and
any
they
one
trapped
month,
longs,
but
and they
when you look
trapped
at the
bears,
trend,
and they
it
trapped
doesn't look
longs.
encouraging
Absolutely.
either. ADP says that private payrolls fell in June, August, September, and November. So that means businesses shed jobs in 4 out of the last 6 months. And the closely watched 3-month average turned negative for the
Yours
first
said
time
this is like a
since the
$20
summer of
move,
2020.
$5 up,
Of course,
$5
that
down,
was
like
during
3 or 4
COVID.
times.
Now,
True.
small businesses
True,
are
true.
clearly facing the most
I
pressure
feel you. So a
right
big
now.
move, just
ADP
moving
says
up.
that
Yeah,
employers
volatile, okay.
with fewer than 50 employees,
up, down.
they cut
Very a lot, true. That is very
120,000
true. Like
jobs
4 or
in
5
November.
1, 2,
Medium
4,
and large
5,
companies,
6,
they
7,
continued to hire. And I have to say,
8,
this
9 times,
echoes
so
what I've heard
he's
from small
absolutely
business
right. We
owners
moved like
who say that they're
$43,
hurting right now
$40,
from
$50.
tariffs, from high
Just went
costs,
nowhere.
and from expensive financing.
Just
Now,
went
the
fucking
good news
nowhere.
is that healthcare and leisure and hospitality they continue to
This shit
add
is sad as
workers,
fuck.
but that's kind of it.
Absolutely nowhere
Elsewhere,
in
we
Tesla.
saw a significant job loss in information, finance, construction. Manufacturing continues to lose jobs, which is the exact opposite of what the White House is trying to make happen with those historically high tariffs. Now, normally investors, economists, Fed officials, they put less
This is more
weight
natural
on this
and
ADP
more
report
healthy
because
to
it has
see
kind
rather
of a
than
mixed
just break the
track
floor, but
record
like,
at
holy
predicting
crap.
the more important official labor market numbers. But because of the government shutdown, those official
Don
numbers,
says, yeah, this
they've
could be
been
the big
delayed,
calm
they've been
before the
messed
storm.
with. So this is
Definitely
really all we
FOMC
have at
next
the moment.
Tuesday.
In fact, this is the last significant
Definitely.
labor
It's
market
gonna get
indicator
more and more
that
volatile
Fed
as we
officials
get
will
closer
have
to
before they meet
FOMC.
in Washington
Friday,
next week to
Monday,
decide on whether or
Tuesday.
not to continue
3 days
cutting
left.
interest rates. And we know Fed officials have been divided about what to do next, but I gotta believe that this report was weak enough that it's going to persuade Fed officials who are on the fence to back another interest rate cut, because right now this is a job market that looks like it could use the help.
I put this in my ears.
What are you talking about?
Berg described in 2021 when
Talk to.
Holy shit, that's loud. In the blink of an eye, it's going to be FOMC on Tuesday. That is for sure.
Hers Health now gaining on new expansion plans. Brandon Gomez spoke exclusively with the company's CEO. Brandon.
Is retail heavy.
Hims & Hers has been on a sprint globally since the start of 2025. In the beginning of the year, it was in the U.S. and the U.K. Well, it's ending the year in Germany, Spain, France, Ireland, and now Canada. The telehealth platform completing an all-cash acquisition of LiveWell. Now, that's a Canadian digital health provider known for, guessed it, weight loss care. Now, the deal gives Hims & Hers a foothold where 2/3 of adults are living with obesity. And the timing, of course, here, too, is critical. Hims told me this sets the stage for a full rollout of weight loss products next year, lining up with what would be the first available generic semaglutide. Now, those are the same drugs as Novo's blockbuster Ozempic and Wegovy. Remember, the pharma company lost its exclusivity patent after letting it lapse back in 2018. And now those lower-cost generics could drastically change affordability and demand. Now, Hims CEO Andrew Dudum telling me unbranded GLP-1s are the, quote, first opportunity to see what a structurally different price point for obesity therapies can do for real general public health, adding it's going to help apply pressure to Novo and Lilly to encourage them to bring prices down. And that pressure here in the U.S. has, of course, been incredibly dramatic and effective. You have that Lilly announcement from last week. No supplier, though, yet has been secured in Canada for those generic drugs, but the expectation is that an unbranded version will be approved by June 2026 at about half the price of some of those branded drugs.
Biggest play today was definitely SPY turning red. They were figuring that out crazy. Look at this shit.
Welcome back to the second hour of the Big Money Show. I'm Dagan McDowell along with my heroic co-host. And with us for this hour, independent advisor, John. Those analysts saying strong earnings.
No, but this was yesterday because I swear the stupid money injection, bro. The money injection from the Federal Reserve.
With Matt Bellin. He is founding partner of Puck, also the podcast host of The Town. Matt, I looked at the letter as well. The language, again, not a lawyer. I do have a law degree. I would say this. It seems like they're priming for a lawsuit if Warner Brothers goes with the Netflix bid. Would you agree with that?
I would, as also a former lawyer, I would say this is what you do as a pre-litigation letter. But I also think that they are targeting these independent directors at Warner Discovery and basically warning them, saying, listen, you might be hearing something from management. David Zaslav, the CEO, is on that committee steering the transaction here. You might be hearing something, but you've got to do the best deal. And they're specifically targeting this report in German media that executives at Warner Discovery have specifically been lobbying against Paramount as the buyer for the company. And if true, that would be a pretty improper overstep in this regard.
I'm curious where we think this will leave them, why the investors, Matt, seem so unhappy about it with the shares near an 8-month low.
Well, this entire saga is pretty upsetting for, I think, the Netflix shareholders. They're looking at this saying, well, why are we doing this? And what, we have such clear focus here. Why are we going after this asset that we don't particularly need, or at least the management has not articulated the reason why they need
20
this
minutes
asset.
into close.
And then the prospect of getting into prolonged litigation here, I think, is not great for if you're a Netflix shareholder when they've really been on a roll. Now, obviously, there are reasons why
predictions
Netflix
and the
these
day,
assets.
folks.
The intellectual
Where will the
property
whales
of the
take
Warner
this
Brothers
shit?
studio is
North,
pretty
south?
powerful, and that 100-year-old library could
Better
power
thoughts?
Netflix in a way that would really supercharge its business. Plus, it would give it control of HBO Max, which they could either shut down and eliminate a big competitor,
whales, they're creating
or
a
they
cycle
could
so it looks
operate
more
separately
natural
or
and
put
things
it
are
at the
more
tile on
stable
Netflix
before
or
they do
all sorts
anything.
of
They're not
things.
doing like
It
a
would really
big,
give them a
just
boost.
straight
But obviously,
down or
that's
straight
what
up. They're just
Paramount
cycling.
is making the argument on
Cycling,
antitrust
cycling
grounds
since-
here about, is that this would be the most powerful streamer gobbling up a
I
big
actually called this shit
competitor,
out on the WhatsApp
whereas
group.
they
I said,
argue
I'm
at least
expecting a
the
cycle
Paramount
and cycle.
transaction would be a little
When did I
bit
say that?
cleaner. It would be
And-
one studio buying another, taking 5 buyers down to 4, but they believe they have a path through the Trump administration to
252.
get
I
that
said
approved.
I'm done for the day. It's
Yeah,
dangerous
because
here.
regulatory
I'm
issues
still in
are an
Tesla.
issue. Some of
Then
that
at
might involve
305, I
our
said 68,
currently
37, SPX is
parent
coming,
company,
and this is just
Comcast. You
cycling.
can
Not
comment
all
on that,
bears.
but
The market
also
is just cycling,
comment
eating
on
piglets,
this.
the
What,
greedy ones.
what ends up happening
That was right here at
to
305.
CNN? Okay,
305
CNN's
was
a
right
brand.
here,
I got
and
a lot
I
of
said
friends. I'm
68,
sure Kelly does
37
too.
is
You probably
coming.
do too, Matt.
It is not all bears.
This is kind of
Market is
being
just
tossed
cycling,
around
eating piglets,
inside. Everybody
eating
just
all
talks about the
piglets
movie
and
theater,
all the piglets,
movie studio, the IP
greedy
of Warner
ones,
Brothers.
they're just gonna-
Nobody talks about CNN. What
Actually,
happens
I don't know.
to that?
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck going on here, but yeah,
Well,
it's
to be
literally
clear,
not going up
the
or down.
Paramount bid is for all of the
Move has been
company,
played.
including the
I guess you could have called this a
assets in the
move too. You
cable
could have called this a
universe,
move
which
too, and
includes
this shit is
CNN.
just
So
straight up.
If Paramount wins this
chilling.
deal, they would own CNN, and there's
No
been
volume,
talk about
nothing.
You merge that with
no
CBS,
volume,
which
up or
they
down.
are,
No
right?
volume, no volume,
CNN
no
and
volume.
they own
CBS kind of
CBS.
merge.
There's talk about potentially combining the news assets there. And obviously, CBS has gone through a transition recently where the
40
perception is
minutes
it's
left.
become more friendly to the Trump administration. They would argue it's more down the middle. But people believe that if CNN comes under the Ellison family control, it would probably become more conservative or more or less of what it is right now. Now, Netflix doesn't want CNN. They don't want the cable networks. They just are bidding for studios and streaming, and that would mean that the other assets would go to this new Discovery Global company, and they would figure out what to do, much like Comcast is figuring out what to do with its cable networks via this new Versant spinoff. Comcast has not been involved in this fight right now. I think they're probably, a lot of people have asked me, like, why isn't Comcast arguing that both of those bidders would be anti-competitive and that they are the one that could really get this done and make it something out of Peacock and make it more of a scaled product to compete. We'll see if Comcast enters the chat here.
I hate Comcast. Always giving me internet problems, or unless I don't even know. It's they are Comcast. Both suck. They both suck.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
What happened? Google Gemini and Anthropic's Cloud, which just came out last week. In the last 2 weeks, these two models have made significant gains in the major benchmarks. And what that shows is AI progress is accelerating, which is very bullish for the whole AI trade and the whole AI industry. What that means is all these
we're getting
more
a lot of
powerful models and all these
type
capabilities will be
crash
enabled, where
recoveries, man.
AI adoption from companies
Seems like
will
in this
accelerate
market.
over the next 4 quarters, which is very positive for NVIDIA, because OpenAI is going to look at what Anthropic and Gemini did. And right now, OpenAI is going to benefit from these new NVL72 clusters that NVIDIA has rolled out just in the last quarter. And right now, Microsoft has these data centers filled with these NVL72 AI servers from NVIDIA, and OpenAI is going to train on those new, more powerful clusters. So I fully expect it in the coming months. OpenAI will come out with a much better performing model, just following the scaling laws that Anthropic and Google have done with Gemini.
Down recovery.
And in the bigger picture, sort of going beyond this whole TPU-related market narrative, AI bubble narrative certainly played out. And in some parts of the market, it actually moved the needle. But what do you think? I mean, I know that you're very much against that idea, that this is not a bubble, we're just getting started.
Big, you know what I mean? Big move coming next week, obviously, FOMC, but this entire week we've been waiting for something.
Getting wrong at the moment.
Barely going
I just
up,
think we're
barely going
right
down,
at the
just
beginning
flashing,
of a multi-year,
up, crashing down,
kind of flashing,
AI
demand.
Stay
and
at the same spot.
What we're seeing right now is the use cases starting to take off. A lot of companies are finding huge productivity gains from using AI and AI agents and AI models. So we're still at the beginning, the early innings of the stages. The other thing is AI bubble, you need to have very high valuations. And if you compare to the dot-com bubble, AI stocks right now are from the major companies are about 25 to 30 times earnings, which I think those earnings are understated. I think the earnings will come in much higher than expectations. Back in the dot-com bubble, all the stocks leading the market were trading 100 times forward earnings. So it's a completely different situation in terms of the valuations.
Do you think the same about the data center build-out cycle? So use cases picking up, productivity is growing, but where are we in terms of AI data center build-out cycle?
It is not far away.
So the data center cycle is accelerating to a degree that's never been seen in history. One really neat fact is TD Cowen said in the September quarter, more data center capacity was leased than all of last year. So we're seeing the step function exponential increase in data center capacity. And the reason why companies are building out the data center capacity is they're seeing the demand from customers like startups and enterprises that are integrating this AI and building out their AI model. So what we've seen this year, every single quarter, March quarter, June quarter, September quarter, all the major hyperscalers have increased their CapEx projections over the next year. So they're seeing the demand. Microsoft and Amazon have said they're going to double their data center capacity over the next 4 quarters. And they're doing that for a reason, because they're seeing overwhelming demand for the limited capacity they have.
And this AI circular investment
Should we do a poll,
behavior,
guys?
that was a very important layer of...
Let's do a poll. FOMC poll, okay? Next week. FOMC, okay? Market will be... Everyone type in chat what you think. Market will be green or red into next week. I want to see.
Narrative, but you're basically saying that NVIDIA's and other companies, they're not spending money like drunken sailors. There are actually some certain milestones that need to be hit here. So that's something that we're not really that need to worry about, and that doesn't really necessarily lead to AI bubble. But if there is a weaker link here, Tay, then the whole AI circular thing breaks down, no?
So the circular thing, I think, is overplayed in the sense that a lot of this stuff hasn't happened yet. I mean, a lot of these deals are kind of back-end loaded from 2008 to 2030.
Everyone, please say
the video
or type
OpenAI deal that everyone
what you think
quotes
next week
hasn't
will
even
be
been
on
finalized yet.
FOMC.
And if it does
FOMC will be
happen,
red.
it will be
It's already
staged
said.
1 gigawatt
I
at a
agree.
time, 1
After
year at a
FOMC,
time.
red.
So,
Sandy
and
says
it all
red.
depends on milestones on
Pavan
both sides.
says
So
are already
OpenAI
at
and NVIDIA can
all-time
dial
high will
up
be
and dial
red.
down as needed,
Could be green on all-time
depending on
highs.
how
Higher
demand
said
comes in.
bearish on
So the
macro.
most important
Red
thing
Dawn says
is demand going to accelerate?
built-in.
Is AI adoption going to accelerate
No
over the
one's
next few
saying
quarters?
bullish.
I think that's going to happen. And then a lot of these financing fears will go away.
Have you ever thought about going solar, but were
We
put
have
off
more
by
people voting bullish in the WhatsApp group than bearish. Let's see the vote after a couple of minutes. FOMC is coming on Tuesday. It's literally in 3 business days. The 450s.
Stateside, a lot of concern about the direction of travel for the U.S. economy after, of course, the longest U.S. government shutdown in history. What's your read on the state of play right now?
So we have a lot of different cross currents happening in the financial markets in the U.S. Obviously, just mentioned the unemployment numbers. What we're seeing is, I think, a slowdown in the U.S. economy, but not a recession. More of an equilibrium state.
Red Dawn says all-time new highs.
I think what we're seeing is growth at around the high 1%, not quite 2%, and into 2026.
Red Dawn says we're going for a shakeout the new highs
in the U.S. That's not
5
a bad
people
place to
voting
be.
bullish
If we think
green.
about historical long-term
2 people
trend
voting
growth
red
in the
bearish
US,
on
it runs around
the
2%
WhatsApp group.
real GDP. So we're just a little bit below that. What does that give us? Well, that gives us room for the Fed to actually cut rates. Our belief is that we will see a rate cut next week, and we'll see the Fed actually take action, that 25 basis points. I think also we're going to see further rate cuts in 2026. But additionally, we've got some real tailwinds happening in the U.S. as well from fiscal policy. There's not a lot of conversation around the one big beautiful bill. We'll put that in air quotes. But it does have some stimulative effect, both for companies as well as for individuals. Expensing of R&D for CapEx is going to be a very strong positive for companies. And then, of course, the various number of different benefits for individual taxpayers, which probably will end up being around $2,000 to $2,500 on average per person for a tax benefit in 2026. All of this giving us some tailwinds that will continue this sort of right
Tesla
around
cooking
average,
pretty
just
hard.
maybe
I'm in
slightly below
445
growth.
and it's cooking
Let
into
me
next
pick up on
fucking
something you just mentioned as well. You said you expect the Fed to cut rates this month, but also
I did not
continue
sell. I
to
was
cut
holding and
through
holding and
2026. Why is the path for rates going to be lower from here, in your view?
So, as we're moving towards neutral with regard to rates, we think neutral's around 3%. Well, they still have room to cut to get to 3%. Now, the path of travel to us is in that direction. The timing is not necessarily precise because, of course, the Fed has discussed and Fed officials have discussed the fact that they're concerned about inflation. Our view is that inflation is still
not too
coming
much,
down,
but I mean, I want to
albeit at a slower rate. And there are some headwinds to continued disinflationary trajectory. Namely, I think there's still concern, obviously, about tariffs. Less so in our view, but there are other aspects to the inflationary story that have more to do with companies carrying through their costs and transitioning those to consumers. But the big benefit, I think, to the inflation story will continue to be rents and housing costs. And as that comes down a little bit further, that will help the narrative on inflation as well. So I think right now we're looking to get to neutral on rates, and we're going to see inflation slowly go down a little bit further. The challenge is, do we get to the 2% target that the Fed has said that they really want to achieve? I think that's going to be hard to get to.
The challenge as well is that we don't know who's going to be leading the Fed yet. So how much of President Trump's decision as to who actually chairs the Federal Reserve impacts market sentiment and risk in 2026?
I think regardless of the hawkish tone that's been coming out of the Fed officials lately, I think
I just
generally
added
speaking,
4K in Tesla puts. I am down 3K on my 12K of Tesla puts.
Look, they've already stopped
into next
quantitative
week
tightening.
and drained them
They
to
look to be
9.5K, 9K.
potentially going to increase the balance sheet. Money supply is actually starting to rise again.
Tesla is going
so all of this is rather stimulative for the economy.
I'm going against this shit on
that,
fucking FOMC, dude.
Against that narrative is the question of inflation, which is the one that they will be focusing on as they maybe address the question of employment. Obviously, they still have a dual mandate. The question of employment is still one that's uppermost in their mind, and I think driving the conversation. But again, dovish to the point of neutral,
so bullish, trying with no fucking volume.
And I think that's where the interesting conversation is. You know, we've heard from Stephen Moran that, you know, he looks to see a 0 Fed funds rate. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think the Fed's going to go there. Dovish, but not
470, bro.
Gaza's population
is so possible. 470 is the crazy part. 470, man. My God. Oh my God, I need water. Fuck. The most I ever came back to was literally 10.5K. Where they're cooking. Slowly. But surely, what the fuck is this shit?
Let's dig right into it. The government shutdown, is it going to have any impact on the GDP or not?
Oh, for sure it's going to have an impact on
There's no way this guy's going to be our
GDP.
next Federal Reserve chair.
Our estimate of the White House is that each week that we were shut down is worth about $15 billion off of GDP. I think the Goldman guys have added all that up and guessed that it's between 1 and 1.5% reduction in the growth rate of GDP this quarter. So I was kind of feeling good about a 3% quarter before the shutdown. So I guess that means that you think we'd be shooting in the sort of 1.5 to 2 range now because of the shutdown.
So GDP growth for the year you think will be between 1.5 and 2?
Oh no, I'm talking about the fourth quarter.
What about for the year?
Yeah, then we just have to average basically 10. Yeah, so it'll be 2 something.
Now the inflation rate has been around 3%, 3.1% or something like that. Do you see any chance that the Federal Reserve will get it down to its target rate of 2% in the near future, or is that unrealistic?
What happened is that in the Biden administration, it got very high, averaged 5%, was still in the high 3s when we came in, and now, like, if you look at the latest CPI, it surprised, 48 of Bloomberg's people who forecast these things on the downside. If you adjust for a refinery that shut down, then you're kind of looking in the 0.2 range. And so I think
I gotta go.
Inflation isn't all the way to where you want it to be.
5 minutes.
But the momentum is pretty directional.
It's been real.
And so I think that
today's been amazing.
If you add to that the basic idea that the policies that we're pursuing right now are increasing supply, they're supply side policies, then you should expect that we could have growth like we're seeing without picking up Phillips curve effects in inflation.
So you may have noticed the president was calling on the chairman of the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates.
Than we've been doing all day long.
Really? He did?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
And interest rates have been lowered. The last time the Federal Reserve FOMC committee met, they lowered by 25 basis points. There's a wide expectation that the Federal Reserve Board might lower again in December. Do you have a view on whether if the Fed does lower it should be 25 basis points or 50 basis points as the president, or do you have a view on what might be better for the economy?
Well, I first want to say that I have high regard for Jay Powell. I've known him for a long time, have had economic conversations with him many, many times during the last administration and this time too. I think at times he and I have had policy disagreements.
You think it's more likely to do 50 than 20?
No, I think they're not likely to do 50.
50. More likely to do 25? Would that satisfy the president, you think?
I think that the president thinks rates could be a lot lower, and I agree with him on that.
You are one of 5 people that the Secretary of Treasury has on a short list to be the next chairman of the Fed. Why would you want to be chairman of the Fed? Right now, you get to work with the president every day, and he's not criticizing you at all. So, are you sure you want that job? And
it's a thing that, first of all, I have to say that I, as you know, feel like I'm the luckiest economist alive because I have the best job I think an economist could possibly have if you spent your life doing
Tesla going
economic
even more
policy,
bullish.
Unless you're a monetary theorist. Being director of the National Economic Council is my dream job.
1%
And if the
today.
president asks me to be Fed chair, then of course, I'll do it. But if I'm not Fed chair, don't be disappointed for me because I love the job that I have right now. And I'm so honored to be able to work with the president every day.
do you have any view on when the president might make the decision or make it public? Would it be this year or next year?
I don't have a view on when the optimal time for that is, and I've not discussed that with the president. I think that people in Washington will understand that a confirmation struggle for a position that's that significant can be quite difficult. And then if it goes on for a really long time, which so we think Jay probably isn't leaving until May, then that just creates like a long period of, confirmation struggles that can be pretty ugly. And so,
the word
I don't know what the optimal time is,
confirmation.
but I would guess that as soon as you do it, then the sort of confirmation turmoil will
No
begin.
directional
Most
closing now.
presidents in the
Unless
last
the Bears
25
or
years
the
or so have
Bulls
supported,
come
and Secretaries of Treasury have
with
supported what's called a strong
lotto
dollar policy,
5
which is
minutes,
to have the dollar
do
be
something.
really strong and never support anything that would lower it. Is it fair to say you do not have a strong dollar policy, or are you happy with where the dollar is now?
If you look at the dollar chart, then it's stronger
5
now
minutes
than
here.
it was
Lotto
when
time
Trump
is coming
left
in 5
office, but it's down a little bit from its peak. And I think that the strong dollar policy is a sound policy, and I think that basically, I'd almost say that if I were running any country anywhere, I would want the currency to be sound because we know what happens to countries when the currency isn't sound. And so I think if you want to have an inflation take care of your deficit, then you're on the road to financial crisis. And so I think that one of the ways that we can maintain fiscal discipline is to be really committed to a strong dollar.
Right now, the budget deficit has generally been for the last couple years about $2 trillion a year, more or less. More or less, we spend roughly $7 trillion a year. We take in roughly $5 trillion a year, and we generally have about $2 trillion deficit. Maybe it's coming down now, but we have about $38 trillion overall of debt. Do you see any way to reduce that indebtedness in the next couple years or so, or realistically, we're stuck with $38 trillion or rising a little bit over the next couple years?
Right. Well, to reduce the debt, then you have to run a surplus. And so the question is, do you reduce the debt relative to the target or not? And we clearly are doing that with the big reductions in the deficit right now. And so I think that those will continue. And I'm also extremely bullish about growth, but it's not just growth that's doing it. It's the fact that we have tariff revenue and we've got a lot more spending restraint than was here in the past.
Now on the tariffs, in the president's tariff policy, it's really an important part of his economic revenue because a lot of the revenue coming into the Treasury, the president said, is from tariffs. And if the Supreme Court were to rule that the president's policy using the 1977 trade legislation were not to be appropriate to raise this kind of revenue, what would the administration do?
We're confident that we're going to win the case. What we're using is emergency authority. And so the first thing you want to say is, well, is it an emergency? And it's an emergency I could think of for 2 reasons. One is fentanyl and the hundreds of thousands of deaths from fentanyl. And 2 is, my friend Angus Deaton wrote this book with his wife Ann Case about deaths of despair. about how the massive trade deficits that we've had because China's dumping stuff everywhere and wiping out towns and shutting down factories, the deaths of despair, there's like a whole best-selling book by a Nobel Prize winner about that. And so I think that the case that both the sustained trade deficit because China and other countries have a policy to create jobs in their own country by selling stuff as cheap as possible into the US, that I think that the emergency case is really, really solid. And so then the question is, when the law says that we have the authority to regulate trade, then does that mean tariffs, as it says regulate trade, but it doesn't say the word tariff? And I think that that's a pretty cut and dry case too, because if you're going to regulate tariff, for example, this came up in the oral arguments, well, one thing you could do to regulate tariffs would be an embargo, and a tariff is less significant than an embargo. So if you could do an embargo, then surely you could do a tariff. Or to make the economist argument that you could definitely do a quota, no one would challenge that.
Now, most people in your profession, economics profession, would say that a tariff is a tax and it's somewhat inflationary. Is that your view, that tariffs are inflationary?
The first thing is that if there is a price effect, it's not inflationary, it's a level adjust effect. So you have a tariff, and then if it has a price effect, it changes the price, and whatever that price changes, that causes the inflation or deflation, whatever that happens because of the price effect of the tariff. And then the tariff
They're
unless
getting
it
this
changes,
guy ready
doesn't
to
do
be
that
the
again.
next
And so it's not an
FOMC
inflationary thing, it's a level adjust thing.
Fair check,
And
pal,
my
man.
intuition from the beginning has been that it wouldn't be inflationary because the reason we have the emergency that we're talking about is that we have inelastic supply of Chinese goods and other goods from all the countries that are dumping stuff into the US. And so by definition, if you put a tariff or a tax on inelastic supply, then the inelastic supplier bears the thing.
The theory behind tariffs, I thought, was to even out the trade balance to some extent and maybe raise revenue. But the president has imposed tariffs on countries with which we have
It's
a
too
surplus,
early to
like
call that.
Brazil.
It just started. This scandal just
What's
started.
the theory
It's so
behind
early to say
imposing
that.
a
Never mind.
surplus or a tariff on something like Brazil?
Tariff policy is very complicated, and there are a lot
Someone
of
wanna
things
push like crazy into
that
market
we're
calls,
studying
I think.
carefully right now in this
the
kind of
Bulls or the
space.
Bears? We're about to
Tariffs,
find out.
if you want them to have an effect on the economy, you have to really, really look at like how are we really collecting the tariff, and how are we making sure that people aren't transshipping, people aren't funneling things through subsidiaries, and so on. And so I think that that's part of the overall calculus.
At Virginia Housing, our mission is to help Virginians attain quality, affordable housing.
If he does,
I mean, if he decides that that's the right choice.
Okay, if he wants you to stay, but
Yeah,
if he does select you, then you have to get ready for confirmation, and you expect that would be political a bit?
It probably would be political. I've been through it before. Not that I'm counting. I think I had 83 votes last time.
I'm sure the president will get recommendations, but if you were to recommend a person for the job, in other words, if the president was watching right now, he might be, and you were to say, well, here's why you would be qualified to be chairman of the Fed, what would you say?
I don't want to compare to others, but I would say that the reason why I could be ready to get to work right away is that I spent 5 years working at the Fed. I worked closely with Alan Greenspan at times.
I don't want him as
and
my
have seen
chair Fed. No,
what's good and bad about the way the Fed people think, and there's a lot of bad. And I think that somebody who can go in and basically my view is that the staff has a big effect on the decisions of the Fed, and this staff historically has been excessively influenced by two thoughts. One thought is that Keynes was right. Keynes had value, but you don't have to be a Keynesian, like a religious Keynesian. But the second thing is that there's been a lack of willingness that really started with Greenspan to show deference and respect to the corner of the macro literature that I think is really important, which is
345 reverted into 350.
Conditional expectations, time series analysis, the Stock and Watson type stuff for the economists here. And so if you're running the Fed and having the best forecasters of the world who are really building nonlinear time series models and so on would be a good investment.
Did the president know that you worked for Mitt Romney, John McCain, and George W. Bush earlier in your career? Does he ever
He's seen my whole resume, yeah, for sure.
So he didn't hold that against you, obviously.
Yeah, I guess that there have been
Our
a
hour
lot
is
of
here.
people that have come into government with worse
should be
backgrounds
doing
than that.
something.
You grew up in Massachusetts. You went to Swarthmore. How did you pick Swarthmore?
I grew up in a small town, and I didn't want to go to a
Were
big
you
university.
always conservative as a youth, or were you a liberal then?
You know, my mom was a kindergarten teacher in my hometown who was on the Republican State Committee in Massachusetts. And so she was like the little old lady that made apple pies that everybody knew in Massachusetts. And so and my dad was very much a Democrat who disagreed with my mom on everything. And so the dinner table was really fun, and I tended to side with my mom.
But did they ever say what happened when you turned out this way, or they never said?
No.
No, they didn't say that. So you went to Swarthmore. Swarthmore is, I would say, maybe left of center compared to some other schools. So were you did you stand out there as a conservative?
The rumor is Nixon called it the Kremlin on the crumb. I think that actually is true. But no, you know, Swarthmore, especially then, was a place that had legitimate diversity of thought. And I was one of the conservatives there, but I didn't feel like I was attacked for it.
And then you went to get your PhD at the University of Pennsylvania, and what did you know then, that you wanted to be an academic PhD economist your whole life? Is that what you wanted to do when you went to Penn?
Yeah, I thought that's what I was really enjoying doing research. And then my first job was at Columbia University when I did a lot of research. When I was at the Fed, I did a lot of research. I'm still doing research.
To business, private equity, hedge funds, nothing like that? You weren't interested?
Yeah, the problem with private equity guys is they buy something, then they got to wait 5 years and just watch it until they get their carry, right? I mean,
well, we can sell it sooner, but okay. Okay, so you haven't been tempted to go to Wall Street, right?
No.
Let's talk about how economic policy is made in this administration. So does the president want to have his advisors come together and you hash out things in the Oval Office? How do you actually make policy?
It depends on the gravity of the policy. That there are things that happen every day that, you know, get resolved by cabinet secretaries, and every now and then the cabinet secretary will want to know, well, what do you think the president would think about this? And then maybe I'll say, oh, I'm pretty sure he already talked to me about this 6 months ago. He's fine if you do it this way. And so there's a lot of smaller things that, because they have a ginormous government, that have to be resolved by the cabinet secretaries, often in consultation with the chief of staff's office and us in the domestic policy council and so on. The bigger things that require presidential decisions,
candle. No, what the fuck? This is market close candle.
Very often what happens is we'll have a meeting often in the Roosevelt room where the principals will say, well, here are the options we think we should give the president. And then we will sort of usually draft the people who are for and against each of the things, and then go into the Oval and discuss them with him. But he always wants to have the people who support the thing that he's being advised to do and the people who don't, unless, obviously there's some things that everybody supports so much that you just can't do that. But he really likes to have lively debate in the Oval, and if you're not giving him enough debate, he'll work it out and make sure you get
when you
debating.
go in there, when you debate with him, does he ever say, let me think about it overnight? Or does he say he makes a decision right then and there?
He does definitely says, I need to think about it.
Wow, dude,
yeah.
that is
And then afterwards, the people go whisper in his ear after everybody else is gone, here's what you should do. Does that ever happen?
It's a thing that, that really, you know, I commend Susie Wiles especially, that there is a risk that the most convincing person in any administration is the person who talked to the president last.
Damn.
And then that creates,
Tesla up
you know, kind of like a,
into market close.
you know, a competition
showing
to like check his, you know, sleeping schedule and decide that you know, who's the one who's going to call him right before he goes to sleep.
For the day
and that's something that every president has to deal with, and that I think that, you know, this administration has dealt really well with compared to previous administrations.
You're one of the few people working in the White House now who worked in the first term as well. So
when people asked me if I was going to come back, I had a joke about it. I said that I was Trump season 1. And I think I'll probably be the Christmas special for season 2. One of the things that people have been talking about just the last few days is, you know, thinking about changing tariffs.
Look, hit that green line, or hit the line.
It's an ongoing
now
process.
It's like gray. It's like green or red for the day. That is insane.
At Virginia Housing, our mission.
I don't want to see this shit anymore. This is fucking insane.
And we had a simulation that GDP growth could get back up around 3, which was controversial at the time because everybody believed in the new normal and we were only stuck in the ones. And then he kind of looked at me and he said, I don't want to talk about GDP. Come back and tell me what it means for ordinary people. And so then the next day we came in and I had reviewed a large labor literature on what happens to wages when we have big corporate tax reductions. And I told him that, well, if we pass the bill, then people's wages will go up between $4,000 and $8,000 was the range of estimates in the literature. And then he said, well, I'm going to promise 4. I want to under-promise, but that's going to be our message. And if you go back and look, $4,000 increase in wages was the main storyline of TICJA as we were trying to get it passed. I haven't asked him this. The thing one he would say is that I was able to deliver for the American people wage increases that hadn't really happened for the previous 20 years. The second thing that I think he would want to say, I know you said pick one, but I do think that he has believed in tariffs his whole life. And a lot of people thought that the tariffs would come in and cause a recession and cause inflation, and his intuition was that they wouldn't, and they haven't. And I think that we've learned a lot about like how tariffs fit into an optimal fiscal policy because of him, and I would say that that would be a great accomplishment as well.
Tesla is pumping into close.
Policy,
446 to 453
in other words, has he
is
finished
insane.
negotiating the major deals with the
Look at this
countries he
shit,
wants to
35
negotiate
minutes.
with, or is it still an ongoing process?
It's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. I think that one of the
Insane
things
pumping.
that people have been talking about just the last few days is, thinking about changing tariffs for foodstuffs.
Does the market close red? Does the market close green? It's still the game.
And there have been really big changes. And then one of the
still the
things
game.
that people forget about,
Does the
like
market
prudent
close red?
policymaking,
Does the
I'm
market
sure that
close green? It's
President
still the
Carter
game.
would have agreed with this point, is that you do what you think is right, and then you watch what happens, and then when you see things that you need to adjust, you adjust them.
Are you worried that there's a bubble in the AI valuations of certain companies and that this could come down to haunt us, or do you think there's no bubble and the AI valuations of companies are consistent with what they should be?
So if you think about what AI is doing right now, is that it's increasing the productivity of workers and firms
And playing with
capital
it, man.
and labor, and it's doing so at a remarkable rate. And the firms that are helping other firms use AI are making a lot of money because they're helping ordinary businesses make lots of money. And so if you looked at the earnings season, it was the earnings season with the most positive surprises ever. So what that means, I think, is that the AI revolution is creating a huge amount of value. And now
Really
who captures
now.
the value and so on, it's, markets will work it out. But if you compare this to the computer revolution,
bullishness on
started
Tesla.
in 94, 95, maybe when Navigator came out was the place you really start the clock, then economists were all like, oh, well, the computer is
I don't even
everywhere,
know what
but
the
in
fuck is pushing this up.
statistics,
It's pushing
and the thing about
crazy
AI
Tesla.
is that it's so powerful that it's already in the statistics.
Look
But
at
the
NVIDIA too.
valuation could be really, really high because it is increasing productivity
Tesla
and
is up
profitability so
fucking
much.
crazy into close,
And
man.
that
It's squeezing
in that,
insane.
the fact that it's visible already, that's quite a bit different than the computer situation of the 90s.
If the president asked you to serve in a third Trump term,
traders
would you do
on
that?
Tesla too?
I don't think there's going to be a season 3.
Oh, okay. You don't think he'd ask you? Okay.
Yo, I feel
final-
like I'm in fucking Tesla delivery
Final
numbers
question for you.
again.
On
This
the
shit is
whole,
fucking
are
crazy.
you pleased with where the
Oh
administration's
my God, they're
economic policy
cooking.
is right now? How would you make it
To
better
this
or do something different?
We're going to have more policy proposals that will improve policy. I think that we're focused on communicating better. So we want policy to be better and communication to be better. But I think that in the end, what matters, and this goes back to a great literature started by Ray Fair at Yale University, is that in the end, you can communicate all you want. People are going to look at their wallets.
I don't think I hold
People are
this
going to go
shit
to the
up.
grocery
Honestly,
store.
man. Holy fuck.
And in the end, I think that means that we got to get policy right and focus on communication. But communication is more of a
Tesla
political
just
thing.
rallied
In the end,
0.68% in
if
35
we
minutes
put
to
more money in
close.
people's pockets, then they'll celebrate our policies. And if we fail to do that, then they'll rightly condemn them.
Yo, I think this this motherfucking shit's gonna fucking copyright me with the music. Damn. Holy fuck on Tesla. I can't even load the screen. It's fucking grayed out. What the fuck? Gotta love Tesla. No fundamentals, just fucking blowing up. Yeah, what the fuck keeps freezing? Holy shit. The fuck? My chart just crashed. Great. My market crashed. It's freezing into close. No, nuclear into closing. Yo, what a fucking day. Look at that, the Vindecinch flash crash happening, bro. Holy fuck. HOD close. From low of the day on Tesla to the high of the day. Unfucking real. To the low of the day to the high of the day. Low of the day test at 325 to the high of the day at 4 p.m. Unfucking real. These motherfuckers are cooking, cooketh, and cooketh. Alright, I gotta go to work. See you guys. Bye bye. Yeah, Tesla, bro. Somehow fucking SPY closed green. Fucking Tesla cooking. Oh my god. That is insane.